The sea had lost its color. Once, Daenerys remembered, the water had been warm and blue and gentle, slapping playfully at the hulls of fat merchantmen in Pentos Bay. Now it was a hard, iron thing that heaved and twisted beneath the keel like some offended god, green-black and flecked with white where the waves broke against themselves in endless war. The cold bit through her furs, found its way beneath leather and wool and silk and the hardened resolve she had wrapped around her heart. She stood at the prow regardless, one hand curled around the carved dragon's neck, chin lifted into the salt spray. Spray froze on her lashes. Before her, through driving mist, the promise of land loomed low and gray. Westeros, she told herself. Home, though she had never seen it. The thought should have brought warmth. Instead, only the wind answered. Rhaegal shrieked above her, a high, rattling cry that was more frustration than fear. His green wings labored in the heavy air, droplets of sea mist trailing from the sharp curve of his pinions as he wheeled, then dove to skim the waves. Drogon flew higher, black against the bruise-colored clouds, fierce and unbothered, while pale Viserion clung closer to the ship, gliding from mast to mast like a ghost. "Easy," Daenerys murmured. Her words were swallowed by the gale, but the dragons felt the shape of her intent. "Soon. We will be ashore soon." Behind her, boots thudded on the deck. "Khaleesi," Ser Jorah called, his voice wrapped in a rough woolen cloak of its own. "You should be below. The wind cuts sharper here." "So do memories," she answered without turning. Beyond the bow, the mist thinned for a heartbeat, and she glimpsed land again. A smear of dark stone fringed in ice, and past it, a faint scatter of lights like distant stars fallen to earth. The sight tightened something in her chest that neither cold nor salt could reach. "Is that it?" "White Harbor," Jorah said, squinting past her shoulder. "Seat of House Manderly. They are Stark men, everyone. Or were, when last I heard songs of the place." He stepped closer, his beard crusted with salt, his bald scalp gleaming with meltwater where the hood had slipped back. "We are far north of where we meant to land. The storm drove us off course." The storm. She remembered little of it but noise. Thunder shattering the sky, the ship pitching side to side, Dothraki warriors, her brave Khalasar, retching and cursing the black water that carried them. She remembered clutching at the rail with both hands as Drogon screamed defiance into the wind, his fire hissing uselessly in the rain. For a moment then, she had been a girl again, a small thing dragged along by forces too vast for her to grasp. But that had passed. She would not be small again. "Stark men," she repeated, tasting the name. Ned Stark, whose death had set half this land on fire. The songs had reached even the manse in Pentos, even the shadowed corners of merchant palaces in Qohor and Myr. A northern lord who would not bend the knee to the boy king who sat his father's stolen throne. A man who had died with honor and blade both taken from him. "My father's enemies killed him, and they killed mine. They killed more than that," Jorah said. "If rumor speaks true," the North rose in answer. "Eddard Stark's son wears a king's crown now. King in the North, they call him." Daenerys drew a slow breath of air so cold it felt solid in her lungs. "Then we have come to a kingdom, not a province," she said. Her fingers stroked the carved dragon's head, worn smooth by long voyages and other hands. "Perhaps that is better." Jorah said nothing for a time. The ship rocked. Behind them, she heard the mutter of frightened men and women. A handful of Dothraki who had not deserted at the sight of the sea. A few freedmen who had chosen the risk of water over the certainty of chains. Sailors from Volantis and Lys who had followed Illyrio's gold. She had led them into this cold, unknown place. She could feel their eyes on her back. "You could still turn south," Jorah said at last. "Make for King's Landing. The narrow sea is not kind, but it is shorter than the long road overland from here." "I have 3 dragons," she said. "But I have no army, and no gold beyond what we carry in those chests below. The Lannisters sit the Iron Throne with both." She swallowed, tasting bitterness. "And the Starks are at war with them. You think to make common cause." "I think," Daenerys answered slowly, watching the distant harbor lights swell and multiply. That the world has grown used to dragons coming as conquerors. Perhaps they might come once as supplicants instead. The word sat strangely in her mouth. Supplicant. She, Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms, begging alliance from a northern boy king who had never seen a dragon except in some nursemaid's tale. She would sooner bleed. Yet she had learned, since Drogo's pyre, that there were many ways to bleed. Drogon swooped low as if sensing her turmoil, black wings beating heavy air into froth as he crossed above the bow. The sailors shouted and ducked. The dragon's red eyes met hers, and something fierce and hot answered in her breast. "We go where we must," she whispered to him and to herself. "Fire does not choose its hearth, but it can choose what it will burn for." The mouth of the white knife swallowed them by slow degrees. As the ship pressed upriver, the world narrowed. Cliffs of hoary stone loomed close, their faces veined with frozen streams that glimmered like old silver in what little light pierced the clouds. Pines clung to ledges and crevices in scraggly ranks, bowed beneath the weight of clinging snow. Strange white birds wheeled overhead, their cries thin and sharp as shattered glass. The river itself moved sluggishly, shoulders crusted with ice that ground against the hull with agonized creaks. The Dothraki muttered darkly in their tongue, clutching at charms of horsehair and bone. Sea and snow had joined arms to confound them. There was no sky wide enough here for the world to make sense. Daenerys heard one of them, Rakaro or perhaps Jogo, spit over the side and name this place cursed. She could not say he was wrong, but curses and blessings were kin, she had learned. The same wind that froze the flesh could fill a sail. Ahead, the river bent, and suddenly the cliffs broke apart. Space opened like a wound, and there it was. White Harbor rose from the water like an old dream of Valyria, dragged north and drowned in snow. The walls were high and pale, not smooth like Dragonstone but blocky and immense, their foundations sunken deep in the river's throat. A great chain hung slack across the water, its iron links rimed with frost, watched over by squat towers adorned with banners bearing a merman with a trident. Beyond the walls, Daenerys glimpsed roofs and spires packed tight, serpents of smoke twisting upward, a hulking keep squatting near the river like a stone whale basking at the surface. At the harbor's mouth stood the gates. Great curving tusks of carved bone arched over the water, weathered smooth by wind and time. Whalebone, Yora had told her once, from beasts so massive they could swallow a ship whole. Here they had become a promise. You enter under the ribs of giants, and the sea's teeth cannot follow. Docking! A sailor bellowed in thick Myrish. His shout carried down the line of ships. Men scrambled. Ropes were hauled, sails dropped and furled. The river's current seized them, tugging them toward the waiting harbor, where smaller boats scurried like minnows around some great predator. On the quay, figures waited. Daenerys saw them as shapes at first, dark smudges against stone. As the ship drew nearer, they resolved into men and women wrapped in heavy cloaks, their breath turning white in the air. Steel glinted beneath fur whenever the wind toyed with a hem. Banners snapped. The merman of Manderly, the direwolf of Stark, and others she did not know. "Stark banners," she said, throat tightening. "Winterfell's men must guard the port," Yora said. "White Harbor is the North's only true city. Even a king in the North must mind his coin and his ships. And he will mind the dragons in his sky," Daenerys said. "Call them back to me. I will not have Drogon snatch some fisherman from the pier by mistake." Yora nodded and moved off, barking orders at a sailor who understood enough Low Valyrian to shout them again in the local tongue. Daenerys went to the rail instead, resting her hands on the cold wood as the quay rose toward her. For one heartbeat, she faltered. She had crossed a world for this. Left behind the red dunes of the Dothraki Sea, the perfumed halls of Qarth, the safety, such as it was, of being forgotten. Here, in this hard-mouthed harbor, Westeros waited. Not the soft, sunlit Westeros of Viserys stories, but something sterner, carved from ice and stone and stubbornness. Her brother would have strode down the gangplank as if to a coronation, sneer already on his lips. He would have demanded oaths, gold, armies. He would have died within the hour. Daenerys exhaled slowly, watching her breath fog in front of her, and thought of a house in the snow she had never seen. A lord with a long face and a longer sword, who had chosen honor over safety and died for it. Stark, they called him. Eddard Stark. She imagined him not as some looming enemy, but as a man standing in the falling snow, knowing the axe was coming and refusing to kneel for it. Perhaps I have more in common with him than with my own blood, she thought. It was a strange feeling. They came alongside the quay with a final groan and jolt. Ropes flew, caught, were hauled taut. The crew scrambled to secure the lines, stamping their feet against the cold. Dothraki edged toward the gangway as if approaching a pyre, hackles up, hands near the hilts of their araks. "Khaleesi," Yora said, returning to her side. "Will you go ashore first?" "Yes," she said. Her fingers found the familiar weight of the dragonbone hairpins at the back of her head, anchoring the loose silver coils that the wind had tried to claim. "I will not have them see my men quake and wonder if their queen quails too." Yora's mouth twitched, some emotion caught between pride and worry. "Then let them see a dragon." Daenerys lifted her chin. "No," she said. "Let them see a woman first." Snow met her as she set foot on Westerosi stone for the first time. Not a blizzard, not the howling storm she had half imagined, but a restless dance of flakes that stung her cheeks and melted in her hair, turning silver to pearl where they clung. The dock planks were slick beneath her boots, rimed with frost. The air smelled of fish and smoke and something iron-sharp and clean. The men awaiting her were tall, broad-shouldered, their faces weathered and largely bearded. They wore mail beneath thick wool, and over it, heavy cloaks fastened with brooches of silver and jade in the shape of mermen and wolves. Some had helms under their arms. Others had theirs on, casting dark shadows over narrowed eyes. None knelt. Good, she thought, oddly relieved. Let them not kneel too easily. Let them understand the weight of it when it comes. At their head stood a man so vast that for a moment Daenerys thought he wore furs atop furs. His cloak was green and white, lined with ermine, and his belly strained at the leather beneath. His beard was a froth of white, his eyes small and shrewd in a round, ruddy face. Fat, Viserys would have called him with contempt. Daenerys saw strength instead, of a different sort, the kind that piled up slowly, like snowdrifts, until it buried what stood in its way. He stepped forward with an effort, leaning on a cane carved with little leaping fish. "I am Wyman Manderly," he said, his voice deep and surprisingly smooth, "Lord of White Harbor, Warden of the Wolf's Den, bannerman to House Stark of Winterfell and to Robb Stark, King in the North." His gaze flicked over her, then up, to where the dragons watched from the ship's rail. "And you, I think, are not what I expected to see come gliding up my river." Daenerys had learned to play such games in Qarth, in the halls of Piet Pri and Zarozoan Daxos, where every glance was a dagger and every word bore poison. But there was less guile here, or at least a different flavor to it, salted and weathered. She met his gaze evenly. "I am Daenerys of House Targaryen," she said. The words rang strange in this cold air, but they did not falter. "First of my name, rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, Khaleesi of the great grass sea. And a guest in your city, my lord, if you will have me so." Behind her, Yora shifted. One of the Dothraki snorted, muttering something about begging before strangers. She ignored them. Lord Manderly's brows twitched upward at her titles, but no mockery came. A murmur ran through the men behind him at the name she had claimed. Targaryen. She saw the shiver pass along the line the way a gust of wind moves over tall grass. Fear, curiosity, anger, she could not read which predominated. "A queen without a crown," Wyman Manderly said thoughtfully. "We have had our fill of such folk coming north of late." He scratched at his beard. "But you bring other proofs." His eyes flicked skyward again. Drogon hissed softly in answer, smoke drifting from his nostrils like an impatient sigh. Daenerys inclined her head. "Proof can be weighed," she said. "Stories can be heard. I come not with an army at my back, but with ships that have taken damage, men who need roofs and fires, and a wish to speak with your king." "My king is far from here," Manderly said, "but his mother's house is under my care, as is his city, and his laws, your grace, still hold." He tasted the honorific as if uncertain yet whether it would sit well. "We welcome guests who come in peace. We hang raiders. Which are you?" Winds from another lifetime brushed her cheek. Hot desert winds, carrying the smell of molten gold. Viserys laughing, then screaming. She remembered the way the Dothraki had looked at her when the metal cooled, the way they had smelled something new and dangerous in the air. "Your peace is mine if you will grant it," Daenerys said quietly. "I have no cause to raid your harbor. I came seeking a path, and it seems the storms of this land have chosen one for me." He studied her for a long moment. The men behind him shifted, boots scraping on stone. One of them, a younger man with a scar through his eyebrow, stared openly at the dragons, lips parted. Another marked the Dothraki with wary disdain, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Very well," Lord Wyman said at last. "We are not so poor in bread and ale that we must turn away a ship when winter sharpens its teeth. Your people will be given quarters in the fish market's old warehouses. You will be lodged in my guest wing at Newcastle." He paused, then added, "On your honor that your beasts will not burn my dockyards or eat my citizens." "On my honor," Daenerys promised. She glanced up to Drogon, felt his restless hunger like a new sun behind her eyes, and sent him a wordless pulse of command. The dragons shifted, grumbled, but did not leap. Manderly nodded once, sharply. "Then welcome to White Harbor, Daenerys of House Targaryen. May the seven, or whatever gods you keep, grant that you and ours do not come to quarrel. We have enough enemies to the south without making war upon the sky." They rode through the city like the heralds of some passage in an old tale. Not triumphant, not quite, but undeniable. Lord Manderly provided her a mare, a thick-furred creature with a coat the color of dirty cream and a temper like cold porridge. The horse disliked her dragons from the first, rolling its eyes and tossing its head whenever one of them swooped too low. Daenerys soothed it with clicks of her tongue and gentle pressure of her knees, earning wary respect from the groom who led it out. The streets of White Harbor were narrower than she had expected, walled on either side by tall, close-standing buildings of pale stone and gray timber. Snow lay in drifts against the walls, trampled to gray slush in the thoroughfares. Men and women moved aside as their party passed, flattening themselves against doorways, dipping clumsy bows or stiff curtsies as they caught sight of Manderly's green and white standard. Their eyes, though, did not rest on their lord. They stared at her. She heard the mutters, low and urgent, in a northern burr she could almost follow. Silver hair, like in the stories. Look at them, gods, dragons, there be dragons. Children clung to their mother's skirts, faces pinched with cold and wonder. A boy no older than 8 trotted after them for 50 paces, looking up into the sky with his mouth open, until his father dragged him back by the collar. The dragons flew above, shadows on the low clouds, their shrieks rolling down between the chimney pots. Drogon ranged farthest, his black wings cutting clean shapes through the mist, but he kept returning to circle above her, a dark guardian. Rhaegal and Viserion chased each other in loops and dives, occasionally startling flocks of pigeons into panicked flight. "Your people do not run," Daenerys observed. "In Qarth, many would have shut their doors. In Pentos, they would have prostrated themselves. Here, they stare." Lord Manderly grunted. "Northmen are less easily impressed than Qartheen, I think. We have the long night in our stories. Men who remember such tales do not fall over dead at the sight of a flying lizard." "Dragon," she corrected without heat. "We remember the long night as well across the sea, though perhaps less clearly." "Aye, well." He chewed on the word a moment, as if it were a tough piece of meat. "Stories say dragons came with the dawn after that dark. Some might see that as a good omen. His eyes crinkled slightly. Some might not. You, my lord. I see a great many things, Wyman Manderly said, and I count. I count ships and spears and bushels of grain, and sons buried, and sons yet living. I count what the North has lost in these last years. His face grew still, and what it might yet lose if we are unwise. Daenerys rode in silence for a time, listening. The city hummed around them. Smiths hammering in open-fronted forges, fishmongers crying their wares, the clack of loom weights from some upper window. It was not so grand as King's Landing must be, she imagined, but there was a solidity to it, a sense of having endured storms before. I know some of what you have lost, she said at last. News carries even across the narrow sea. Ned Stark, Eddard Stark, they say he was a good man. They say true. Manderly's voice roughened. We have had lords who were hard, and lords who were cruel. Winterfell's lord was neither. He was decent. That is rarer than a man might hope in these days. And his son wears a crown now. Wasn't one he asked for, Manderly said, but it fits him all the same. Daenerys pictured this Robb Stark as she had heard him described. Young, stern, with his father's long face and his direwolf at his heel. A king who had not set out to be one, but who had been crowned by grief and need. She wondered what he would see when he looked at her. A rival? A tool? A threat? Will he listen? She asked quietly. If you send word that a Targaryen queen has come to his shores with dragons, but not with war? Manderly shifted in his saddle. His horse, twice the size of hers and half again as surly, snorted steam. Love of the Starks runs deep in the north, your grace. We have bled for that house. Many would bleed again, if the king commanded it. But we are not sheep. We remember as well. Remember what? Burned fields for one, he said. The last Targaryen king to ride north brought fire with him. Not against us as such, but dragons do not burn neatly. Flames spread where they will. There are old men in these streets whose grandfathers grew up on tales of crops gone to ash and cattle blackened on the hoof. His gaze slid sideways toward her. Some of them might think it poor fortune that the dragons have found us again. Daenerys pressed her lips together, feeling the weight of inheritance settle on her shoulders like another fur cloak. She had never known Aegon the Conqueror, nor the kings who followed him. Yet their shadows lay long on this land, and she walked in them whether she chose to or not. I am not my father's, she said. No, Manderly agreed, nor am I mine. That is a comfort, and a warning. He drew in a breath that seemed to cost him some effort. We are nearly there. New Castle. He nodded toward a rise ahead, where the hulking shape she had seen from the river now loomed larger. It was uglier up close, she thought. A squat, square fortress of pale stone, its walls pocked and stained, its towers thick-waisted rather than graceful. But its gates were strong, and the men who stood upon its battlements looked as if they would stand there still after 3 days of siege and a week of snow. Ugly but enduring, like the north itself. Come, Lord Wyman said. Warmth and food, and talk. He gave her a long, considering look. You'll want to hear what has become of your enemies, your grace, and of those who might be your friends. Newcastle's great hall was no red keep. There were no golden chandeliers, no intricate mosaics underfoot, no columns of carved marble twining up toward painted ceilings. The pillars here were plain, thick trunks of timber braced against stone, their surfaces scarred by age and use. The rushes underfoot smelled faintly of damp straw and old beer. Smoke from the great hearth hung in the rafters, blurring the edges of banners that had seen too many summer moths and winter dust. Yet the fire was hot, and Daenerys's fingers had stopped aching from the cold by the time she wrapped them around a cup of spiced wine. It tasted thin and sour after the rich vintages of Essos, but the heat was a comfort all the same. She let it sit on her tongue, savoring the unfamiliar tang. They cut off his head in the square, Lord Manderly was saying, voice soft so that his words carried only as far as the high-backed chairs at their end of the table. Claimed treason. Said he'd plotted with Robert's brothers to steal the boy's throne. The boy, she repeated. Joffrey Baratheon. That's the name he sits under. The old lord's mouth twisted. Whatever lies he was begot in. The phrase carried a hint, a bitter edge. Bastardy, incest, whispers she had heard from Illyrio's fat lips, murmured about the queen and her twin. To hear them echoed here gave them the taste of truth, or at least of widely shared belief. Your father sat that throne before him, Manderly went on, and his father before that, and his grandsire before that. Long line of silver hair and dragon fire, until it broke. His gaze rested on her, weighing, measuring. Some say it broke for good cause. Daenerys thought of stories Yora had told her, when she had pressed him for something beyond Viserys' frothing rants about usurpers and stolen crowns. Of wildfire in the streets, of a mad king laughing as he commanded that a city burn rather than be yielded, of her brother Rhaegar falling beneath the hammer of a crowned stag. Perhaps it did, she said softly. Madness deserves no throne. The admission tasted like ashes. But the crimes of the father are not the crimes of the daughter. No, Manderly's large fingers drummed once on the table. His other hand lay near a trencher of cold fish pies, of which he had eaten impressively. Nor the son. Ned Stark's boy wears a crown, but he did not ask the Lannisters to kill his father, and he did not draw first blood. You said the North rose, Daenerys prompted. Aye, the North and the Riverlands with it. Riverrun's Tullus are kin to the Starks. When Lord Eddard lost his head, his son marched, took back Moat Cailin with northern spears, broke the Westerlands' host in the Whispering Wood, took Jaime Lannister captive. Pride warmed the old man's voice. We named him king after that. The lords lifted him on their shoulders and swore him their swords. Robb Stark, king in the north, king of winter, some call him, to the old gods. And he marches still. We thought to end this war with a wedding, Manderly said, and his mouth turned down. Old Walder Frey offered his bridge and his swords, in trade for a royal marriage. Those plans changed. The king followed his heart, as boys will. His eyes flicked to her, sly. You know something of that, I think, Khaleesi. She thought of Khal Drogo, of his long braid and the weight of his hand on her hip, the way he had looked at her when the world narrowed to tent walls and firelight. Her throat tightened. The heart is a poor counselor in war, she said. Aye, Manderly sighed. Still, what's done is done. He rides now with less strength than he might, but with men who follow him for love as well as oath. That is not nothing. He peered at her over the rim of his cup. You learned of his father's death across the sea. Why come here? It was the question she had known would be asked. She set down her wine, lacing her hands together atop the table to keep them still. My brother spoke often of Westeros, she said, of our house's fall, of the usurper who stole our throne and butchered our kin. He dreamed of crossing the sea with a golden host and reclaiming what was ours. She let the ghost of Viserys fade with the words, He is dead. I am not. The dream changed. She glanced toward the far end of the hall, where the door to the inner courtyard stood seamed with cold. Outside, somewhere beyond the thick walls, her dragons prowled the night. I crossed because I grew tired of dreaming, Manderly grunted. Dreams are cheaper than ships, less dangerous too. Not mine, she murmured. He tilted his head, considering. So, you would make common cause with the boy who broke the power of the house that helped end your father's rule. I would speak with him, Daenerys said. I know what it is to lose a father to war. I know what it is to flee your home. Perhaps we have more to share than you think. Perhaps. Manderly folded his hands over his belly. His rings glittered in the firelight, little flashes of sea-green stone and pale pearl. The North is wary, Your Grace. We remember Targaryen dragons. But we remember Lannister lions too, and their teeth are buried deep in our flanks. If you come to help pull them out, his lips pursed. There will be some who see wisdom in that, and some who will not. Some who will say you are a new fire that will burn what little we have left, he agreed. They will ask why the dragon comes north, where there is little gold and less glory to be had, instead of flying straight to King's Landing to mock their banners. Because kingship without allies is a sword without a hilt, Daenerys said steadily. I am not blind, Lord Manderly. I know what I lack. Men, coin, understanding of this land beyond songs and whispers. The North has all three in some measure. I would sooner stand beside wolves than lions. His laugh was a rumble deep in his chest. Careful there. Wolves bite when cornered. So do dragons, he said, and for a moment their eyes met with a spark of something like shared mischief. Then it was gone, replaced by the weight of business again. I will send a raven, Manderly said, to Winterfell, to the king wherever his council judges best. I cannot promise how he will answer, but he is not his father, nor am I mine, and the boy I remember running through these halls with snow in his hair listened well, when wisdom spoke. Thank you, Daenerys said quietly. In another life, another tale, she might have demanded more. Here now, she understood that this was what could be had. And in the meantime, Wyman Manderly said, you will rest, eat, see my city, let my folk see you. This land is slow to trust, but it does not forget kindness, once it's measured it. Kindness, a rarer weapon than she had thought in the cities of Essos. Perhaps in this harsh land it cut deeper. The city changed as the day died. By late afternoon the snow had thickened, lazy flakes giving way to a steady fall that blurred edges and swallowed sound. White Harbor's bustle softened under its blanket. Carts creaked home on stiff wheels. Stalls shuddered one by one. Smoke from 100 chimneys rose straighter as the wind turned inward, circling through narrow streets to prowl at the eaves. Daenerys walked wrapped in one of the thick woolen cloaks Manderly's steward had sent to her chambers, its white fur collar brushing her jaw. The fabric scratched, but it held the warmth, and the weight made her feel anchored, solid. Beside her, Ser Jorah trudged, his own cloak already clotted with snow. Is this wise? He asked, for the third time. Lord Manderly offered you the safety of his hall. Walls make men comfortable, she said. Comfort makes them dream strange dreams about where queens belong. Let his people see me. Let them see that I am not some phantom in a high tower. And if some fool decides to test his courage with a thrown stone, they will see what follows as well, she replied. I do not think the Lord of White Harbor would thank them for that. Viserion ghosted after them, wings half furled, leaving scorched footprints where his claws touched ice. Children trailed in his wake at a distance determined by equal parts fear and fascination. One brave girl with a red scarf darted closer, then squealed and ran back when the dragon turned his pale head to look at her. Her laughter, high and bright, rang strangely in the cold air. The quays were lined with braziers now, iron baskets filled with fat wood and oil drift. Flames licked up from them, orange and gold, painting flickering paths across the snow. Men and women stopped their work to watch her pass. Some nodded, short and awkward. A few touched fingers to brow or breastbone in some local sign of respect. Many simply stared. She saw hunger in some faces, the lean, winter-hollowed look she remembered from the poorer streets of Pentos and Norvos. Here, though, there was less desperation than doggedness. These were people used to going without. Their eyes weighed her not for what she might give them, but for what she might cost. You could speak to them, Jorah murmured, as a knot of fishwives paused nearby, baskets on their hips, cheeks chapped raw by wind. Tell them why you are here. Daenerys thought of the Valyrian phrases her tutors had drilled into her, of the liquid, lilting tongues of bravos and lists, of the harsh, rolling speech of the Dothraki. Westerosi common came easier to her now than it once had, but its northern variant still caught her ear strangely. Yet a queen who would rule a land must learn its sounds. She stepped toward the fishwives. Viserion hissed softly but held his place. The women stiffened, clearly torn between the instinct to flee and the stubborn reluctance to yield ground. Good evening, Daenerys said, shaping the words carefully. I hope your day was good. One of them, a square-shouldered woman with arms like oars and a face graven with lines deeper than her years, blinked. "Cold," she said flatly. "Fish were biting, though. Could be worse." Her eyes flicked to Viserion. "Could be warmer if that thing sneezes." The others snorted, half laughter, half nerves. Daenerys smiled. "He is very warm," she agreed. "Sometimes too warm. But he will not harm you. Nor will I." The woman grunted. "That so? Then you're already one up on most powers that come calling on folk like us." She shifted her basket. "You mistress of the lizards, then?" "Daenerys," she said, "of House Targaryen." "That so?" The woman considered her, eyes narrowing. "We've had lords of this and that here, and king's men and taxmen, and once a sail captain thought he was some kind of prince. All of them said they'd bring better days. Seems like better days keep getting lost on the road." "I have no coin to weigh your scales with yet," Daenerys said. Honesty here felt less like a weakness than like a necessity. "No ships to trade you, no southern grain to fill your larders. Only these." She glanced back. Through the falling snow, she glimpsed the dark shapes of Drogon and Rhaegal circling above the rooftops. "And myself." The woman followed her gaze, then spat thoughtfully into the snow. "Could be worse," she said. "Could be you came with lions on your banners instead of beasts that fly. Lannister gold spends well, but it spends slow when it's counted out in corpses." She jerked her chin toward the dark water. "You don't burn our ships or our catch, and you pay for what you take. You're welcome enough. You go turning the place to cinders, though. We'll see what your lizards taste like in a pie." The threat was as much jest as not. Daenerys inclined her head. "I would not wish to offend your bakers." That one a proper laugh this time, rough and surprised. "You're a strange one," the woman said. "Stranger than the last lot, at any rate. We'll see what comes of you, dragon girl." She hitched her basket higher. "Come on, you lot. Fire's going, and I'll not have you catching sick standing about gaping." They moved on, boots crunching in snow, voices fading. Daenerys watched them go, an odd warmth settling low in her chest. "You see?" she murmured to Viserion, reaching to trail her fingers along the smooth ridge of his neck. "They are not so different. Men, women, they are the same from here to the Jade Sea. They fear, they hope, they eat, they hunt. They bury their dead." Her hand tightened. "They deserve more than to be turned to ash in another war between crowns." Viserion snorted, a curl of smoke drifting from his nostrils. His golden eyes, slit-pupilled and ancient, reflected the brazier's flames. "You would spare them if you can," Yora said quietly. "If I can," she agreed. "But the Lannisters would not spare me, nor my people, nor these." She nodded toward the shadowy figures moving through the GA. "Daring dark. A fire that refuses to burn at need is no good to anyone." Night in White Harbor came early and without ceremony. One moment the sky was a bleak, washed-out gray. The next, it had sunk into blue-black, and the world below seemed to fold in on itself, boundaries drawn by lamplight and memory. Daenerys stood upon the ramparts of New Castle, her cloak drawn tight against the wind. The stones beneath her boots were slick with refrozen melt, polished by the passage of countless feet. Overhead, Drogon clung to the parapet, talons sunk into the ancient mortar. His wings were half spread, catching flakes of snow, which hissed and vanished on contact with his scaled hide. The river rolled dark and slow beneath, its surface a broken mirror reflecting the wavering gleam of lanterns and braziers along the quays. Beyond lay the shadowed bulk of the city, roofs hunched under their white burden, streets traced in faint lines of light where hearth glow leaked through shutters. It was not the view she had imagined as a girl, listening to Viserys speak of the Seven Kingdoms. He had painted King's Landing for her in lurid colors, red roofs and golden domes, the great sept gleaming under a sun that seemed always to shine. Even in her own half-formed hopes, Westeros had been a place of green fields and gentle rivers, of warm stone and warmer welcomes. This was harder, sharper, but there was a kind of austere beauty to it, too. The North did not pretend. It showed its bones. "How long, I wonder," she murmured, more to herself than to Drogon. "Before they decide what to make of me." The castle was quieter now. Lord Manderly had withdrawn some hours past, his bulk borne away by 2 loyal retainers after he had dispatched his ravens. She had watched one of them go, the black shape winging out into the night, a small, determined blot against the snow. Bears messages to Winterfell and perhaps to the king at war as well. Her name, her dragons, doubled in scratches of ink and carried on fragile wings through the storm. It seemed a tenuous thing on which to hang her future. "Do you think they will call us?" she asked Drogon softly. "Or will they bid us go?" The dragon tilted his head, regarding her with one great crimson eye. In its depths, fire moved. She could feel the heat of his breath, see it plume in faint whirls. He had grown, she realized suddenly. In the press of days at sea, in the constant strain of survival, she had not taken time to measure him against herself. Now, perched on the parapet, he was longer than a warhorse. His wings, when fully spread, could have cast shade over the entire walkway. "Too big to hide," she whispered. "Too loud to ignore." She thought of Robb Stark, far away. A boy king, yes, but a king all the same, with victories to his name and lords sworn to his cause. How would he read the Raven's tale? A potential ally fallen unexpectedly from the sky? A rival claimant whose presence would complicate his war? Or something more frightening still? A reminder that the world was wider and stranger than banners and blood feuds? What would she see if their positions were reversed? If she held the North, and word came that a stranger had landed upon her shores with fire at her command? The truth tightened around her like a noose. "I would not trust me," she said half aloud. "Not without proof." Proof of what? Of her intentions? Words could be shaped into any pattern one liked. Of her restraint? She was not certain yet that she knew its limits herself. Of her difference from the madman whose blood she shared? The wind shifted, carrying with it a smell that was not smoke or sea salt. Cold, sharper than the air around it, tinged with something sickly sweet, like flowers left too long on a grave. It made the little hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Drogon hissed, a low, thrumming sound, and lifted his head, nostrils flaring. "What is it?" Daenerys asked, frowning. The city lay unchanged below. Braziers burned. Men moved, little pinpricks of motion in the dark. Snow fell. She closed her eyes. In Karth, they had called her Mother of Dragons and Dreamer both. The House of the Undying had left its marks on her, though she hated to admit it. Since that cursed vision-haunted tower, sleep had never been simple. Sometimes, when she let go of waking, she fell not into rest, but into other things. Corridors of memory, glimpses of futures that might never unfold, worlds a knife's edge away from hers. Now, standing awake upon a northern wall, she felt something similar brush at the edges of her mind. A cold wind that was not the night's wind. A whisper that had no voice. Snow underfoot. Darker snow than this, trampled and stained. She saw a field, long and wide, with broken spears jutting from the drifts. Men lay scattered like discarded dolls, eyes open and rimed with frost. Above them, a figure rode, tall and pale and crowned with ice. Its eyes were blue, not like the placid blue of the summer sea, but like the heart of some frozen fire. As it turned its head, she felt those eyes find her, though she was not there. Her breath hitched. The vision, or whatever it was, shattered. "Khaleesi!" Yora's voice, from somewhere behind her. Bootsteps on stone. "You should come in. You'll freeze out here." She opened her eyes. The world returned in its proper colors. Blacks and grays and the yellow-orange of firelight below. The strange, sweet cold scent dissipated like breath on glass. Drogon rumbled once, then settled, folding his wings more tightly around himself. "I am not frozen yet," she said, turning to look at Yora over her shoulder. "Have you been sent to fetch me, or do you come of your own accord?" "Both, perhaps." He drew his cloak tighter. Snow dusted his beard, and his nose was reddening in the cold. The servants wonder that you do not demand more comfort. They are used to lords and ladies who cling to the fire. I am not used to fires that do not need feeding, she said. In Qarth, every comfort concealed a knife. Is difficult to lay aside such lessons. She hesitated. Do you believe in cold dreams, Yora? He frowned. There are tales in the north, he said slowly, of things that walk on 2 legs without breath, and on 4 with eyes like coins of ice. My father spoke of them as stories for long winter nights. But then, my father never thought he'd see dragons again either. His gaze shifted to Drogon looming above them. What have you dreamed? She looked back out over the city, over the dark line of the river heading inland toward lands she had never walked. Snow, she said, and death that would make even your hard men shiver, and something in it that smells of endings. Her hand found the parapet, fingers splaying against the cold stone. If such things are more than children's tales, Yora, then this war of crowns is a game played at the edge of a cliff. He said quietly, but men will still play it, even as the rocks crumble underfoot. That is our way. Then perhaps dragons can teach them another, she said. Her chambers in Newcastle were small by the standards of Pentos and Qarth, but larger than any room she had possessed as a child. The bed was narrow but sturdy, piled with furs. The hearth was little more than a blackened hole in the wall, but it held a cheerful blaze. The window was a slit cut into the stone, shutters lined with oiled hide to keep the worst of the wind at bay. On the table lay a map of the north, inked in black and blue on stiff, yellowing parchment. Yora had produced it from his own meager stores with a kind of grim pride. I had hoped to show you this from the back of a horse, he had said, not from a position of guests. He made the last word sound like cages. Daenerys traced the lines with the tip of one finger. White Harbor, marked with a neat little tower and an inked anchor, the white knife curling up into the belly of the land like a serpent. Further inland, smaller marks, Barrowton, Torrance Square, Deepwood Motte. And north and west of all, the symbol Yora had tapped twice. A wolf's head, inked darker than the rest. Winterfell, he had said, heart of the north, Robb Stark's seat, even if the war keeps him from it. Now, alone save for Rhaegal's slow, rasping breaths by the fire, she lingered on that symbol. The wolf's snout pointed northward, toward rougher, less detailed scribbles labeled merely the gift and, above a hard line inked in deeper blue, the lands beyond the wall. A blank expanse, peppered with tiny mountains and skulls where some scribe's fancy had taken him. She thought of her dream, or whatever it had been, upon the wall, of eyes like shards of northern sky in a face that did not belong to any man. She thought of the cold that had crept through her bones even as Drogon's warmth pressed at her back. In Essos, dangers had come garbed in silk and steel, in poison and contracts and the knives of the Khaleen's lurking rivals. They had been human dangers, born of greed and pride and fear. This felt older, rawer. If there truly is such a thing, she murmured, then these petty wars are foolishness. Rhaegal shifted, one eye slitting open. His scales were deep green, laced with bronze. Firelight played along them in ripples. Do dragons dream? She asked him softly. When you twitch in your sleep, are you chasing goats in your mind, or something more? He yawned, showing rows of needle teeth, and gave no answer. There was a knock at the door, light, hesitant. Enter, Daenerys said. A girl squeezed through the gap, clutching a folded bundle of cloth. She could not have seen more than 13 or 14 name days. Her hair was a pale brown, braided simply. Her cheeks were pink with cold. She bobbed a quick curtsy, nearly stumbling. My lady, she said. Your grace, Rhaegal hissed, but only in Daenerys's mind. The dragon did not speak, of course, but sometimes her thoughts supplied what she imagined he might say. You may call me Daenerys, she told the girl gently. What is your name? Lyssa, my lady. Lyssa Snow. The last word came out quickly, as if she wished to get it over with. Snow, the bastard name of the north. Daenerys nodded. Lysa Snow, you serve in Lord Manderly's household. In the kitchens, my lady, and sometimes here when there are guests. She held out the bundle of cloth. The Maester had this made ready. He says it will keep the northern winds from freezing your bones. Daenerys accepted the bundle, unfolding it. Inside lay a garment of thicker, smoother wool than the cloak she wore, dyed a deep, dark gray. The cut was simple but well made, with a high collar and sleeves lined in soft fur. Along the hem, in small, careful stitches of white thread, someone had embroidered a row of tiny dragons, 3 heads curling back on themselves. "Who did this?" she asked. Lysa's cheeks colored. "I, my lady, I thought you might like something of your own upon you, not just our colors." Daenerys ran her thumb over the little dragons. The stitches were not perfect, but they were precise, each curve and scale rendered with earnest care. "I do like it," she said. "Very much. Thank you." The girl fidgeted. Her eyes kept darting toward Rhaegal, then away again. "Is it true, my lady, that you cannot be burned?" "So they say," Daenerys replied. The truth of it still unsettled her sometimes, when she pressed fingers to unscarred skin and remembered the heat of Drogo's pyre. "Why do you ask?" Lysa swallowed. "The old women say the last dragon queen burned a man alive who displeased her. They say she laughed." Daenerys's stomach tightened. "My father," she thought, or his father, or some other Targaryen whose cruelties had been folded into one monstrous figure in the telling. "Do you believe everything the old women say?" she asked. "No, my lady." The answer came quickly, with a flash of resentment. "They say bastards are cursed, that we bring ill luck to any house we serve. My Lord Manderly does not seem cursed, only a very large." Her mouth twitched, then smoothed. "But they also say winter is coming, and that is true enough." "Winter comes for all," Daenerys said. "Bastards and queens alike." She folded the garment more tightly. "Tell them this if they speak of burning men. Tell them I have traveled far, and I have seen enough death by fire that I need not add to it for sport." Lysa nodded, eyes wide. "Yes, my lady." She hesitated. "Is it also true that you might help the king in the north?" Daenerys blinked. "You know of that? Servants hear things." The girl's chin lifted. "My father fought for Lord Stark before he died of fever. He said the Starks keep the north standing upright. If you help the king, that must be good, mustn't it?" Daenerys thought of Robb Stark again, a face she did not know, framed now by the hope in this child's eyes. A king not just of lords and banners, but of bastards in kitchens too. "If the king wishes my help," she said slowly, "I will give. As best I can." Lysa smiled. It was like a crack in ice letting sunlight through. "Then I will pray that he does, my lady. To the old gods and the new." She bobbed another curtsy and fled, as if afraid that if she tarried she might see something she ought not. Rhaegal snorted, a curl of smoke drifting from his nostrils. Daenerys looked down at the little embroidered dragons, then back at the map, at the wolf's head inked bold upon it. "Wolves and dragons," she murmured. "And snows between." They gathered in what Lord Manderly's steward called the solar, though there was little sun to be had. The chamber was narrow and long, with a single tall window that looked out over the inner yard. By day, gray light seeped in around its shutters. By night, candles and a single iron candelabrum wrestled shadows into uneasy truces in the corners. Daenerys stood at the map table once more. This time it bore not only the north, but all of the 7 kingdoms. The Reach's fertile fields, the jagged stormlands, the baked ochre of Dorne, the green-flecked vale. And there, like a stain, the Westerlands, with its sigil of a golden lion roaring over Casterly Rock. "Their minds go deep," Jorah was saying, his finger resting on that spot. "Gold enough to pay 10 armies, and then pay 10 more to bury the first 10's bones. So long as Tywin Lannister draws breath, his house is not as weak as it might seem, even with his son in chains and his grandson on the throne. "Perhaps that is why this Robb Stark has not marched on King's Landing," said Kavaro, one of the blood riders who had remained with her. He spoke the common tongue reluctantly, his accent thick as fermented mare's milk. "He fights where he can win, burns their fields, steals their herds, like any good call." "This is not the Dothraki Sea," Yora said. "Here, winter can bury your own herds as effectively as a Lannister spear." Missandei stood near the window, small hands clasped before her. Her eyes tracked the movement of the others' fingers across the map, the shifting currents of their hopes and fears. She had spoken little since they came ashore, content to listen, to learn the strange cadences of Westerosi speech. Daenerys felt all their eyes turn to her, even when they did not move. They waited for her to choose a path as if paths could be plucked from the air. "We are not marching anywhere," she said. "Not yet. We have too few men, too little food. Winter hangs on this land like a wolf on a wounded deer. To move now would be to die." "You have dragons," Kavaro said stubbornly. She met his gaze. "Do you think dragons eat air? Or that they never tire? Even they have limits, and they cannot hold castles or pass out bread to starving men." He subsided, though unwillingly. "Lord Manderly has ships," Yora said, "and loyal men, if he were to swear fully to your cause." "He is sworn to the Starks," Daenerys said, "and through them to this king in the north. I will not ask him to break that oath when I come to him as guest." The word still sat oddly. "If I betray the first bond one make in this land, why should any other trust me? So you would submit yourself to this boy?" Yora's lip curled faintly, though whether at the concept or at his own choice of word, she could not tell. "Consent to be his sword, his pet dragon, while he wears the crown that should sit upon your head? The crown that sits in King's Landing belongs to neither of us," Daenerys said. "Not truly. It is a stolen thing. What sits upon my head now is made of snow and questions. I will answer those before I reach for gold." "You are the last dragon," Kavaro said. "You should not bow." "Perhaps dragons should learn how," she said quietly. "At least once." Silence followed that. It was not comfortable, but it was honest. Missandei spoke at last, her voice low and precise. "In Noth, my queen, there is a tale of the butterfly god who saved our people. It is said that he once folded his bright wings and walked among men as a lowly servant, to learn their hearts. He humbled himself, and then he chose which to save, and which to let the fever take. Humility does not diminish power, clarifies it." Yora snorted softly. "We are a long way from Noth." "Not so far as we are from Valyria," Missandei said. Her gaze met Daenerys's. "But dragons yet live." Daenerys drew a breath that tasted of tallow and old stone. She looked down at the map again, at the wolf head in the north, the lion in the west, the crowned stag in the crownlands, the red and black of her own house inked over Dragonstone. "I crossed the sea not to repeat my brother's madness," she said. "He wanted to take a kingdom with threats and tantrums and the promise of a crown he had never earned. I will not do the same. If the North is to stand beside me when I move against the Lannisters, if I move against them, then let it be because they have chosen me, not because I have forced their hand." "And if they do not choose you?" Yora asked. Daenerys's hand closed into a fist over the lion sigil. "Then I will know that when the dragons fly over King's Landing, these people, at least, did not ask for that fire." She opened her hand again, forcing her fingers to loosen. "Send no more messages for now. We wait." "For how long?" Kavaro demanded. "As long as it takes," she said. "Winter taught patience to this land. It can teach it to me as well." The raven's wings beat a steady rhythm against the night. From the courtyard below the rookery, Daenerys watched it rise, a dark fleck against the snow, then vanish into the swirling whiteness beyond the castle's walls. It carried with it a small scrap of parchment marked with Lord Manderly's rounded hand, and beneath his words, a space where she had added only her name. Daenerys of House Targaryen. No titles, No claims. Let him hear me as I am, she thought. Not as the world has named me. Around her, the courtyard's life went on. Stable boys led in steaming horses, their flanks dark with sweat. A pair of kitchen maids hurried past with baskets of stale bread for the kennels. A guardsman stamped his feet and blew on his hands between one circuit of the walls and the next. Snow softened the edges of it all, blurring the lines between one shape and another. Best get inside, your grace. One of Manderly's men called from the gatehouse, his voice carrying only slightly above the wind. Storms blowing in from the bay. She glanced toward the river. The air had taken on a different quality, thicker, heavier. Clouds pressed low, pregnant with more snow. The city's usual odors, fish, smoke, humanity, were muted under the impending weight of weather. In a moment, she said, she could not chase the raven, nor hasten its flight. She could not shape Robb Stark's thoughts from here with anything but the faint pressure of her own resolve. The waiting sat ill with her, but she had learned enough of the world to know that not all battles were fought with steel or flame. Some were fought with endurance, with the willingness to stand still while others rushed past. Drogon came then, a shadow over the courtyard, his wings stirring the snow into brief flurries. He landed heavily atop the low wall bordering the yard, claws scraping stone, tail lashing a little trench into a drift. Men flinched, then forced themselves to stillness. Daenerys felt an odd pride in them for that. The dragon lowered his massive head until one crimson eye was level with hers. For a heartbeat, they regarded one another. You do not like this either, she said. This stillness, this waiting to be judged. He flicked his tongue once, tasting the air, then huffed, a warm gust of air that melted snowflakes around her. I brought us here, she told him. Across the sea through the storm. I chose this cold harbor over a straight path to King's Landing. I chose to kneel, at least in words, before a king whose blood is not mine. If I have erred, her voice trailed off. There was no answer to that, yet a memory surfaced unbidden. Her standing in the red waste, body weaker with each step, refusing to lay down and die as her brother would have done. Of Cartha's glittering lies. Of the pyre where Drogo burned, and the eggs cracked, and she had walked into fire and found herself remade on the other side. You were born there, she said to Drogon, in a place where nothing should have lived. You and your brothers. Perhaps this is the same. A mad place to plant hope. A harsh soil. But if you can live here, the dragon's pupils narrowed briefly, then widened again. Snowflakes landed on his snout and hissed. He shook his head, casting them off, and spread his wings as if impatient with the ground. Go then, she said. Hunt, fly, have what freedom I have denied myself. He launched himself skyward in a rush of wind and snow, a black shape swallowed quickly by the night. From some vantage point on the walls, a guard cursed softly, awed despite himself. Daenerys watched until he was gone, then turned toward the keep. The north had taken her in. Warily, conditionally, but it had not spat her back into the sea. A raven winged its way toward a boy king with her name in its claws. Somewhere beyond snow and distance, old powers moved. Lions sharpening their claws, stags stamping the ground, things colder and older than either shifting in the darkness beyond the wall. She drew her cloak tighter around her shoulders and stepped back into the warmth of New Castle, carrying with her the chill of the courtyard and the knowledge that whatever answer came, she had already begun to bind herself to this land. Fire had chosen its hearth. Now it remained to see whether the wolves would let it burn beside them, or whether they would bare their teeth and drive it back into the night. The candlelight made the ink look fresh. Robb Stark held the scrap of parchment between thumb and forefinger, careful not to smudge the words. The wax seal had already been broken, a green merman upon white, and the maester's script within was firm, rounded, unmistakably Wyman Manderly's. At the bottom, where the old lord had signed his own name, another had been added in a smaller, more deliberate hand. Daenerys of House Targaryen. The name sat in his mind like a stone dropped into still water. He read it again as if it might change. My lord, Great Jon Umber rumbled from near the tent's entrance. You mean to stand there all night staring at that scrap? Or will you share this southern jest with the rest of us? It's not a jest, said Catelyn Stark quietly. She stood at Robb's left, her lined face drawn tighter than usual with tiredness. The years had sharpened her grief into something finer, less wild but more cutting. Lord Manderly's hand is plain. He would not waste a raven on japes while winter hunts at his door. Then what? Demanded Rickard Karstark, leaning on the table with both fists. More bad news from the twins? Has the Frey decided he wants all our heads gift-wrapped before he lets us cross his bloody bridge again? No, Robb said. His voice came out rougher than he intended. He cleared his throat. Nothing from the phrase. This is something else. He laid the parchment flat on the map, between the little carved lion that marked the last known Lannister host and the wolf that marked his own. Lord Manderly writes that a queen has come to White Harbor, by ship, with dragons. Silence fell like a dropped cloak. The tent's canvas walls breathed in and out with the wind. The torches hissed faintly. Somewhere beyond, a horse whickered. Dragons? Repeated the Great Jon, his tone hovering between disbelief and hungry delight, as in, great flapping beasts that breathe fire and shit ruin? Those dragons. The very same Lord Umber, said Maester Wyman, who had brought the raven. He was a slight man, his chain glinting at his throat, his hair receding from a high, thoughtful brow. The descriptions Manderly gives fit what we know from the chronicles. Scaled bodies, wings, fire. 3 of them by his count. 1 black, 1 green, 1 pale as cream. 3, muttered Edmure Tully from the far side of the table, where he had been studying the positions along the Red Fork. He looked up now, eyes wide. 7 save us. 1 was enough for your namesake, Robb. This is some mummer's tale. Yet the ravens bring it all the same, Catelyn said. Her gaze flicked to the lower edge of the parchment, to that second name. And they bring her. Robb followed her eyes. Daenerys of House Targaryen. The last of them, if half the stories were true. The daughter of the Mad King who had burned Rickard Stark alive and strangled Brandon with his own sword while their father watched. The sister of Rhaegar Targaryen, who had run off with Lyanna Stark and set a kingdom to bleeding. His hand curled unconsciously into a fist. She asks for audience, he said. With me or with any who can speak for the North. She claims she comes in peace. That she seeks understanding. The word felt foreign in his mouth. A Targaryen seeking understanding, Karstark snarled. Your grandfather died in her father's fire. Your uncle choked himself trying to reach him. I lost 2 sons at the Whispering Wood to win you your crown, your grace. And now a dragon comes sniffing at our shores, and we're to nod and smile and call it good fortune. She landed in your uncle's lands, Great Jon pointed out. Not in the south, not among her old cronies, but in White Harbor. That counts for something. Storms drove her there, Lord Umber, Catelyn said. So Lord Manderly writes. Fate, not design. Storm or not, she didn't turn tail and run when she saw the direwolf banners. Great Jon's grin showed a line of broken teeth. That speaks to a certain courage. Or madness, Karstark muttered. The Blackfish had been silent until now. Arms folded, blue eyes narrowed. Brynden Tully straightened, the leather of his jerkin creaking softly. Manderly suggests what? He asked. That you invite her north? That you bend the knee to Dragonfire? Or that you make common cause against the lions? Robb smoothed the parchment again. His fingers had left a faint crease. He suggests only that she is there, that she has come with men in need of food and shelter, that she has so far been courteous, and that she wishes to swear no war against the North. Karstark spat onto the packed earth. She'll say anything, with her back to the sea and wolves on the quay. Perhaps, Robb said. Perhaps not. He felt his mother's eyes on him, weighing warning. He remembered the first time he had seen a lion banner burn. The way satisfaction had surged hot in his chest like a second heartbeat. He remembered, 2. The sound of his father's head falling. And if she comes with fire enough to melt half the Lannisters' gold, Great Jon said slowly, you'd send her away? Robb looked down at the little carved pieces on the map. Wolves and lions, trout and krakens. They seemed like toys suddenly, set out by a child on a board he did not fully understand. I don't know, he said honestly. Not yet. They moved from the tent to the hall, where stone walls held in the heat more surely than canvas ever could. Riverrun's great hall had once seemed vast to Robb, when he was a boy visiting his mother's kin. Now it felt smaller, hemmed in by troubles that reached from the Trident to the sea. The table they used for councils was an old thing of river oak, scarred with dozens of forgotten feasts. In its center, the map waited. The wolf head carved for the north sat near the neck, a bit of old bone polished smooth by countless hands. Closer to it than before now stood a little wooden tower newly placed. White Harbor, marked by Maester Wyman's careful fingers. Lord Manderly says he has given them quarters, the Maester repeated, to those who had not heard it in the tent. Her people are lodged in the fish market's empty warehouses. She in his guest chambers at Newcastle. Soft welcome for hard guests, Karstark growled. Do you doubt Wyman Manderly's loyalty? Catelyn asked. Her tone was mild, but Robb heard the steel beneath. Karstark's jaw tightened. I doubt anyone's, these days, who thinks we can sup with dragons and not get burned. We dined with Freys, Edmure said under his breath. Perhaps we've had practice. Catelyn shot him a look that said this is not the time. He subsided. Brynden Tully leaned over the table, tapping White Harbor with one finger. Whatever else we may say, this is a fact. A power our enemies do not control has landed in a port that flies your banners. The lions have not yet had time to sink their claws into this particular beast. That alone is worth consideration. Great Jon said. Think of it, boy. 3 dragons. Fly 'em over Lannister lines. Cook their pretty knights in their steel shells like crabs in a pot. Do that once and we'd not see their banners on this map again. And when she's done cooking lions, Karstark said bitterly, what then? She flies south and bakes Tyrells? Turns her fire on the smallfolk who don't bend the knee fast enough? That's what her kin did. All of them, Robb asked, surprising himself. Every Targaryen who ever sat a throne was mad and cruel? Karstark hesitated. Enough of them were. Enough Starks have been stubborn fools, Catelyn said softly. Enough Tullys have been weak. Enough Freys have been faithless. Yet we do not assume each child born to those houses will be the worst of their blood. We wait. We watch. We judge. She is not a child, Karstark said. She is a queen, she says. Queens don't get the luxury of waiting to be judged. Their first step sets many feet in motion. Robb listened to them argue, their words a weave of caution and possibility. Part of him wanted to seize on Greatjon's vision. Dragons leaping from winter skies, turning golden lions to slag. Another part recoiled, remembering the stories old Nan had told around Winterfell's hearth. Dragons hunched on towers, their shadows falling long over fields gone to blackened stubble. He wished, fiercely, that his father were here. What would he do? He asked aloud, before he could stop himself. Catelyn's head snapped toward him. For a moment some old hurt flickered in her eyes, then smoothed. Eddard Stark would listen, she said. He would bring the woman north, see her with his own eyes, weigh her in his own heart. He would not trust the word of any lord, no matter how loyal, where dragons are concerned. Brynden nodded. Your mother speaks true. Your father mistrusted distant judgments. He liked to look a man in the face. A woman, Great Jon corrected, grinning. And what a woman, if half these tales are true. Karstark bristled. You'd have him bring a Targaryen into Winterfell? Into the very heart of the north? I would have him know his enemy, Brynden said. Or his ally. We do not yet know which she will prove. Robb straightened slowly. The weight of the crown on his brow was mostly in memory here. He did not wear it in war councils. Still, he felt it settle now, an unseen band of iron pressing down. "If she is enemy, we are better knowing it soon," he said. "If she is ally, we are fools to send her from our shores. The North is not so rich in friends that we can afford to toss one back to sea when she comes unbidden." Karstark's mouth tightened, but he did not speak. "I will go north," Robb said. The decision surprised him even as he voiced it, but once the words were out they felt right. "To Winterfell. I will meet her there, under my own roof, beneath our God's eyes. If she means doom for us, let me see it plain. If she means aid, I will know that too." "You would leave the war?" Edmure exclaimed. "I would leave you to hold this line," Robb said. "You and Uncle Brynden and Lord Karstark and the rest. The Lannisters are licking their wounds. Winter presses from the east. There will be few great movements in the next weeks. I can spare that time. I cannot spare ignorance." Catelyn studied him, something like reluctant pride threading through her worry. "You will not go alone," she said. "No," Robb agreed. "I will take a small guard. The Great Jon, a handful of my best men. Grey Wind." He lifted his hand. Under the table, the great direwolf thumped his tail as if understanding. "The North will see its king come home, and it will see the Dragon Queen as well." Dawn bled slowly into the eastern sky, pale and reluctant. Mist lay thick over the tumblestone, the river's rushing muted, its spray frozen along the banks in delicate, glimmering fringes. The air smelled of water and cold iron. Robb stood on the parapet, his cloak pulled close, his breath ghosting in front of him. Grey Wind padded restlessly at his side, nose lifting to test the currents. Below, the courtyard was a murmur of activity. Men saddling horses, tightening straps, calling to one another in the clipped tones of those who had done this too many times to waste words. Catelyn came to stand beside him. She wore no cloak, only a plain woolen dress and a shawl, her hands tucked into her sleeves. "You will catch your death," he said automatically. She glanced at him, small smile faint on her lips. "My death will come when it is meant to," she said, "whether I wear fur or silk or nothing at all. Do not borrow it early on my account. You have enough on your mind." He let the jab pass. It was gentle as her rebukes went. "There will be those who say this is folly," she went on, voice quiet. "That you abandon your men when they need you. That you leave the field to chase after stories. They already say worse," Robb said wryly. "That I broke faith with the phrase. That I married for love, not duty. That I crowned myself king when all I had ever wanted was to be my father's son." "And are they wrong?" she asked. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. The mist swirled below, hiding the river. "I did marry for love," he said, "and for duty both. I could not ask Jane to bear the shame of what I had done and then set her aside like a cloak. I crowned myself because the lords put me on their shoulders and shouted until the walls shook. And because the Lannisters left us no other choice." "That is not what I asked," Catelyn said. "Then ask plainly, mother." She looked out over the river, where ravens winged low, black smudges against the white. "Do you go north now because it is wise?" she asked softly. "Or because your heart longs for home, and this queen is the excuse it needs?" The question struck him in a tender place. He felt Winterfell like an ache in his bones, the smell of the hot pools rising in steam from the godswood, the rasp of his practice sword against brands, the sound of Arya's laughter as she tumbled in the yard. He had not seen those stones in what felt like a lifetime. Sometimes, in the hours before dawn, he woke with the taste of snowmelt on his tongue and the certainty that he was 16 again, about to ride south with his father. "I go because it is both," he said after a long moment. "Because the North has been ruled all these months by a boy who is not there. Because the people who lift their heads at the sound of my name deserve to see the man who wears it. And because if a dragon has truly come to my shores, I had best look it in the eye before it chooses its own path." Catelyn's throat worked. Her hand, pale and thin, came up to grip the cold stone of the parapet. "When I was a girl," she said, I would sit in Riverrun's hall and listen to the singers tell of Aegon's coming. How he flew over Harrenhal while the towers melted. How whole hosts broke at the sight of his shadow. I used to have nightmares of fire falling from a clear sky. She bowed her head. I never thought my son would speak of meeting such power as if it were another minor lord to be won to our cause. Robb swallowed. If she comes to burn us, he said, meeting her will not stop her. But if she does not, if she comes seeking what we seek, a world where lions do not feast on the dead of wolves and trouts, then sending her away because of old songs would be cowardice. Catelyn's eyes closed briefly. You are your father's son, she said, for good or ill. She opened them again and fixed him with a look that brooked no argument. Take men you trust. Avoid the twins. Do not linger where Walder Frey can see your back. And remember, dragons do not come without a price. Be sure you know what she asks before you give her anything. He nodded. I will. And Robb? She added as he turned to go. He paused. Do not let her see you as a boy, his mother said. You are a king. If she would stand beside you, she must see that. He almost laughed at that. He felt, in that moment, very much like a boy indeed, standing on his uncle's wall in borrowed mail, about to ride into something no song had prepared him for. But he only said, I will try, and went down to the yard, where Grey Wind's low growl greeted him like an oath. The King's Road was less a road than a memory of one this far north. Once, Daenerys imagined, it had been a proud artery, the lifeline that tied king to vassal, stone to stone. She could see the bones of it still, the hint of old cobbles beneath the churned snow, the straightness of its course as it cut through hills and patches of dark pine. Now winter gnawed at it. Drifts swallowed its edges. In some stretches, only the packed tracks of carts and hooves marked where men had passed. Lord Manderly wheezed softly in the saddle beside her, though he bore the travel better than she would have thought. He had insisted on accompanying her himself, flanked by a leaner nephew and a dozen of his best horsemen. Behind them clattered a smaller tail of her own people, Yora, Kovaro, and a scattering of other Dothraki, Melisandre wrapped like a bundle of laundry in furs atop a shaggy pony, and a wagon carrying what remained of their provisions. Above, the dragons flew. They liked this land better than the sea, Daenerys thought. There was sky enough here, even with the low clouds pressing down, and prey that knew how to run. The first time Drogon had plunged into a snow-laden copse and risen again with a screaming white-tailed deer in his claws, the Manderly men had nearly bolted. Now they only watched warily, hands hovering near their sword hilts out of habit rather than panic. See how they move, Wyman Manderly puffed, following her gaze. Like crows that learned they were meant to be kings. He shook his head. 7 save us from proud creatures. Would you have them grovel? Daenerys asked. I'd have them know where not to shit, he muttered, but there was less bite to it than before. He rode in silence for a while, then added, the raven from Winterfell was prompt. It had come the morning after she had watched Manderly's bird vanish into the snow, her sleep fractured by strange dreams of wolves and burning hands. The reply had been brief, its ink fresh and dark. Robb Stark, king in the north, would come to Winterfell. He would receive her there as guest. He would hear her words beneath his own roof. He had not signed with flourishes. The letters of his name were plain, almost blunt. Yet there was an assurance to the hand, a steadiness that spoke of someone who had long since learned to write in armor. It pleased you? Manderly asked, watching her out of the corner of his eye. It surprised me, Daenerys admitted. I thought he might send some lesser lord, or invite me to meet him nearer the fighting, but he chooses to come home. He was raised to duty, Manderly said. Too much of it, some might say. The boy loved his father. To sit in Winterfell without Ned Stark. It will hurt. He shifted his weight in the saddle, the leather creaking. Perhaps he wishes to share that hurt with the one whose bloodline did for him. If he comes only to cast my father's shadow over me, she said, he will find that it falls shorter than he thinks. Manderly grunted. He comes because he must, he said. If a queen with dragons lands in your ports and you ignore her, you are more fool than king. She thought of that, of necessity as much as choice, as they rode through the slow, grinding miles. The land rose and fell gently, hills swelling under snow like the backs of sleeping beasts. They passed the occasional farmstead, smoke curling from squat chimneys, small folk watching from doorways as the column tramped by. Children pointed, their shouts muffled by scarves wrapped around their mouths, when Rhaegal swooped low enough for them to see the sun burn on his scales. At one such place, a girl no older than Lissa Snow stood outside with a basket of frozen turnips in her arms. Her nose was red, her hands bare. When Daenerys reined in to ask if she might buy a few, the girl blinked and said, "We have little enough, my lady, but if you're for Winterfell, the lady there never turned folk away in need. Be a poor thing if we did, when the king's on the road." "Your lady?" Daenerys asked, exchanging a glance with Manderly. The girl hesitated. "Old Nan says she's a ghost now, but I saw her once when I was small. Walked these same roads in a gray cloak, talking to the men like they were brothers." Catelyn Stark. Her eyes moved to the dragons overhead. "You going to help them?" "I hope so," Daenerys said. The girl nodded once, as if this answered something deep in her, and pressed the basket into Daenerys's hands. "Then take these," she said. "We'll dig more." Manderly paid her father twice over, ignoring the man's stammered protests. As they rode on, Daenerys held the weight of the turnips in her hands longer than necessary, the rough skins cold and real against her palms. They came upon the shrine near midday, when the snow had eased to a light, drifting veil and the sky had brightened to a color that almost earned the name blue. It crouched beside the road where a little copse of birch and pine leaned inward, their branches interlaced. A ring of stones, half buried in snow, marked its boundary. Within, a single weirwood stump jutted from the earth, its cloven top smoothed by years and weather. The carved face upon it had no eyes. Those had long since rotted out or been taken by crows. Only the remnants of its features remained. A faint line for a mouth, a worn suggestion of a nose, the ghost of something like sorrow in the plains of the wood. Manderly's men dismounted without being told. Some knelt in the snow, touching 2 fingers to their brows and then to the stump. Others only bowed their heads. There was no priest, no offering beyond a few withered berries and a crust of bread left in a hollow, now frozen solid. "The old gods," Daenerys said quietly. She had seen their faces once before, years ago, in a grove outside Braavos, a smuggler's shrine, hidden from the eyes of the faith. Those had been full trees, their red leaves whispering in a wind that seemed to speak secrets. This was only a stump, but the sense of watching presence was the same. "You keep other gods, I know," Manderly said. His breath steamed in the cold air. "Lawler, some call him, the Lord of Light. There's talk he's walked these lands too, through red-robed women and men with burning eyes." He shook his head. "But this is ours, older, quieter." Daenerys slid from the saddle. The snow crunched under her boots. Rhaegal's shadow passed darkly over the shrine, and for a moment she thought she saw the wood's worn mouth twist. In the red waste, she had prayed to anything that might be listening. The mother, the father, the warrior, the crone, the stranger. Old gods and new, forgotten gods and those yet to be born. She had stood in the pyre's heat and felt something answer her. Whether that something had been a god, or only the truth that lived in her blood, she did not know. Melisandre watched her from her pony, wide-eyed. Yora frowned, as if uncertain whether this was wise. Daenerys ignored both. She stepped into the circle of stones and knelt before the weirwood stump. The cold seeped through her furs, biting her knees, but she did not shift. "I do not know your names," she murmured, feeling faintly foolish. "I do not know if you hear those who are not of your land. I am Daenerys Targaryen. My people burned your forests once. My kin flew over your snows and called them theirs. If you remember that and hate me for it, I cannot blame you." The wind sighed through the birches. "But I have come here not to claim," she went on, "but to ask. I have seen something in dreams, snow and death, and a cold that is more than winter. If it is only my fear, then I will bear it alone. If it is a shadow of something that walks your woods." Her throat tightened. "Then help me stand against it. Help me keep these men and women from becoming bones in that dark." She reached out and laid her palm flat against the carved face. The wood was surprisingly warm beneath the thin crust of frost, as if it held some of summer still locked within its grain. Her vision swam. For a heartbeat, she was no longer kneeling in snow. She was standing in a grove of red leaves, their color deeper than any blood. The air tasted of earth and rain and the iron tang of old sorrows. A dire wolf watched her from between the trunks, its eyes the color of a winter sky just before dusk. Behind it, something else moved. A flicker of black wings, a flare of fire that did not burn the trees. Then it was gone. She was on her knees again, palm pressed to rough wood, breath coming fast. "Khaleesi," Yora's voice, close. "Are you well?" She rose slowly, brushing snow from her cloak. "I am," she said. "Just dizzy." She glanced back at the stump. The worn mouth seemed, if anything, a fraction softer. "Let us go. Winterfell waits." Robb had forgotten how the King's Road felt under his horse's hooves. The Riverlands roads had been mud and blood for so long now that he had begun to think of travel as a matter of slogging through knee-deep misery. The packed, snow-slick stones of the north were a different hardship. The cold bit deeper, the wind cut sharper, but the land felt familiar. Even where he had never ridden before, some part of him knew the rhythm of these hills, the way the birches leaned, the smell of pine and distant ice. Beside him, the great Jon rode with his usual exuberant disregard for weather, his beard caked with frost, his cloak flung half open. "Ha!" he bellowed as they crested a rise and the land swept out before them in a white, rolling sea. "There's a sight to put marrow back in a man. I was beginning to drown in all that southern muck." Behind them, a dozen hand-picked men followed. Stout Umber riders, a pair of Karstark spearmen, Daisy Mormont in her bear-marked surcoat, a contingent of Stark guards from among those who had marched south with him. He had left the bulk of his host at Riverrun, under Bryndon's eye. The river wolf would not let the lions cross the Trident easily. Gray wind ranged ahead, a gray blur against the snow, pausing now and then to nose at drifted scents. The direwolf's presence soothed Robb in some deep, wordless way. It was a piece of Winterfell that no war could strip from him. "Do you think she's pretty?" one of the younger riders muttered behind him, barely audible over the wind. "The Dragon Queen? Pretty?" snorted another. "She's got dragons, you idiot. She could be a hag with 3 noses and men would still write songs." "They say she's young," a third put in, "and that her hair is silver as new snow, and that she walked through fire without burning." Pause. "That part's probably horse shit, though." Robb let their talk wash over him, not bothering to rebuke it. Men would speak. Better they chatter about impossible queens than stew silently in their own fears. He remembered how rumors had run through the camp after word of his marriage had spread. How those whispers had curdled into something sharp in Karstark's eyes. Catelyn's warning echoed in him. "Do not let her see you as a boy." He had not felt like a boy in a long time, yet riding home like this, snowflakes catching in his hair, he could almost taste the years rolling back. If he closed his eyes, he could imagine he was only going to Winterfell for the harvest feast, with his father riding ahead and Bran at his side, pestering him about swordplay. He opened them again before the ache grew too much. Near dusk of the second day, as they made camp in a shallow hollow sheltered by a stand of pines, one of the outriders came cantering back, face flushed, breath steaming. "Your Grace," he called. "There's talk up ahead from a merchant caravan out of White Harbor. Says the Dragon Queen and Lord Manderly's train passed this way yestermorn. Bound for Winterfell." Robb stilled in the act of loosening his horse's girth. "How many with her?" "A score, maybe, less. And 3 beasts in the sky. One of the mules bolted when it saw them. Took half a bale of wool with it, the man says." The rider's eyes shone. He swears the largest was black as a crow's wing and big as a house. Daisy Mormont snorted. Men always add a story to their houses when they tell tales. Big enough, the rider insisted. He said the sound of its wings shook the snow from the trees. Robb pictured it, a shadow sliding across the white, wolves and men alike looking up. Fear, yes. Awe. But perhaps something else, too. Hope, if he could kindle it. She rides ahead of you, Great Jon said. That's bold. Coming deeper into the north without having seen your face. Or desperate, Daisy observed. She has nowhere else to go. Robb looked into the dark between the trees, where the night gathered. Somewhere out there, perhaps only a day's ride away, a woman out of songs was making her own camp beneath the same stars. He wondered if she felt the land under her as he did, or if all this cold was only foreign cruelty to her. Double the watches, he said. If the sky's to be full of dragons, I'd rather we see them coming than feel them land on our tents. The first glimpse of Winterfell came when Daenerys' thighs were numb with cold and her fingers ached from gripping the reins. The land had been gently climbing for hours, the hills growing rounder, the trees thicker, the snow deeper. She had begun to think that the whole world was composed of nothing but shades of white and brown and the occasional streak of dragon shadow. Then they crested a ridge, and there it was. Winterfell squatted in the hollow beyond like some ancient beast curled around its own warmth. Its walls rose in concentric rings of dark stone, smoke coiling from countless chimneys. The outer curtain bristled with towers, square, round, squat, tall, each with its own character, as if generations had added to them without ever erasing what came before. Within, Daenerys glimpsed the hint of inner keeps, the sparkle of water that did not steam, the black shapes of crows circling. But it was the other smoke that caught her breath. Not the gray plumes of wood fires, but the pale, ghostly mist rising from within the very heart of the castle, thicker and more constant. It steamed up from the godswood, where dark pines and the white limbs of a great weirwood reached over a hot spring's surface, the warmth of the earth itself bleeding into the frozen air. She had never seen such a thing. Dragons were heat-given flesh. Here, the land itself breathed warmth. No wonder the North clung to this place like a wolf to its den. That, Wyman Manderly said with satisfaction, is a sight worth freezing your arse for, is it not? It is. Daenerys searched for a word that did not sound like flattery. Old, he laughed, wheezing. Aye, older than any of us, that's certain. They say the first stones were laid by Bran the Builder, in the days when giants still walked and the wall was young. She thought of the House of the Undying, of visions of a ruined hall with a roof torn open and snow drifting through, of a man with dark hair and gray eyes, his cloak stained with blood, standing in front of a carved stone seat. She had not known then what she was seeing. Standing here now, she felt a shiver that was not entirely due to the cold. Drogon swept low over the ridge, his shadow falling briefly across her face. The Manderly men muttered, some crossing themselves in the southern fashion, others touching fingers to brows in the northern. Rhaegal and Viserion followed in his wake, their cries mingling in the thin air. Best call them to heel, Manderly said. Stark men are less likely to loose arrows at you if their walls aren't suddenly sprouting claw marks. Daenerys lifted a hand. It was not a grand gesture, merely the raising of fingers, the flick of a wrist, but the dragons felt it. Drogon banked, circling back toward her. He landed on a rocky outcrop a little down the slope, folding his wings with a rustling snap. Rhaegal and Viserion settled on either side, like living gargoyles. She dismounted, boots sinking into the snow, and walked to them. Drogon's head lowered, his breath gusting hot over her face. For a heartbeat, she pressed her brow to his scaled snout, feeling the hardness of him, the coiled strength. This is not our sky, she whispered to him. Not yet. Remember that. His pupils narrowed, then widened. He snorted, but did not take flight again. She turned back to Winterfell. The gates were small from this distance, but she could see movement upon the walls. Tiny figures, like dark stitches on pale cloth. Banners fluttered. The gray direwolf on white, snapping in the wind. Fear pricked her, sudden and sharp. Essos had been full of dangers, but they had been dangers she had learned to read. Merchants' greed, warlocks' cunning, slavers' hunger. This was something else. A land that had lost much, watching her with old, cold eyes. "Do not let them smell it," she murmured to herself. "You are a dragon. You have walked through fire. You will not shiver before stone." She mounted again. The column moved forward, hoofs crunching on snow, wagon wheels creaking. As they descended toward the castle, the salty tang of the sea faded entirely, replaced by the clean, sharp scent of pine and hot stone and smoke. Melisandre leaned close in the saddle, voice barely above a whisper. "You have seen it in your visions?" "I have seen something," Daenerys said. "A hall, a chair, a man with a wolf's face. And now you will see if the man matches the vision," Melisandre said. "Or if the gods are liars." Daenerys did not answer. The walls of Winterfell grew larger with each step, filling her sight. The gates of Winterfell opened with a grinding of old iron. The portcullis rattled up, snow dusting from its teeth. They passed under the battlements, hooves ringing briefly on stone before sinking again into the packed, trodden slush of the courtyard beyond. Heat struck Daenerys like a physical thing, unexpected in this frozen place. It rose from vents in the ground, from the open mouths of forges, from the great central kitchen where smoke poured from chimneys. Men in stark gray and the colors of lesser houses moved briskly between stables and armory and hall, their breath steaming as much from exertion as from cold. They stopped to stare. Her column rode in at a walk. Manderly's green and white banner dipped. Daenerys kept her back straight, her hands steady on the reins. Behind her, Yora's jaw was set, his eyes scanning the walls for any hint of hostility. Kovaro's hand rested on his arak. Melisandre sat very still, wide eyes taking in everything at once. Above, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion circled once, then chose perches on the higher towers. Drogon clung to a jut of stone near the broken tower, his tail coiling around its base. His shadow fell long across the yard. Men flinched when it touched them, then stilled, forcing themselves to face it. A horn sounded, short and low. Daenerys turned her head toward the inner gate just as it opened to admit another party. They were fewer in number, but there was something decisive in the way they rode. At their head was a young man with a face she knew and did not know. Long, stark-boned, his jaw shadowed with beard, his hair brown and shaggy beneath a fur-lined cloak. A brooch shaped like a snarling direwolf clasped the cloak at his shoulder. Beside his horse loped a great gray wolf, its head nearly level with the man's knee. Robb Stark, she thought, king in the north. He saw the dragons first. Some part of her marked the way his shoulders tightened, the brief flare of his nostrils. Gray Wind's lips peeled back in a silent snarl, hackles lifting. Then the king's gaze dropped to her. Their eyes met across the churned snow of the courtyard. He was younger than she had expected, older too. The contradiction sat strangely in her. His face still held the softness of youth in places, the curve of his cheek, the fullness of his mouth, but his eyes had seen battle. They were the gray of winter rivers, restless, wary, carrying depths she doubted he had time to examine. She slid from the saddle before anyone could move to help her. The cold bit into her knees again, but she barely felt it. She walked forward, the distance between them shrinking with each step. Manderly came at her shoulder, breathing harder, but keeping pace. Robb dismounted as well. His movement was quick, practiced, his hand resting briefly on his sword hilt as if to remind himself it was there. Gray Wind padded close, fur bristling, eyes locked on the dragons overhead. For a moment, no one spoke. The courtyard held its breath. Even the dragons seemed to quiet, their wings drawing in, their serpentine necks bending as they watched. Then Robb Stark stepped forward and bowed, the motion short but unmistakably respectful. "Daenerys of House Targaryen," he said. His voice was lower than she had expected, steady. "Winterfell welcomes you. I am Robb Stark, King in the North." "Your Grace," she said, inclining her head in turn. She did not kneel. Neither did he. "I thank you for your welcome. I had thought—" She let herself smile just a fraction. "I had thought you might send a steward." "I could hardly do that," he said. "You bring dragons to my gates. It would be poor courtesy to greet them with anything less than a king." A murmur rippled through the gathered men. Some recognized the jest in it and relaxed, fractionally. Others did not. "I came as a guest," she said, "not as a conqueror. If dragons have made your men uneasy, I can command them to keep to the skies." His gaze flicked up to where Drogon's black shape hunched amid stone, then back to her. "If they mean us no harm, they are welcome to whatever perch they find," he said. "This castle has seen worse things on its walls. Dragons are not things," she said mildly. "No," he agreed, "nor are wolves." Their eyes held for a moment longer. There was something there she had not expected. Not hostility, exactly, but a wariness that did not set her teeth on edge. It was the caution of a man who had learned too quickly what trust cost, not the prejudice of someone looking only at her name. Manderly cleared his throat. "Your Graces," he wheezed, "if I may suggest, the courtyard is no place for talk that matters. The wind has no loyalty, and ears grow where you least expect them." Robb glanced around as if waking from a brief, shared trance. He said, "Come. We'll go to the Great Hall. There's a fire and bread, an ale that doesn't taste entirely of horse piss." A faint smile touched his mouth. "You've had enough of the latter on the road, I imagine." "I have drunk worse," Daenerys said, "but I will not refuse better." He gestured, and the crowd parted. As they walked toward the hall side by side, gray wind patted between them, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him through her furs. Above, Drogon rumbled, a low sound that might have been a warning or approval. Winterfell's great hall was smaller than the one in Daenerys' vision and fuller. In the House of the Undying, she had seen a ruined space, its roof torn and open, snow drifting through, a throne of stone and a dead silence. Here, the rafters were whole, hung with banners faded by time but intact. The long fires down the center blazed hot, filling the room with the smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and damp wool steaming. Men's voices murmured along the benches. The clink of cups and the scrape of knives on trenchers underpinned it all. At the high table, Robb Stark sat in the central chair, a wooden thing carved with wolves and antlers. To his right, Catelyn Stark, pale, composed, her red hair threaded with more gray than Daenerys remembered from the vision, but her presence no less keen. To his left sat an empty chair, waiting for her. She took it when he gestured for her to do so, the eyes of the hall like a physical weight on her skin. Her own people had been seated further down, Yora stiff-backed and alert, Missandei small and watchful, Kavaro suspicious of the indoor space and the unfamiliar customs. Lord Manderly had squeezed himself in among his northern peers with grim determination and an appetite that paid no mind to diplomacy. "Winterfell has not hosted a queen in many years," Catelyn said, once the first wave of food had gone out and the hall had settled into that odd lull between hunger and the second bout of drinking. "We are out of practice." "Nor have I been hosted by such a place," Daenerys replied. She took a bite of the venison before her, savoring the rich, gamey flavor. "It is different from the palaces of Essos." "That is one way to put it," Robb said dryly. "We lack marble floors and golden ceilings. But the stones keep us warm, and the walls have stood 1,000 years. I'll take that over prettiness." "Stone burns," she said. "I have seen it." He stilled. For a heartbeat, his knuckles whitened on the stem of his cup. "My father saw it too," he said. "The day your king decided he would rather watch a city burn than surrender it." "My king," she echoed softly. "Not my father, and not mine." She met his gaze. "I make no excuse for Aerys Targaryen. If I had power then, I would have stopped him. You cannot know that, Karstark said from lower down the table, unable to keep silent. No, she agreed, surprising him. I cannot. But I know this. I have seen cities burn too. Astapor, Meereen. She thought of the slavers' pyramids, of chains broken, of blood on hot sand. I lit those fires. I would not do the same here, not unless I had no other choice. And what would make it your only choice? Catelyn asked quietly. Daenerys did not look away. The dead walking, she said, cold that eats the marrow from bones. A darkness that will not stop at your walls but will roll over all of Westeros. That is what I have seen. In visions, in dreams, in places where the world is thin. Silence spread outward from the high table in ripples. Men who had not been listening now turned their heads. The crackle of the hearth filled the space where their words might have gone. Robb's eyes narrowed. Our maester calls such tales children's stories, he said slowly. Of the long night, of others with eyes like ice. He says they are ghosts used to frighten men into remembering that winter kills. Your maester has not stood on a wall of old stone and felt something watching from beyond it, Daenerys said. I have. Across the sea we spoke of such things too. We laughed at them. I do not laugh any longer. Visions, Karstark scoffed. Dragons, Great Jon murmured. Visions. Seems to me the gods have begun flinging all their old stories into our laps at once. Would be rude not to pay some heed. Catelyn's fingers tightened on the rim of her cup. My sons dreamed of things that came true, she said quietly. Bran most of all, of a crow with 3 eyes that spoke in riddles. I dismissed them as a mother does, until they stopped. Pain flickered across her face and was mastered. Perhaps it is foolish to ignore what the world whispers when it has begun to shout. Robb studied Daenerys. In his gaze she saw calculation, mistrust, curiosity, a flicker of something like recognition. He too had been forced to grow into a role he had not sought. They were both, in their own ways, last children of broken houses. You came here asking for understanding, he said at last. You have spoken of dreams and dead men and fires across the sea. But there is something you have not yet said. He leaned forward slightly. What do you want from the north? There it was. The question that mattered. Daenerys sat very still. Her dragons moved in the rafters, shifting their weight, making the shadows dance. She thought of the Iron Throne, a seat made of melted swords, heavy and ugly. She thought of her brother's dreams of conquest, of her own long hunger to see the place she had been born. I want... She stopped, surprised by the shape of the desire that rose in her now. I want a place to stand, she said slowly. I want a house that is not built on bones. I want allies who will not turn their cloaks for the first purse of gold tossed their way. I want to see the Lannisters answer for what they have done, to your house and to mine. Her voice sharpened. I want to stop a darkness that will not care how our banners looked when we were alive. And I want to do all this without burning the world to ash. The hall listened. And for that, she finished, I would swear myself to a king who shares those wants, if he will have such an oath. The godswood of Winterfell was larger than any garden she had ever seen. By day, its tall pines and ancient oaks closed around a steaming pool that sent up coils of mist. At night, under a thin moon, it looked like another world. The snow lay in soft drifts between the trees, untouched save for the tracks of small animals and the faint, deep prints of the direwolf who paced ahead. The air smelled of earth and water and the faint, metallic tang of sap. At the center stood the heart tree. It was larger than the stump she had touched by the King's Road, larger than any weirwood she had seen in Bravos. Its trunk was pale as bone, its limbs twisting like the arms of an old man reaching up to some absent sky. Red leaves rattled softly, though there was barely a hint of wind. The carved face in its bark watched them approach with eyes that dripped dried sap the color of blood. Robb Stark walked at her side. He had left his crown in the hall. Here, under his god's eyes, he wore only a simple cloak and his sword. Gray wind padded before him, silvered by moonlight. The direwolf sniffed at the air, then settled himself near the pool, gaze never leaving the dragons, for they had come as well. Drogon lurked in the shadows beyond the ring of trees, his eyes twin coals. Rhaegal perched on a low branch, the wood groaning faintly under his weight, his green scales mottled in the dim light. Viserion lay coiled near the warm water, his pale body steaming where the mist touched him. Felt Daenerys thought like a meeting of old powers, not the preening, jeweled pretenders of Qarth, but something older and less impressed with itself. "You asked for this," Robb said. His breath smoked in the cold. "To speak here, not in the hall." "Yes," she said. "If I am to speak of oaths, I would rather do so where yours are born." He glanced at her, the ghost of a wry smile touching his mouth. "You've learned quickly." "I have had much practice," she said. "Too much." They stopped before the heart tree. For a moment neither spoke. The face in the bark seemed to regard them both, its carved mouth turned down, its eyes dark hollows that nonetheless felt filled. "I was not there," Robb said abruptly. "When your father died, when mine died, I was here thinking, foolishly, that the world would stay as it was until I had finished being a boy." His hand flexed once at his side. "I have spent every day since paying for that mistake." "You were a son," she said, "not a god." "Neither are you," he replied, "nor are your dragons." He lifted his gaze to Drogo's hulking shape. "If I accept what you offer, if I let you tie your fate to mine, and mine to yours, I must know this. When the day comes that you want something the North cannot give, will you burn us for it?" She thought of Dragonstone, of the Iron Throne, of ships gliding up the Blackwater under crimson sails. She thought of small folk in their thousands, of children staring up at dragons with fear and wonder, of the choice to rule with terror or something harder. "No," she said, "if you hold to your word, I will not break mine. I have seen enough cities burn. I will not make your home another." He looked for some time into her face, as if searching for cracks where falsehood might peek through. The godswood was very quiet. Even the usual night sounds, the creak of branches, the rustle of small creatures, seemed to have paused. "Say it then," he said finally. "Say what you wish to swear, and know that if you lie, my gods will remember, even if yours do not." Daenerys stepped forward until she stood almost at the heart tree's roots. The bark was close enough that she could see every cut of the carving, every vein of sap, every knotted knot where a branch had once been. She knelt, the snow soaked through her cloak, chilling her knees. She bowed her head, not to Robb but to the silent face in the wood. "I am Daenerys of House Targaryen," she said clearly. Her voice did not tremble. "Born in Dragonstone on a storm's night, last daughter of a line that burned this land as often as it ruled it. Mother of dragons, breaker of chains. I have walked through fire and seen what waits in the dark beyond the world." She lifted her head. Her eyes met the heart trees, then slid to Robb's. "I swear," she said, and felt each word settle into the air like a stone dropped into deep water. "By whatever gods hear me, by your old ones, and by the ones across the sea who watch through flame, that I will not raise my dragons against the North. I will not take your crowns or your castles or your people by right of fear. I will fight beside you against those who would see your house fall, whether they sit Lannister thrones or creep from winter's shadows. I will keep this oath until my death, unless you break faith with me first." She inhaled. The air tasted of sap and smoke and something wild. "In return," she said, "I ask only this. When I call upon you to stand with me against those who made orphans of us both, to end their reign, to break their chains, you will answer, not as subjects, as allies." Silence followed. Her knees ached. A trickle of melted snow slid down her shin. Somewhere overhead, Rhaegal shifted, scales rasping softly against bark. Then Robb stepped forward. He did not kneel. He laid his hand instead upon the rough bark of the heart tree, fingers splayed. Gray wind rose, padding closer, his fur brushing Robb's leg. "I am Robb of House Stark," he said, son of Eddard and Catelyn, king in the north and of the Trident by the will of my lords. I have seen my father's blood spilled for another's madness. I have seen my friends die for my crown. I do not take oaths lightly." His gaze found hers, steady and hard and strangely young. "I hear your words, Daenerys of House Targaryen," he said, "and I accept them. I will not ask the North to bow to Dragonfire, but I will ask it to stand beside it when the time comes." He drew a breath, his chest rising. "I swear by the old gods and the new that if you hold to your oath, so will I. When you call me to face the men who murdered my father and set this kingdom to bleeding, I will answer myself and with whatever strength the North can spare, so long as it does not leave our people naked to winter. I will treat you as ally, not as subject. And I will judge your house by your deeds, not your name." The heart tree creaked. Sap glistened like fresh blood at the corner of its carved eye. A wind moved through the godswood then, sudden and sharp, setting the red leaves whispering, touched her cheek like a cold hand. Somewhere in the dark, Drogon hissed, a sound that might have been challenge or acknowledgement. Rhaegal's tail lashed once. Viserion's pale head lifted, nostrils flaring. Daenerys rose. Snow clung to the hems of her cloak. Her knees felt stiff, but something in her chest had eased, as if a band had been cut. "Then it is done," she said. Robb nodded once. "It is done." They stood there a moment, two figures before an old tree, a direwolf and 3 dragons watching from the shadows. For the first time since she had set foot on Northern Stone, Daenerys did not feel entirely like a stranger. She felt balanced. Not safe, that would be foolish, but less alone. Above them, beyond the reach of branches, the night sky stretched cold and uncaring. Somewhere far to the north, in lands neither of them had yet seen, other eyes opened. But for now, in this godswood, ice and fire had spoken, and something new had been born in the space between their words. The world felt different when they stepped back through the godswood gate. It looked the same at a glance. Snow lay on the stone path in a thin, unbroken sheet. Frost feathered the iron hinges, gleaming faintly in the lantern's spill. The wind still prowled the courtyard in slow, circling gusts that worried at banners and nipped exposed skin. Men still worked, hauling firewood, crossing from stables to kitchens with buckets of slop and grain, calling to one another in that blunt, economical northern way. Yet to Daenerys something had shifted. The air seemed to sit more heavily against her skin, as if it had taken note of her words and was testing their weight. Robb Stark walked at her side, cloak swinging with each step, boot heels thudding on packed snow. Gray wind loped ahead, pausing now and then to glance back as if checking that dragons had not decided to make sport of their king while his back was turned. They had left the beasts in the godswood's shadows, by unspoken accord. Let the old gods feel their heat a little longer. Near the covered well, Catelyn Stark waited. She stood with her hands tucked into the sleeves of her gray wool gown, cloak drawn close. Her hair, red darkened almost to brown in the lantern light, was braided back severely. No crown rested on her brow, yet Daenerys thought she had rarely seen anyone look more like a queen. Her eyes went first to her son, flicking over him quickly, counting limbs, reading set of jaw, the tension in his shoulders. Only when she saw that he had taken no hurt did she turn that pale, assessing gaze on Daenerys. "Well?" she asked. Robb slowed. For a moment he looked younger, bareheaded in the cold, snow clinging to the fur on his shoulders. Then his back straightened, the king settling over the boy once more. "It is done," he said. "We have sworn. She will not turn her dragons on the north. We will not turn our backs when she calls us south against the Lannisters." Catelyn's brows lifted just barely. "You speak plainly, at least." Daenerys felt a flicker of something sharp, defensiveness perhaps, that they spoke of her in the third person as if she were not there. Old habits, she reminded herself. Old grief. This woman had seen 2 men she loved destroyed by the house whose name Daenerys bore. "You may ask me as well, my lady," she said quietly. I was there when the oaths were made. I spoke them. Catelyn's gaze moved back to her. In it, Daenerys saw no courtesy mask, no quick, easy smile like the traitors of Qarth or the magisters of Pentos. There was only frank scrutiny. What did you ask of my son? Robb's mother said. Daenerys met her eyes. That when I move against the house that killed his father and mine, he stand with me, she replied. Not as a subject, as an ally. If the North can spare the strength without baring its throat to winter. Catelyn's fingers flexed inside her sleeves. And in return, you swear not to burn my home. In return, Daenerys said, I swear not to raise my dragons against the North, not for crown, nor pride, nor past wrongs. If I fail in that, there will be nothing left of me worth your hatred. For a heartbeat, the older woman's face changed. Not in any obvious way. Her mouth did not soften, nor did tears spring to her eyes. It was more like the brief loosening of a knot that has been pulled tight for too long. You sound very sure of what you are not, Catelyn said. Less so of what you are. I am learning, Daenerys answered. What kind of queen I might be. Catelyn inclined her head once, as if some small thing had been acknowledged. We have all had to learn more quickly than we wished. Her gaze moved to Robb. Will you proclaim this oath in the hall? Yes, he said. The North must hear it. The lords who followed me south, the men who stayed. They will not like it, she warned him. He gave a tight half-smile. They have not liked much that I've done of late. They followed me anyway. Daenerys thought of oaths again, of how they bound the giver and comforted the receiver, of how rarely they truly suited both. When wolves and dragons speak together, she said softly, those who live in the den deserve to hear the words. The great hall filled as if called by some invisible horn. Word ran quickly through Winterfell. The king had returned. The dragon queen had walked in the godswood. Oaths had been spoken beneath the heart tree. Men who had been dicing in the barracks or warming themselves in the kitchens came stamping in, brushing snow from shoulders and beards. House banners were hastily unrolled and hung at the sides. The flayed man of House Bolton, the tall pine of Cerwyn, the merman of Manderly, the bear of Mormont, the umber giant breaking chains. Daenerys watched from near the high table as they took their places, feeling the weight of their attention like heat from the hearth. Lord Bolton was not present, away with riders on some grim errand, she had been told. But his bastard held his place, a pale young man with flat eyes and a mouth that never quite seemed to smile or frown, only rest in some considering line between. Others she knew by name if not by sight from Manderly's recitation. Lord Cerwyn, thinned by grief and hunger after Lannister depredations. A cadet Glover come down from Deepwood. Women sat among the men in places where no male heir remained. Dour Lady Donella Hornwood's kinsfolk, fierce Daisy Mormont in her mail. Above them all, the carved dire wolves of Winterfell seemed to be listening as well. Robb stood before the hearth rather than behind the high table, as his father had done when grim news needed telling. Grey wind lay at his feet, watchful, head on his paws. The king's cloak had been thrown back from his shoulders, the firelight caught in the auburn of his hair, lending it a touch of copper. "My lords," he began, his voice carrying easily even without a shout. War had taught him how to speak so that men in the back of a tent could hear over rain and clanking armor. "You have heard by now that a guest has come to Winterfell. You have seen her dragons on our walls. Some of you have drunk beside her at this very fire." A rumble of assent, or something like it, moved through the hall. "This morning," Robb went on, "Daenerys of House Targaryen walked with me in the godswood, before our heart tree, under the eyes of my father's gods. We spoke oaths." He paused then, long enough that the words settled. Daenerys could feel the shift of bodies. Men leaned forward unconsciously, as if putting their weight behind their king's voice. "She has sworn," Robb said, "that her dragons will not be used against the North, that she will not seek our crowns, nor our lands, nor our lives, that she will stand with us against those who would see this house fall, whether they sit on a stolen throne in King's Landing, or crawl out of nightmares beyond the wall. Karstark returned from Riverrun with Robb, made a low sound at that last. Whether it was agreement or disbelief, Daenerys could not tell. In return, Robb continued, I have sworn that when the day comes she calls us south to face the Lannisters, to end the line that murdered my father and butchered my men, I will answer. His jaw tightened. So long as the North is not left naked to winter's teeth, we will stand beside her. As allies, not subjects. A murmur sharper this time. Some heads turned toward her, measuring, appraising. The word allies had a particular flavor here. These were men who had only recently carved out their own independence with blood. The idea of bending that neck again, even a little, scratched them raw. Great Jon Umber slammed a meaty fist on the table and boomed. There it is. A wolf and a dragon on the same side. I knew the gods wouldn't give us dragons just to see them fly off to the bloody reach. Let the lions shit themselves. Laughter broke out in pockets, rough and relieved. It did not reach every bench. Ricard Karstark rose. He did not shout. He did not need to. His grief walked up with him like another man, visible in the worn grooves of his face, in the gray at his temples. Your Grace, he said, I swore to follow you when you took up your father's sword. I have bled my house white for your banners. I will not gainsay you before your own men. His eyes moved to Daenerys, hard as frozen riverstone. But I would say this. The last time dragons flew over my kin, they left more ashes than justice behind. And the last time lions marched over mine, Daenerys said evenly, they left my house in ruin and drove me from my birthright. She allowed her voice to carry, not matching Robb's booming timbre but threading instead through the hall like a thinner, sharper thing. If I came here as a conqueror, Lord Karstark, I would not stand by your king's fire speaking your tongue. I would sit my dragons on your walls and let their shadows do my talking.
Silence met that.
She let it linger a heartbeat, then added, I have not done that. I will not do that. Judge me by that, if nothing else. Karstark's mouth twisted. Words, he said. Words, she agreed. But also choices. She lifted her chin slightly. I crossed an ocean with 3 young dragons and no army. The easiest path to King's Landing lay south of here. I turned north instead. That landed. She saw men's faces change as they considered it, recalibrating danger and intent. If she means to betray us, Great Jon said cheerfully, she's picked a poor time to do it, with half the north at her back and the other half watching. I say take the good the gods send, and worry about treachery when we see it, not when we dream it. The hall rumbled again. Unease did not vanish. Suspicion did not melt like frost near the kitchens, but something in the air eased, fractionally, in her favor. Robb let it go only so long before he added, I do not ask blind trust. I ask you to see what stands before you. A queen with dragons who has chosen to swear to the north before she ever laid eyes on a southern city. His gaze swept the hall. We have bled alone long enough. If we are to face both lions and the long night, we will need more than steel and stubbo. Ernest. He did not look back at her as he said it. He did not need to. The weight of his words settled on her shoulders like another cloak. A burden she had chosen, but a burden nonetheless. The world beyond the wall was a white abyss. Jon Snow had spent enough nights on the wall's heights that the view no longer stole his breath as it once had. But there were still moments when it caught at him. Some combination of light and silence and the sheer scale of it. Today the sky was the color of old tin, flat and dull. The forest below looked like a sea frozen midstorm, trees locked in writhing shapes under snow. The river was a pale scar, its surface mostly frozen, only the faintest suggestion of movement in the darkest channels. No wildling fires showed, no movement but the occasional drift of snow from a heavily laden branch. Ghost stood near the crenellations, for almost indistinguishable from the drifts piled against the stone. His red eyes watched the horizon, unblinking. The raven came out of the gray like a scrap of night torn loose. It beat its wings clumsily, as all ravens seemed to, and yet it found the highest parapet without hesitation, landing with a rattle of claws on Jon's outstretched forearm. "Easy, then," Jon murmured, steadying it. Its weight was nothing compared to a sword, yet he felt it as keenly. Ravens meant messages, and messages meant trouble more often than not. He unfastened the small canister tied to the bird's leg, fingers stiff in his gloves. The seal that had once held the parchment closed was broken. Maester Aemon had already read the message, then sent it on to the Lord Commander, who had passed it finally to Jon. Still, Jon felt a strange tightness in his chest as he unfurled the scrap. He knew his brother's hand. The lines were a little more angular than when they had last written as boys, but the bones were the same. "Jon, the Maester at Winterfell will send you a proper letter with the full account and the King's Council's thoughts. I wanted you to hear this from me. Plain. A woman has come to the north. Daenerys of House Targaryen. She brings 3 dragons. She has sworn in the godswood that she will not use them against the north. I have sworn that when the time comes to face the Lannisters, if we can spare the men, we will stand with her. She speaks of dreams and cold things beyond the wall that sound too much like old Nan's tales for my liking. If you see aught that makes you think those tales are more than tales, send word, fast, and without softening it for my sake. You once said, before I rode south, that we are stronger when we face the truth together. I find I still need that if you can give it. Your brother, Robb." The wind plucked at the parchment, trying to take it. Jon folded it carefully instead, tucking it inside his cloak, against his ribs. Targaryen. Dragons. He had heard rumors, of course. Even the wall was not sealed against every whisper that blew out of the east. But rumors were one thing. Seeing his brother's hand confess that such a creature now walked Winterfell's yard, that she had stood where Jon had knelt as a boy, before the heart tree, made it real in a way no tale could. Ghost turned his head, nose lifting. Jon followed his gaze northward. "You feel it too," he said quietly. The first dead man he had seen had not felt like a tale either. The blue of its eyes, the way it moved, the way steel had slid through it uselessly until fire took it, that had been real in the same way as the weight of his sword in his hand. Now his brother spoke of dreams that tasted of the same cold, and of dragons, fire that might stand against such cold. He thought of Aemon Targaryen, blind and old, hands shaking as he lifted a cup in the dim warmth of the rookery, of the way the old man's voice had gone thin and far away when he spoke of his lost house. "What is honor compared to a woman's love?" he had asked once. "What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms?" He had spoken of choices made for love, and the cost of them. "Seems your kin aren't done with the world yet, Maester," Jon murmured now to the empty air. The raven on his arm croaked once, as if in agreement. "Or hunger." Jon stroked its ragged feathers absently. Then he turned and made for the stair that spiraled down into the wall's gut, Ghost falling into step beside him. If there was a chance that fire might stand with them when winter came howling in earnest, he needed Mormont to hear of it. And he needed to decide, before long, whether he was only Snow and Night's Watch or still, in some thin, stubborn part of him, his brother's man as well. The Lord Commander's quarters were warmer than most corners of Castle Black, but not by much. The fire in the small stone hearth did its best. Yet the chill that seeped from the wall itself was a more patient foe than any Mormont had faced in battle. Jeor Mormont stood near the hearth, tankard in one large, scarred hand. His hair, what remained of it, clung stubbornly to the sides of his skull in silver wisps. His heavy brows drew together as he reread the letter by the wavering light, his eyes moving slower than they once had. "A dragon queen," he grunted at last. "3 dragons." He snorted. "7 save him. Your brother always did have a knack for trouble." Jon smiled despite himself. "So did I, Lord Commander." "Aye. Brotherhood hasn't cured you of it either." The old bear set the tankard down with a dull thump. "You believe this girl's talk of dead things in her dreams?" Jon thought of the field at Castle Black, the sticky crack of the dead man's hand around Ser Jeremy's throat, the way fire had finally stopped it. He thought of Sam's pale face, telling them in a shaking voice of white shadows in the woods and a horn in the night. "I don't know what I believe," he said slowly, "but she's not the first to speak of it. And your own eyes saw more than any dream in the woods beyond Crasters. Mance Rayder gathers the wildlings for something. They're afraid. They're running from something that frightens them more than we do." Mormont grunted again, less dismissively. "Aye, that much is true." He jabbed a finger at the parchment. "Your brother wants you to send word if you see aught that smells like these old stories come again. He writes as if he half expects you to laugh in his face." "He still thinks of me as his little brother," Jon said. "The one who chased after him with a wooden sword and asked questions until Septa Mordane threatened to sew my lips shut." "Still are his little brother," Mormont said, with more gentleness than usual. "And a man grown besides." He rubbed at his beard. "This Queen Daenerys, Aemon's kin most like. He has not spoken of her, but he'd feel it if dragons were in the world again. Old Targaryen blood keen as any hound's nose." "What will you tell him?" Jon asked. "The truth," Mormont said. "As much as we know, that we've seen dead men walk, that fire stops them and steel does not, that every wildling we take alive pisses himself at the mention of the white shadows in the woods." He took a long drink, wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. "And that if the gods have seen fit to toss dragons back into the stew, I'll not say we don't need the heat." He fixed Jon with a hard look. "But I'll not have you dreaming south, boy. Your duty's here. The Night's Watch rides for all, dragons and direwolves and damned lions alike." "I know," Jon said quietly. The words were familiar, oil on a whetstone. "I swore." "Aye, you did. Remember it." Mormont's gaze softened a fraction. "Your brother may be king in the north, but out here he's just one more lord who'll come howling for help when the dead are at his gates. If this queen means to stand in that cold with him instead of dancing around a throne in King's Landing, I'll not spit on the thought. But we do not fight for one house over another. We fight for the realm." Jon nodded. He felt the pull regardless, an ache that ran bone deep. The thought of dragons wheeling over Winterfell, of Robb standing before the heart tree with a woman out of legend, of being there, of standing beside his brother not as bastard and trueborn, but as men facing something older than both their names. Ghost brushed against his legs, as if reminding him of where his feet stood. "I'll draft the reply," Mormont said. "You'll carry it to the rookery, and then you'll go back to your rounds. The wall won't watch itself while you moon after dragons." "Yes, Lord Commander," Jon said. The rebuke sat more comfortably than praise ever did. He picked up the parchment, feeling the weight of his brother's words and his commander's both. As he left, Maester Aemon's door stood ajar, a thin line of yellow light cutting the dim hall. Jon heard the old man's voice, low and distant, speaking to some unseen companion. A single word drifted to him as he passed. "Dragons," Aemon whispered. There was sorrow in it and something like hope. The hall emptied by slow degrees. Men drifted away in knots, some to the barracks, others to the warmth of their own hearths. The laughter that had flared brightest at Grayjon's jokes faded. The harper in the corner plucked a few half-hearted notes before giving up and packing away his instrument. Servants moved among the benches, gathering cups, scraping the last meat from trenchers into buckets for the dogs. Daenerys remained where she was. Her cup held only dregs. The fire, once a roaring beast down the length of the hall, had settled into smoldering coals and occasional licks of flame. Shadows moved high on the rafters, cast by things she could not see. Perhaps only the last of the servants, perhaps something more. Drogon's presence brushed at her mind, a warm weight at the edge of thought. He had taken up residence on the broken tower's crown for the night, a dark knotted shape against the snow. She could feel his contentment in the cold air, the strange satisfaction dragons seemed to take in height. Rhaegal and Viserion were nearer, one coiled along a lower parapet, the other hunched near a vent where steam from the hot springs escaped to the night. "You are very quiet, Your Grace," Catelyn Stark's voice broke the stillness like an arrow through thin ice. Daenerys looked up. Robb's mother had traded hall finery for something simpler. A plain dark gown, a shawl drawn tight around her shoulders. Her hair was unbound now, falling in waves down her back. It made her look younger and older all at once, closer to the woman she might have been had war not gnawed at her life. "Would you prefer me loud?" Daenerys asked, managing a faint smile. "In this hall," Catelyn's mouth quirked, "our men are loud enough for 10 kings. No, I merely wondered what you made of them." "They remind me of my Dothraki," Daenerys said. "Fewer bells, more beards, less inclined to dance, equally inclined to reach for steel when threatened." She let her fingers toy with the rim of her cup. "They love your son." Catelyn's gaze softened, just a little. "They do. Perhaps not as much as I do." Her eyes hardened again. "Which is why I watch closely when new powers take an interest in his fate." "I have sworn not to take his crown," Daenerys said, "nor his land, nor his men, save when he chooses to lend them." "You have." Catelyn stepped closer, lowering herself onto the bench opposite. The movement was graceful, but Daenerys saw the traces of weariness in it, in the slight stiffness of her joints, the careful way she tucked her skirts. "I am not my husband. I do not put all my faith in words spoken before trees, however old." "And yet you allowed him to go." Daenerys tilted her head. "You did not try to stop him from meeting me." "I have tried to stop my son from certain paths before," Catelyn said quietly. "He has taken them anyway. I have learned to pick my battles, and to be present when I can, rather than absent and ignorant." She folded her hands atop the table. They were strong hands, Daenerys noted. The hands of a woman who had known work, not just embroidery. "I wanted to ask you something," Catelyn went on. "Not as a queen, as a mother." Daenerys blinked. "I have no children," she said. The words still stung a little. "Not of your body," Catelyn said, "but you have 3 that fly. And you have taken others under your protection. Freedmen, soldiers, followers." She took a breath. "If the day comes when my son's oath to you and his duty to the north come into conflict, what will you do?" The question was not an accusation or a threat. It was worse. It was an honest plea for foresight where none could truly exist. Daenerys thought of the red waste again, of choosing to lead her people onward rather than let them lie down and die one by one. Of the times she had chosen a city's freedom over the safety of her own little host. "I cannot see every path," she said slowly, "but I can tell you this. I will not ask him to strip his house bare to feed my war. I will not demand that he leave your people defenseless for the sake of my revenge. If the choice comes between burning the north and losing my chance at the throne, I will let the throne go." Catelyn's eyes searched her face. "You say that now, when it is only a possibility." "I say it now," Daenerys repeated, "so that when the moment comes, you can hold me to it." For a long moment they sat, the only sounds the crackle of the fire and the faint clatter of dishes being stacked by some distant servant. "At Riverrun," Catelyn said at last, "I once freed a man my son held captive. I did it to save my daughters. In doing so, I cost him a hostage that might have ended this war sooner. Some days I think I saved my girls. Most days I think I condemned many others to die." Her hands tightened, knuckles blanching. "I have learned that there are no clean choices," she murmured. "Only those we can live with. If you mean to stand beside my son, I needed to know what kind of choices you are likely to make when the world begins to tear at you." Daenerys thought of other mothers. The Lazarene woman clutching her dead child, Mirri Maz Dur with her singing voice, the slave women of Meereen, bodies marked by lashes and eyes lit by sudden, uncertain hope. "I will not promise you that I will never choose blood," she said. "Only that when I do, it will not be for my pride, and that I will remember, every time, that someone's child stands beneath the walls I set my dragons upon." Catelyn studied her a moment longer, then nodded, once. "Then perhaps," she said, The gods have not been wholly unkind, sending you here instead of to King's Landing. Robb's solar smelled of old parchment, tallow, and wet fur. The fire in the little hearth did its best, but the cold crept in regardless through stone and glass and the thin spaces where wood met frame. Snow pattered against the arrow-slit window, the sound a soft, constant hiss. On the table before him lay 2 maps. One showed the north in all its stark simplicity, mountains and marshes, scattered strongholds, the hard blue line of the wall at the top. The other sprawled wider, encompassing the riverlands, the westerlands, the narrow band of coast that led toward King's Landing. Between the two, his carved wolf lay like a beast stretched across too much territory, its head in the riverlands, its tail still curled at Winterfell. Gray wind dozed near the hearth, one ear twitching at every gust of wind. The direwolf's presence filled the room as much as any man's, a steady weight at the edge of Robb's consciousness. "You're sulking," he said to the wolf without looking up. Gray wind's red eye cracked open briefly, then closed again. His tail thumped once. "You don't like the dragons," Robb went on. "I feel it every time they pass overhead. You bristle like a cat with its tail trod on." Another thump, harder this time. Robb smiled faintly. "They unsettle me too," he admitted. He had seen wonders and horrors both since leaving Winterfell as a boy scarcely more than 16. He had watched men die by the dozens, hacked apart in muddy fields. He had seen knights he'd admired crawling in the dirt, begging for mercy. He had cut a man's head from his shoulders and felt, in the moment of the swing, that he understood his father a little better and liked himself a little less. None of that had prepared him for the sight of a dragon's shadow gliding over his own roofs. He set the wolf carving on the north map, near Winterfell. With his other hand, he reached for a fresh piece. A tiny dragon, crudely whittled from an old bit of kindling by one of the keep's boys at his request. He placed it beside the wolf. Ally, he thought. Not mine. Not yet. Perhaps never. A knock sounded at the door. "Enter," Robb called. The blackfish slipped in, closing the door behind him with the ease of a man who had known this castle long before Robb had been born. Brynden Tully's face was its usual arrangement of hard lines, but his eyes were keen. "You look like a boy I once saw trying to decide whether to keep a stray hound or not," he observed. Robb huffed. "This stray breathes fire and has sharper teeth." "True enough." Brynden's gaze flicked to the map. "How did they take it?" "About as you might expect," Robb said. "Umber is delighted. Karstark is sharpening his axes and pretending they're for Lannisters alone. The smaller houses watch and wait." "And you?" Robb hesitated. It was a rare indulgence to admit uncertainty aloud. "I feel as if I've once again set my feet on a path whose end I cannot see. But this time, at least, I chose it with eyes open." Brynden nodded slowly. "Your father would have met her," he said. "He would have listened. He might have sent her away after, or he might have done as you have. Either way, he would not have hidden from the choice." "That's a kind lie," Robb said. "Father would have done better." "Perhaps." A ghost of a smile touched the blackfish's mouth. "Perhaps not. He was as capable of mistakes as any man. I recall a certain choice to ride south with a king he did not fully trust, leaving his sons behind where vipers waited." Robb flinched, then mastered it. "If I err," he said, "I would at least err in a new direction." Brynden's gaze grew softer for a moment. "You err in trying to keep your people alive. There are worse sins." He picked up the dragon piece, turning it between thumb and forefinger. "This queen, you believe her?" "I believe she believes herself," Robb said. "I believe she has seen things in her fire that match too closely the stories we have dismissed for generations. Jon wrote of dead men on the wall, of steel failing and fire succeeding. If even half of that is true, then..." He gestured at the map. "Our quarrel with the Lannisters is a child's game compared to what may be coming." "Children's games still spill real blood," Brynden said. "The lions won't stop biting because winter comes. They'll only bite harder." "I know," Robb's hand closed briefly over the Westerlands on the map. "Which is why I will not march south blindly. When I go again, it will be with winter at my back and dragons in the sky." His jaw set. "If she keeps her word." "And if she doesn't?" Brynden asked. Robb met his uncle's eyes. "Then I will fight dragons," he said simply. "As I have fought everything else the gods have seen fit to throw at us. But I would rather not. I would rather stand beside them this once." Brynden studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "You sound more like a king than when you first put that crown on," he said. "Perhaps the dragons did us a favor there." The dawn over Winterfell was a pale, reluctant thing. Daenerys stood on the inner rampart, the stones cold beneath her boots, her cloak pulled tight. The sky above the outer walls had the washed-out look of a world not yet committed to daylight. Smoke from the castle's chimneys rose in thin threads, snatched at by higher winds. Below, the courtyard had come alive. Stable boys ran to and fro with buckets and bales of hay. Men led horses out, their breath pluming. A blacksmith's hammer rang from the open-fronted forge. Somewhere, a woman scolded a child in a voice that could have scraped barnacles from a ship's hull. Rhaegal and Viserion toyed with the morning. They swooped low over the yard, beating their wings to send little flurries of snow into the air. Viserion snapped playfully at the tail of Rhaegal's shadow, his pale hide almost luminous against the gray. Rhaegal twisted midair, talons extended, their movements a complex, dangerous dance that still somehow managed to avoid the tower's edges and the banner's lines. Children gathered in the courtyard whenever they passed overhead. Some clung to their mother's skirts, peering upward with round eyes. Others forgot their chores entirely to stare, wooden pails left to rock on their sides, water sloshing onto the packed snow. A little boy with a mop of dark hair and a nose red from the cold caught Daenerys' eye. He stood in the middle of the yard, mittened hands raised as if he might catch a dragon if it dipped low enough. When Viserion banked closer, his laughter rang out, bright and unafraid. "Careful," Daenerys murmured under her breath, sending a pulse of restraint toward the pale dragon. "They are not goats." Viserion's head snapped toward her, though she knew he could not truly hear her from this distance. The bond between them tugged, an elastic thread of warmth and hunger. He curved away from the child, instead choosing to chase a flock of crows from the roof of a granary. "It is a strange sight," came a voice beside her. Melisandre stepped up to the parapet, her small figure almost swallowed by the thick northern cloak. Only her eyes, large and dark, showed clearly. "In Astapor, I saw dragons only in paintings. They were always shown destroying cities, or sitting upon piles of skulls." "They may yet do both," Daenerys said quietly. "But not here, not if I can help it. You have tied their fire to these stones," Melisandre observed. "And your own." She tilted her head. "Does it chafe?" Daenerys watched the dragons wheel and dive, free in a way she could not yet allow herself to be. "A little," she admitted, "but chains can bind things other than wrists. Oaths as well." Below, Yora came out into the yard, hands clasped behind his back, watched the dragons for a moment, then barked at a pair of Dothraki men who were arguing over the merits of northern ale versus fermented mare's milk. Kavaro gestured wildly at the dragons, clearly insisting that no northern brew could compare to the glory of watching a Khal pursue his foes across an open plain. "They do not like roofs," Melisandre said, amused. "Your riders, they miss the sky." "So do the dragons," Daenerys said. "But the sky here is different, feels heavier, as if it is waiting for something." Melisandre shivered slightly, whether from cold or from the thought Daenerys could not tell. "Lord Wyman's maester says there will be letters for you later," she said. "From White Harbor, from some lords of the Riverlands who have heard of dragons in the north and wish to know if the tales are true." "Tales travel faster than ravens," Daenerys said. "Let them wonder a little, fear a little." She exhaled, watching her breath plume. "But I will answer. We need eyes and ears far from these walls as much as we need swords beside them." You begin to sound like a queen who has sat in council chambers all her life, Melisandre, I said. Daenerys smiled faintly. I have been sitting in other people's council chambers, listening to men tell me what I should want. It is past time I began deciding that for myself. The table in the solar had grown crowded. Maps overlapped one another like scales, north, Riverlands, Westeros entire. Letters lay half-anchored by cups and knives, their seals broken, their contents already read and folded back on themselves. A candle had dripped wax onto the corner of Doran Martell's neat, distant hand, unread but present in the pile. Robb sat at the table's head. Daenerys had taken a place at his right, Catelyn at his left. Brynden Tully lounged with deceptive ease near the window, close enough to see the maps, far enough to keep his sword arm free. Wyman Manderly occupied a chair that creaked in protest, his meaty fingers stained with ink from the letter he had been laboring over. Jorah loomed leaning against the wall, arms folded. "This from your uncle at Riverrun," Robb said, tapping one parchment. "He reports the Lannisters have pulled men back from the Trident, likely to guard against any surprise march while they sort out their business with the Tyrells. The phrase, 'continue to sulk.' Sulking is the least of their talents," Catelyn murmured. "From the Vale we hear little," Brynden added. "Little Lord Aaron's guardians prefer their eyrie high and their doors closed. They've not forgotten what befell their last lord when he stepped into southern quarrels." Wyman Manderly huffed. "Cowards," he said, "sitting on a mountain while the rest of us scrabble in the dirt. Cowards who still control a passage of some importance," Daenerys observed. "If the Vale chooses to open its gates at an inconvenient time, we may find swords at our backs where we thought there were only rocks." Robb glanced at her, a flicker of appreciation crossing his face. "Just so," he said. "For now they are content to watch. I do not think they will move until the lions and we have bloodied each other further." "And your dragons?" Wyman asked, not quite managing a casual tone. "What news from their vantage?" "They are not maesters," Daenerys said dryly. "I cannot send them to spy in council chambers and expect them to remember what was said. But they see armies, smoke, fire." Her hand hovered over the reach on the largest map. "There has been burning here, not on a city, on fields. Someone sends a message with torches. Stannis, perhaps," Brynden said. "He has been busy with his red priests and his burning hearts. Or a new game between Lannister and Tyrell," Jorah put in. "If they begin to quarrel, we could profit." Robb rubbed at his brow. "We will not profit from anything until we know the shape of this larger threat." His finger tapped the top of the map, where the wall sat like a final line of ink. "Jon writes of dead men and cold things. Daenerys speaks of dreams that match his reports too closely for comfort." Catelyn's lips thinned. "We have enough to fear in the living," she said. "But I have learned not to dismiss the whispers that made old Nan's listeners shiver." "If this threat is real," Daenerys said, "our time is short. Every moment we spend bickering over who sits a throne of swords is a moment lost when we might be preparing to keep people alive. And yet we cannot simply ride north with every sword we have and leave the south to do as it will," Robb said. "Tywin Lannister would be glad enough to see us freeze while he digs his gold and forges new chains." Wyman Manderly shifted, the chair groaning. "We are not without guile, your graces," he said. "Let the lions look west and south, to Lord Stannis and the Mander of the Reach. Let them watch Dorne for movement and the Vale for treachery. Meanwhile, the north can set its house in order. We have castles to strengthen, stores to fill, ships to build." His eyes gleamed. "The sea is not only for marching armies, you know. It is also for feeding them." "Wyman thinks in fish," Brynden said aside. "But he is not wrong. We must make ready for 2 wars at once. One of men, one of whatever comes with the cold." Daenerys looked at the cluster of pieces on the map. Wolves, trout, lions, stags. She imagined adding a tiny white figure to the top, faceless and cold. There was no room for it, yet it loomed larger than any of the others in her mind. "I will begin training," she said suddenly. They all looked at her. "With what?" Robb asked. "With dragons," she said. "We know they can burn men. We do not yet know how they fare against things that do not die as men do. I will teach them to fight as one and to answer quickly. If the wall calls, we must be able to fly, not stumble." Yora's eyes narrowed. "You mean to go to the wall yourself? If I send only dragons, men will call it attack, not aid," she said. "If I go, they may yet listen. And if I am to ask others to stand in that cold, I will not do so from a warm southern hall." Robb stared at her for a long moment, then gave a short, humorless laugh. "You drive a hard bargain, Daenerys Targaryen." "I have driven harder," she said. "Ask the masters of Astapor." Grey Wind's restless presence nudged at the back of Robb's mind. He laid a hand on the map, palm over the north. "Very well," he said. "We prepare. You train your dragons. I will send riders to every keep from White Harbor to the Shadow Tower. Stores will be counted anew, arms checked, and a raven will fly to Castle Black, telling them that when winter's storm finally breaks, they will not stand alone." They chose a field beyond the southern wall, where the snow lay deep and the land dipped just enough to keep most of Winterfell out of immediate danger should something go badly wrong. Men had stomped the snow down into a broad, hard-packed circle. In its center, someone, likely at Yora's insistence, had driven stakes into the ground and lashed straw targets to them. Each target bristled with shards of a dark, glassy stone that looked black in the weak daylight and glimmered indigo in the firelight when it caught an ember's glow. "Dragon glass," Yora said, picking up one of the shards from a crate. "Obsidian. The Maester here had some in his stores. Says it's used for knives and spearheads sometimes. Old stories claim it's good for other things too." Daenerys ran her thumb along the edge. It was sharp as any steel. "If the things in my dreams are the same as the ones your rangers have seen," she said, "we will need more than stories." Drogon circled above them, impatient, the beat of his wings sending loose snow swirling. Rhaegal and Viserion paced along the edge of the clearing, leaving melted, refrozen footprints. A ring of northern soldiers stood well back, shields on their arms more out of instinct than real protection. Their faces were pale beneath beards and helms, eyes glued to the dragons. Among them, Daenerys recognized Dacy Mormont's calm, assessing gaze and a Cerwyn man whose hand shook only slightly where it gripped his spear. "Remember," Daenerys called up to Drogon, though she knew words were less important now than intent. "The targets, and only the targets." He dropped like a stone. For a heartbeat, he was a blur of black against white, wings tucked tight. Then, just before he would have smashed into the earth, he flared, back curved, opening his maw. Fire roared out, a white-hot column that turned the air to shimmering distortion. It struck the first rank of straw men full on. Straw exploded in a spray of burning chaff. The dragonglass shards glowed briefly, then cracked, some shattering, some falling, edges still wicked. Heat washed over Daenerys, pushing back the northern cold. Her hair whipped around her face. Behind her, she heard men swear, some in fear, some in involuntary awe. "Again," she said as Drogon wheeled away. Shorter, tighter, Rhaegal with him this time. The green dragon launched from his pacing path, snow spraying behind him. He joined Drogon in the air, the two circling each other, then the field, then the targets below. Their minds brushed against hers. Hunger, play, the joy of movement, the itch to burn. She fed that itch rules instead of victims. When they dove this time, their breaths were shorter, more controlled. Gouts of flame struck the remaining targets in staggering succession, leaving some smoldering, others charred black but still upright. Viserion watched a moment longer, then gave a petulant screech and leapt into the air to join them. "This is madness," one of the northern men muttered, "teaching fire to be clever." "This is survival," Dacy Mormont said. "Better clever fire we can call than wild fire that comes when it pleases." Daenerys turned the words over in her mind as she guided her dragons through another pass. They answered her more quickly now, turning when she directed, shortening or lengthening their exhalations with some effort. They would never be swords in her hand, precise and wholly obedient. They were dragons, but they could be more than wild storms. Imagine them above a field of wights, Yora said softly, coming to stand beside her. Flame leaping from one knot of dead flesh to another. If the stories are true, if fire stops them for good, if... Daenerys echoed. The word was a weight all its own. We do not yet know how they die, only that they do not fall easily. She watched as Drogon overshot a target and sent a sheet of flame skimming dangerously close to the line of soldiers. Men ducked. Daisy stood her ground, cloak smoking slightly, eyes narrowed but unafraid. Control, Daenerys murmured to Drogon, sending a pulse of disapproval along their bond. He rumbled, more put out than chastened, but adjusted his next pass. Every time you use them like this, Yora said, you make the North more yours. She shook her head. They are not mine, she said. No more than the dragons are. They are Robb's, the North's. I only stand beside them for a time. Yora looked at her sidelong. You won't be able to stand only beside forever, he said. Sooner or later, you'll have to decide whether you mean to lead, or only light the way for others. She did not answer. Instead, she watched her dragons burn the last straw man to cinders and imagined a line of pale, unblinking eyes extinguished in their place. From the dragon's vantage, the world resolved into circles of fire and darkness. Drogon flew highest, his black wings beating a slow, steady rhythm. Below him, Winterfell's many walls formed interlocking rings. Stone and snow and the occasional glint of water where the hot springs bled their warmth through fractures in the rock. Torches pricked the ramparts like sleepy stars. Smoke rose from the great hall's roof, thick and steady. Rhaegal and Viserion flew lower, tracing lazy ellipses around towers and over courtyards. Their keen eyes picked out movement. A guardsman pacing his watch, a scullion slipping out to dump slops, a stable boy curling up in the straw beside a favorite mare. Life, bound to this little knot of warmth in a sea of cold. Drogon's gaze, insofar as a dragon's gaze could be said to focus, returned again and again to a single window in the central keep. It glowed softly, long after most lights had gone out. From inside, faint movement, shadows crossing, pausing, crossing again. Within, Daenerys and Robb stood once more over maps. The table was less crowded now. Wyman had rolled himself away to whatever pallet he called a bed. Catelyn had gone to snatch what rest she could. Brynden had disappeared to his own devices, which likely involved quietly fortifying any corner he could reach. Only the two of them remained, and the low-burning candles. If the Karstarks grow restless again, Robb was saying, I will need you to remember that their grief has hollowed them out. Ricard looks at every choice I make and sees only the sons he lost. I know something of that, Daenerys said. Loss shapes how we see the world, but it does not excuse everything we do in answer. He gave her a tired look. You speak like an old woman sometimes. I feel like one some days, she replied. He laughed softly. The sound surprised them both. Outside, Drogon banked, his shadow sliding over the window for a heartbeat. Robb glanced up instinctively. Will they do that all night? He asked. Probably, Daenerys said. They like to watch. It makes them feel satisfied somehow. To know where their lair is, where their flock sleeps. Flock, he repeated, amused and bemused. You make us sound like sheep. We are to them, she said. Sheep that sometimes throw spears. He shook his head, returning his gaze to the map. We have much to do. Too much, perhaps. Strengthening keeps, stocking granaries, quieting lords who would rather fight each other than the men who actually killed our kin. And teaching dragons to mind their mistress, she said. And teaching a king to mind his ally, he returned, mouth quirking. The word hung between them. She traced a line from Winterfell to the wall with one fingertip. When the time comes to fly, she said, I will go first. It is easier to ask men to walk into danger when you have already stepped into it yourself. He looked at her for a long moment. Ned Stark once told me, he said quietly, that the man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. I did not understand it then. I do now. Sometimes I think it is why he died. Because he could not bear to ask other men to die for a truth he felt he should face. You fear that will be your fate, she said. I fear, he replied, that I will not know the difference between necessary death and pointless sacrifice until it is too late, that I will lead good men into darkness and never see them emerge. You already have, she said. All kings do, all queens, all who lead. The best we can do is make sure the darkness is one that would have come regardless. He huffed out a breath. You make it sound so simple. It is not, she said. But it is what keeps me from drowning in the choices I have already made. They stood in silence a moment. The only sounds the scratching of candle flame and the distant, muted roar of dragons' wings. Outside, the creatures of fire circled, keeping their own kind of watch. Inside, a wolf king and a dragon queen traced paths across parchment, trying to turn ink and oaths into something that might stand when the snows truly came. Far to the north, beyond walls and maps and even dragons' eyes, something stirred in the dark, drawn, perhaps, by the faint, stubborn glow of a castle that refused to go out. But for that night, at least, Winterfell held. Fire burned. Wolves and dragons planned instead of tearing at each other. And in the fragile space between their words, the shape of what the North might yet be began, slowly, to form. The twins sat on the map like a knot in a rope, a pinch point where too many paths met. Two little carved towers, joined by a sliver of bridge over a line of blue ink. The river itself seemed to bend in deference to the Frey's holdfast, forced to split around their stone teeth before rejoining below. Whoever held that bridge held more than rock and water. They held the North's throat. Robb's hand hovered above the towers, fingers curled as if around an invisible hilt. We cannot leave them as they are, he said. If Walder Frey sulks much longer, he'll find someone else to sell his bridge to. And if that someone is Lannister, every march we make south becomes a walk into a noose. The old goat won't give you his bridge for sweet words, Brynden Tully said. He wanted a queen for his brood. You gave your crown to another. His eyes slid briefly to Daenerys, then back to Robb. He will want blood for that, or something that smells close enough. Edmure's wedding bought us a path once, Catelyn said, jaw tight. It may have to buy us forgiveness now. Robb flinched. I will not trade my uncle's happiness for my mistakes again. Your uncle's happiness is already on the table, Brynden said dryly. He was content enough with Rosslyn. It's Walder's pride that galls. And his greed. Wyman Manderly cleared his throat, the sound like a cartwheel grinding over gravel. Pride and greed are things that can be managed, he wheezed. If one has something to prick them with. His small eyes slid toward Daenerys. You think the dragons are needles, she said. He smiled, all beard and sly satisfaction. Oh, sharper than that, your grace. Old Walder hid himself behind his bridge for years, snickering at great lords. He could no more face in battle than he could leap his own towers. Give such a man a fright, and he might choke on his own ambitions. Catelyn's gaze was flinty. Frightened men are dangerous, Lord Manderly. Cornered men more so. True. Daenerys traced a finger along the map, from Winterfell to the twins. It was not so far on paper, but we cannot ignore him. If he would betray you, better to find that out where we can answer, than hear about it in a song after we are dead. Robb looked up sharply. You think he will betray us? I think, she said, that he feels wronged. A man like that, with so many sons and grandsons and so little honor of his own, will see insult where none was meant and magnify the ones that were. The Lannisters will have whispered to him, perhaps others. Her hand hovered over the Westerlands. If we go to his hall as unarmed lambs, we may not come out. We cannot go at all as lambs, Robb said. But we cannot go with swords bared either. Guest right still means something in the Riverlands, even to Freys. If I ride to the twins with half the north at my back, he will bar the gates and claim I came to take his holding, not mend a breach. Then do not bring half the north, Daenerys said. Bring enough to turn his stomach if he thinks of treachery, not enough to make him panic. And bring the dragons, but not into his hall. Outside his walls, Brynden mused. Visible, hungry. The old weasel will see them every time he looks out an arrow slit and wonder how long his stone will last if they take offense. And if he has already promised his bridge to the lions? Catelyn asked. Then his offense will come regardless, Robb said. Better we be ready for it. He turned to Daenerys. You would come. Yes, she said. You will not walk into that den without fire beside you. Their eyes held. For a heartbeat, Daenerys saw a different council. One where she had not turned north, where she had flown instead to Dragonstone and let these wolves face their fate alone. The picture sat ill in her mind. Then it is decided, Robb said. We ride to the twins. We mend what we can. And if Walder Frey means us harm... His hand closed over the little towers, fingers tightening until the wood creaked. We make sure the song ends different from the one our enemies think they're writing. The hall of the twins smelled of stale ale and damp stone and too many Freys in one place. Old Walder hunched in his chair like a spider in the middle of its web, his stick-thin legs splayed, his shoulders lost in a pile of furs that had seen better days. Age had not softened him. It had merely shriveled him until malice was the only thing left that still seemed lively. His eyes were pale and sharp as old bone. Around him clustered sons and grandsons and nameless bastards, their faces a blur of similar features and varying degrees of obsequiousness. On the table before him lay a letter bearing the Golden Lion's seal of House Lannister. The wax had been broken, but Walder had left the broken pieces arranged carefully, symbol facing up, as if to remind everyone in the room of whose favor now brushed against his house. Generous, Walder croaked, tapping the parchment with a spotted finger. Very generous. A royal pardon for my impetuosity. He snorted phlegmily. And Lannister gold enough to rebuild both towers if your precious king's dragons topple them. Roose Bolton stood to one side, the Leech Lord's pallid face as unreadable as ever. His eyes, pale, almost pretty, rested on the letter with no particular heat. They do not promise dragons, Roose observed. They promise protection if the North falls. Tywin Lannister is not a man to offer more than he must. Walder waved a hand, thin skin fluttering. Bah, protection, gold, pardons, it's all one. The point is, he offers. He knows where strength lies. 2 kings and a queen cannot pass my bridge without my leave. That's power. I should have been born a Tully, not left festering up here. Perhaps it is the festering that gave you your charm, Roose said mildly. A few of the Frey boys chuckled. Walder ignored them. They'll come creeping back, you mark me, the old man went on. Little wolf with his tail between his legs, dragon girl flapping along behind him. They'll want my bridge. They'll want my swords. They'll want my pretty Rosalind to keep smiling beside that oaf of a Tully. And we... His thin lips drew back, showing surprisingly white teeth. We will decide what to give, and what to take. Tywin Lannister expects you to take their heads, Roose said. That is what his letter says between its lines. Tywin Lannister expects a great deal, Walder said. He'll get what suits me, not the other way around. The lie sat obvious to anyone with eyes. Roose had eyes. He watched the old man as one might watch a specimen in a leech jar. Walder Frey thought himself cunning. Perhaps he was. But he was also vain, greedy, and petty in ways Tywin Lannister's colder ambition could use as a lever. The plan that had begun to take shape. Crossbows in the rafters, knives at the feast, wine flowing freely until men stopped counting how many cups they'd taken, was as much Frey vanity as Lannister design. The dragons complicate matters, Roose said. If they are as the tales say. 3 lizards do not frighten me, Walder snapped. We have stone. We have crossbows. We have your Dreadfort rats and my boys, and Lannister gold at our backs. Let them squirm in the sky. They still have to sleep somewhere. Roos's gaze slid toward the high windows, where a faint, wintry light slanted in. He imagined black wings eclipsing that light, fire washing across the stone. He had sat in Harrenhal's shadow once, as a boy, and listened to an old man talk of what dragonfire could do to towers and men alike. The dread fort had no such scars. The Boltons had knifed their way to power, rather than burn it. Roose trusted knives more than tales. Still, if you provoke them openly, he said, you may find your bridge less protective than you think. Walder sniffed. Guessed right, he said. I'll not provoke. I'll welcome. I'll feed that wolf boy. I'll smile at the dragon girl. I'll call for songs and pour wine until their knees go weak. Then, when the music changes, his bony hand flexed in the air, like claws closing. They will die like any other man, fire or no fire. And you think dragons will sit meekly on your towers while their mistress bleeds? Roose asked. Walder's eyes glittered. I think, he said slowly, that every beast can be caged if you tempt it right. A little meat, a little flattery, a little, he chuckled, iron chain. Besides, our friends in the south assure me they have ideas, should dragonfire become a problem. Roose did not ask what those ideas were. He doubted Walder knew in detail, and if Tywin Lannister had failed to slay dragons once before, what hope did Freys and Boltons have? Still, the North had been slow to bleed him the reward he thought his due. They loved their wolves too much, clung to old loyalties like tatters of fur in their teeth. Perhaps a fire would do them good. Strip away illusions. Leave only bone. If this fails, Roose said quietly, the North will not forget. The North is already dying, Walder snapped. Wolves, lions, stags, gnawing at each other's throats. I'll not be the one left starving when the carcass is picked clean. Roose's lips curved in something that might have been a smile. Very well, he said. Let us set the tables, then. The road south had thawed just enough to be unpleasant. Snow lay still in the ditches, gray and clotted with grime, but the path itself had turned to a sucking, half-frozen mire under the march of hooves and boots. Horses snorted in protest as their hooves slid. Men cursed under their breath, then more loudly when snowmelt found its way down collars and into boots. Robb had chosen a smaller escort, as they had discussed. 200 men. Enough to look like a king's guard, not enough to threaten a siege. The dire wolf of Stark flew beside the merman of Manderly and the trout of Tully. No Karstark banners. Ricard had been left at Winterfell, his anger a sullen weight best kept away from Frey insult. Daenerys rode near the front, Drogon's shadow sliding over the column whenever he chose to fly lower. Rhaegal and Viserion chased each other's tails in the high air, sometimes vanishing into clouds and reappearing in bursts of flame and steam. You should not bring them so close, Robb said, eyeing Drogon as the dragon dipped, spiraled, and then arrowed higher again. They make even my men uneasy. Freys will not like being reminded how easily their towers might fall. That is precisely why they must see them, Daenerys said. If they would have your head for a lion's purse, let them watch black wings cross their moon and think twice. They might think only once, Robb muttered, and loose every quarrel they own at them. They will not hit, she said. Not at this distance. He gave her a look. You sound very sure. I have seen more arrows fall short than find their mark, she said, then added. And Drogon learns. Pain teaches. He will not fly within easy range of a parapet again, not after Karth. The memory was sharp. Scorpions on the city walls, bolts glinting in the sun as they clattered off scales and stone. Drogon had bled, once, from a shallow groove along his wing. He had been very careful after that. Robb's gaze drifted to her dragons again, then to the men who craned their necks to follow them. Your fire makes my wolves feel small, he said. Your wolves keep my fire from burning out of control, she replied. You are not small, Robb Stark. You are anchored. He huffed something that might have been a laugh. They rode for a time in silence. The twins rose slowly on the horizon, twin towers like blunt fingers jutting from the river's banks. Even at a distance, Daenerys could see the bridge between them, a thin line over troubled water. "Will he forgive you?" she asked. Walder Frey, Robb's mouth twisted. "He will pretend to, while he calculates what forgiveness will buy him." His grip tightened on his reins. "I should never have given him cause to bargain. My father would not have broken such a promise." "Your father is dead," Daenerys said gently. "You are not. You have made choices he would not have made. That is not always a failing. Breaking faith with allies is rarely a strength. Breaking faith with yourself is worse," she said. "You chose your wife to mend a wrong of your own making. That choice had cost. So will this. You bear both. That is more honorable than most men I've known." He glanced at her, something complicated in his eyes. "For a woman who claims she has much to learn about what sort of queen she will be," he said, "you speak like you've already decided." "I have decided only this," she said, "that I will not spend my life obeying voices that are not my own. Not my brother's, not my father's, not the ghosts of dead kings. If I err, I will err as Daenerys, not as someone's shadow." A gust of wind tugged at his hair. He studied her a moment longer, then nodded, as if some private balance had tipped in her favor. "Edmure will meet us there," Robb said, looking back at the road ahead. "He rides from Riverrun with his bride. Rosalind Frey will be at her father's hall. That complicates things." "Because she is innocent," Daenerys said. "Because killing a man's daughter under guest right is a stain no Northman will forgive, no matter how much he hates the father," Robb said. "If Walder means us harm, he will hide behind her skirts and claim that he offered us his house's goodwill in her person. Then we take care that it is his steel that crosses first," she said. "Not yours." He looked at her sharply. "You expect treachery as certainty. I expect treachery as possibility," she corrected. "I would be a fool not to. You would be a fool to walk into that hall without a plan for if the music changes." He smiled grimly. "Then let us hope the song is one we choose." Up close, the twins were uglier than Daenerys had imagined. The towers that gave the place its name were tall enough and thick, but there was a pettiness to their lines. Where Winterfell's walls seemed to grow from the earth, these rose as if they had been yanked up by a grasping hand. Arrow slits pocked their faces like small, mean eyes. The bridge between them was a humpbacked thing of stone, just wide enough for two carts to pass each other if both drivers were careful and neither possessed a sense of self-preservation. The river rushed below, green-gray and cold, swollen with melt. The Freys had choked it with their iron chain, thick links raised in a lazy arc, ready to drop at a call. Upon the nearest tower's balcony stood Walder Frey. He was swaddled in furs, his thin shoulders hunched. A gaggle of sons and grandsons stood behind him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and resentment. Banners hung limp in the chill air. The twin blue towers on gray of House Frey, the red and gold of Lannister conspicuously absent. Robb rode to the fore, cloak snapping in the wind. Gray wind patted at his horse's hock, hackles raised, lips peeled back in a silent snarl. Daenerys rode at his side, Drogon's shadow sliding over them both. The dragon let out a single, rolling cry that rattled the banners and made Walder's beard quiver. "King in the north," Walder called down, his voice surprisingly strong. "Come creeping back to my bridge. Have you? Brought a girl and some overgrown lizards instead of a bride this time." A few of the younger Freys snickered. Robb did not rise to the bait. "Lord Frey," he said, inclining his head just enough to acknowledge the man's position, not enough to suggest subservience. "I have come to mend what was broken. My uncle Edmure's marriage to your daughter has given us cause to set old grievances aside. I would cross your bridge as ally, not as supplicant." Walder's mouth twisted. "Ally, is it? You're not too proud for my stones. Then, even if my granddaughter wasn't fit for your royal bed." "I wronged you," Robb said. "I will not deny it. I have paid in blood for my mistakes. I did not come to beg forgiveness." I came to offer a hand instead of a sword." "And the girl?" Walder's pale eyes flicked to Daenerys. "What does she offer, besides making my men wet their britches every time those beasts screech?" "Respect for guest right," Daenerys said before Robb could speak. Her voice carried clearly up to the balcony. "And fire for your enemies if you stand with us. None for you if you stand true." Walder's gaze sharpened. "Bold words from a slip of a girl," he said. "Bold beasts above my roof. I should shoot them down and have them stuffed and mounted over my hall." Drogon hissed, a low sound that vibrated in Daenerys's bones. She sent him a pulse of restraint edged with warning. "You could try," she said. "You might even hit one, once, before the others turned your towers into candles." She smiled without warmth. "But that is not why we are here." Walder stared at her for a long moment. The men behind him shifted, uneasy. "Guessed right," he said finally. "You choose your words well. I am a pious man. I honor the old ways." He spat over the edge, a gobbet of phlegm disappearing into the river's churn. "Very well. You'll have my bread and salt. You'll have my roof over your heads. You'll have music, wine, and a good bed, if you behave." He leaned forward, his grin showing too many teeth. "Cross my bridge, king in the north. Bring your lady. Leave the beasts outside my walls. My towers weren't built to hold flying pigs." "Dragons," Daenerys said. "Whatever they are, they're not shitting on my rushes," Walder snapped. Robb glanced at her. Their eyes spoke more than words. "This is as much as we can expect. We knew this. We accept your hospitality," Robb said. "Our men will camp in the field beyond your walls. The dragons will roost on the towers, nothing more." Walder's mouth twisted again, but greed and pride warred in his gaze. In the end, he nodded. "So long as they don't light my banners by mistake, they can sit where they please," he muttered. "Cross, then. We'll see if your new friends are worth the songs they make of them." The portcullis groaned as it lifted. The Frey men-at-arms stood aside, spears upright, faces blank. Daenerys watched them as she rode onto the bridge. Their eyes slid to Drogon whenever he passed overhead. A few hands trembled. Good, she thought. Let the fear sit with them. Fear can make men hesitate. Sometimes hesitation saves lives. The Freys knew how to lay a table when pride demanded it. The hall was warmer than the courtyard, the heat from the great hearth trapped by low, smoke-darkened beams. Rushes covered the floor in uneven layers, muddied by boots and stained by old spills. The banners overhead, Frey blue and gray, Tully trout, the dire wolf of Stark hung smaller and lower, rustled faintly whenever a draft slipped in. Roasted meats crowded the trestles. Pork glazed with honey, beef slick with its own juices, game birds stuffed with chestnuts. Platters of bread sat between trenchers laden with onions and carrots and pea soup thick as paste. Barrels of wine had been broached. The smell of it mingled with the meat and the sweat of too many bodies in too small a space. Robb sat at the high table to Walder Frey's right. Daenerys sat beyond Robb, between him and a stone-faced Roose Bolton. To Walder's left, Edmure Tully tried gamely to balance his cup and his new wife's shy hand. Rosalind Frey's eyes flicked between her father and her husband, wide and wet. Daenerys watched them all. Walder cackled at his own jokes, spittle flying. He slapped at the girls who served him, a bony hand straying too easily to hips and breasts. His sons laughed too loudly, too eagerly. His bastard, Black Walder, stalked along the lower benches, refilling cups and trading crude jests. His eyes were always moving, counting blades and men alike. Roose Bolton ate with small, precise bites, his movements dainty, his eyes hooded. When Daenerys met his gaze, he inclined his head politely, a man acknowledging the presence of a particularly interesting weapon. "You've brought strange company to the north," he murmured. "Your Grace." "So I've been told," she said, "by stranger men." "You mean stranger than an exiled knight from Bear Island?" His lips curved faintly. "We are all oddities in our way." His voice gave away nothing. Yet when she let her eyes linger on the flayed man of Bolton hanging among the banners, and then returned to his face, she saw a flicker of something: satisfaction? Amusement? There and gone again. Music drifted up from a dais near the far wall, a jumble of lutes, pipes, and drums. The tune was merry, if somewhat out of practice. Frey daughters spun dutifully in the center of the hall with northern men, the women's faces pale and pinched, the men's expressions guarded. Every so often, Daenerys's gaze caught on a detail that did not fit. A serving man who passed by the same spot 3 times without ever letting his jug fall low. A tapestry hung slightly awry, as if to conceal a darker patch behind. A minstrel whose hands shook when he paused between songs, though his face remained composed. The dragons tugged at her attention, restless in the dark above. Drogon crouched on one of the outer towers, close enough that she could feel his irritation at being left out of the crowded warmth. Rhaegal and Viserion had taken perches on the opposite tower, more content to watch the river's shimmer and the flicker of campfires in the fields beyond. "Have you no music in the east?" Walder Frey wheezed, breaking into her thoughts. His mouth glistened with grease. "You look at my players like they're about to grow an extra head. Unless that's how you prefer your men." "Music is music," Daenerys said evenly. "Some songs are simply harder to dance to." Walder snorted. "You've a tongue on you, that's plain. Wolf boy, you'd better watch yourself. She'll cut it out for play if you displease her." Robb's smile was thin. "I've displeased enough women for one lifetime, Lord Frey." "Ha!" Walder slapped the table. "That you have. Making a Frey girl a promise, then trotting back with some Westling chit on your arm. What did your father teach you, boy?" "That a man should keep his word," Robb said quietly. "I failed in that. I have bled for it. I came here to see that others do not bleed for it too." Walder's eyes glittered. "We'll see who bleeds," he muttered, almost too softly to hear. Daenerys heard. She let her gaze drift again. There, near one pillar, a Frey man-at-arms stood a little straighter than most, his armor just slightly better kept. His hand never strayed far from the hilt of his sword, though the feast gave him no cause to draw. At the balcony above, shadows shifted where no torch should be needed. She caught the faint glint of metal through a gap in the carved stone. Not yet, she thought, but soon. She reached for her cup, lifting it to her lips more slowly than the others. The wine bit sharper here than at Winterfell, its sweetness cloying to disguise roughness. "Yora," she said, without moving her mouth. He heard her in the way she had learned to speak to those closest to her, when words in the air would not do, through shared glances, through the subtle tilt of a head. He was stationed lower down the hall, with the other northerners and her own small retinue. Now he shifted, catching her eye, and gave the slightest nod. He had seen it too. It began with a song, not the one Daenerys had been expecting. The minstrels shifted from a boisterous reel into something more stately, the pipe's higher notes threading over a low, insistent drumbeat. Frey daughters tittered as they curtsied to northern men. Rosalind blushed as Edmure attempted a clumsy bow and nearly spilled his wine. "Another cup," Walder cried, flinging out his thin arms. "We'll not have the king in the north and his lovely lady complain that House Frey is stingy. Wine. And bring out the special casks, the ones my sons haven't pissed in yet." Laughter rippled through the hall. Men drank. Jugs flowed. Daenerys wet her lips and let the wine sit, untouched, in her cup. Above, on the balcony, shadows moved again. A door she had not noticed before eased open a hand's breadth, then closed. The glint of metal came and went. Her dragons stirred, their minds pricking with her tension. Drogon's displeasure brushed against her like a coal in her chest. "Easy," she told him. "Wait." Roose Bolton raised his own cup lazily, eyes on the table rather than the rafters. His pale fingers were steady. When he spoke, his voice cut through the general murmur with unnatural ease. "To new oaths," he said, "and old allies, may they hold." "To old allies," Walder echoed, leering, "and new bedmates, May they be more dutiful than the last. He cackled at his own wit. Robb lifted his cup. To bridges mended, he said. Daenerys did not drink. Neither, she noticed, did Catelyn, though the older woman's hand shook where it held the handle. The music shifted again almost imperceptibly. The pipes slid into a different melody. One with a minor turn halfway through that made the hair on Daenerys' arms rise. "What song is that?" she asked, her voice low but clear. Roose's mouth curved. "An old favorite in the south," he murmured. "They call it the Rains of Castamere." The name meant nothing to her. The way Robb stiffened beside her told her enough. "That's a Lannister song," he said. "Why in the Seven are they?" Daenerys saw it then, as plainly as if someone had pulled a veil aside. The door on the balcony opened wider. Men slipped out, their armor muted but still catching a glimmer of firelight. They moved with the wary purpose of those who know they hold death in their hands. Crossbows lifted, their dark mouths yawning. On the hall's far side, the large doors that led out to the yard creaked as men shifted into position. Frey guards along the walls loosened their swords in their scabbards. "Now," she whispered. Drogon answered before the word had fully left her lips. Outside, a roar split the night, louder than any song. The very stones of the twins seemed to vibrate with it. The hall's fire leapt as if in response, shadows jumping. Men looked up, startled, hands pausing midway to mouths and hilts. Walder's head jerked toward the window, where orange light flared suddenly bright. "What?" he began. The balcony door blew inward in a blast of heat and splintered wood. A rush of air followed, carrying with it snow and smoke and the tang of scorched stone. The first hidden crossbowman was flung forward, armor blackening as fire licked over him like oil. Drogon's head forced its way through the shattered opening, eyes burning like twin suns. His jaws opened, fire poured in. Screams followed, high, raw, disbelieving. Men tumbled from the balcony, their bodies trailing flame. One crossbow, the bolt still notched, clattered to the floor and went off by accident, the shaft quivering in the rafters far from any target. "Up!" Daenerys shouted, already on her feet. "To arms!" Her cup fell, spilling its untouched wine across the table. Catelyn surged to her feet beside her, dragging a knife from her belt. Robb was already drawing his sword, the steel singing. Roose Bolton did not move for a heartbeat. His eyes flicked from Drogon to Walder to Robb, quick and calculating. Then he smiled, just a little, and reached for his own blade. The hall became a forge. Heat slammed into Daenerys' face, searing the hairs along her forearms. Smoke billowed, thick and choking, as Drogon's fire washed across the upper reaches of the hall. Shadows danced wildly on the walls. A tangle of men, flames, banners whipping like burning pennants. "Archers!" someone screamed. "Get the archers!" Robb vaulted the table in front of them, sword in hand, gray wind at his heels. The dire wolf hit the rushes with a snarl, his fur bristling, and crashed into the nearest Frey guard like a storm. Teeth found throat, blood sprayed, hot and bright. "Stark men to me!" Robb roared. "Shields!" Northern soldiers surged from the benches, some still wiping grease from their hands, others already reaching for blades they had refused to leave outside. Daisy Mormont swung herself over two startled Freys and planted her axe in the chest of a third, her face alight with fierce focus. Walder crouched behind the high table, his bony hands clutching at the wood. "Kill them!" he shrieked, spittle flying. "Kill the wolf! Kill the bitch! Kill them all!" Black Walder and his cohort were already moving. Their swords flashed as they turned on the northern guests with premeditated precision. One drove his blade into the back of a Manderly man who had just reached for his cup. Another slashed at Yora, whose lurching grab for Daenerys had pulled him a half step away from the killing stroke aimed at her spine. The blade meant for her instead glanced off Yora's mail. He grunted, twisting, and caught the attacker's wrist. Steel kissed steel. The Frey gasped as Yora's counterstroke slipped under his arm. "Stay close," Jorah snarled to Daenerys, his shoulder already between her and the worst of the press. "I have dragons," she said. "And I have a sword," he snapped. "We'll use both." Above, Drogon withdrew his head, smoke trailing from his jaws. The balcony burned fiercely now, beams blackened, tapestries catching like dry grass. Men scrambled away from the edge, some aflame, others coughing. The crossbowmen who had not yet loosed their bolts were either dead or too busy beating at their own burning clothes to fire. On the opposite tower, outside, Rhaegal shrieked in answer. His mind brushed hers. A hot, bright flare of anger. Viserion echoed, paler, but no less fierce. "No more hiding," she thought. "Burn what would have killed us. Leave enough stone that we can still stand." Drogon understood. He had never been patient with threats. The dragon swung his head along the wall, loosing shorter, more precise jets of flame. Arrow slits that had concealed archers became mouths vomiting fire. Men screamed and fell back, their bows forgotten. Below, Frey men-at-arms surged forward, emboldened or panicked she could not tell. They crashed into the hastily forming northern shield wall, steel ringing. The sound was different here than on open fields, denser, trapped, magnified by stone. Roose Bolton moved through the chaos like a shard of ice. He slid between men, his expression placid, avoiding the worst of the crush. When one of his own Dreadfort men lunged at a Stark soldier's unprotected side, Roose did not intervene. His eyes simply noted the blow, the red splash that followed. Then his gaze found Robb. The king in the north was ablaze amid the turmoil, his sword flickering as he parried and struck, gray wind worrying at his foes' ankles and throats. Several Freys lay dead around him, for more closed in. Roose's hand tightened on his sword hilt. Daenerys tracked the movement even as she ducked beneath the swing of a Frey's axe. Jorah's blade intercepted the blow meant for her. She felt the vibration through his arm as steel met steel. "Bolton," she hissed. Jorah followed her gaze. Roose had begun to move toward Robb, calm as water. Drogon, she thought, sharp and focused. The pale man with the flayed man's colors. Mark him. The dragon's attention shifted. For an instant, Roose's white face was illuminated more starkly than the others. A single candle held to his features. He paused, feeling the heat of a gaze even the living could not see. His eyes flicked up toward the ruined balcony, then toward Daenerys. Their gazes met across the chaos. There was no surprise in his, only a flicker of annoyance, quickly banked. He changed direction, as smoothly as if he had always meant to. Instead of closing on Robb's exposed flank, he slid sideways, cutting a Frey who had raised his sword to strike at Catelyn from behind. The man gurgled, falling. "My lady," Roose said, almost politely as Catelyn spun. "Forgive the mess." She stared at him, confusion warring with suspicion. Daenerys filed away the moment. Bolton was not ready to show his hand, not with dragons setting his host's allies' hall alight. Treachery could wait, for him. Calculation ruled where impulse burned in men like Frey. Another bolt glinted in the corner of her eye. She twisted, calling Drogon again. The dragon's fire answered. This time it struck the hall's heavy doors. The great doors went outward in a riot of splinters and flame. For an instant they were a wall of wood and iron bands. Then Drogon's fire struck, white gold and furious, and they were gone, reduced to shards and embers that flew into the hall on a gust of scalding air. Men near the entrance were flung aside, their clothes catching fire, their screams blending with the din. Through the new-made gap the night howled. Snow-laden wind rushed in, cooling the outer skin of molten iron even as it scattered cinders. Behind it came northern men, those who had been barred from the feast by Walder's petty rules, those set to guard the camps, those whose king had ordered them to hold the field. They came with shields and spears and swords, their war cries rolling like thunder. "For the king in the north," one shouted. "For Winterfell," another. "For the bread and salt," roared Wyman Manderly, his jowls shaking. For guest right, the concept, so important to these people, rang in Daenerys' ears even as she hacked at the arm of a Frey who had lunged for her. Yora's blade intercepted the blow meant for her. She felt the vibration through his arm as steel met steel. Roose Bolton moved through the chaos like a shard of ice. He slid between men, his expression placid, avoiding the worst of the crush. When one of his own Dreadfort men lunged at a Stark soldier's unprotected side, Roose did not intervene. His eyes simply noted the blow, the red splash that followed. Then his gaze found Robb. The king in the north was ablaze amid the turmoil, his sword flickering as he parried and struck, gray wind worrying at his foes' ankles and throats. Several Freys lay dead around him. For more closed in. Roose's hand tightened on his sword hilt. Daenerys tracked the movement even as she ducked beneath the swing of a Frey's axe. Yora's blade intercepted the blow meant for her. She felt the vibration through his arm as steel met steel. "Bolton," she hissed. Yora followed her gaze. Roose had begun to move toward Robb, calm as water. Drogon, she thought, sharp and focused. The pale man with the flayed man's colors. Mark him. The dragon's attention shifted. For an instant, Roose's white face was illuminated more starkly than the others. A single candle held to his features. He paused, feeling the heat of a gaze even the living could not see. His eyes flicked up toward the ruined balcony, then toward Daenerys. Their gazes met across the chaos. There was no surprise in his, only a flicker of annoyance, quickly banked. He changed direction, as smoothly as if he had always meant to. Instead of closing on Robb's exposed flank, he slid sideways, cutting a Frey who had raised his sword to strike at Catelyn from behind. The man gurgled, falling. "My lady," Roose said, almost politely as Catelyn spun. "Forgive the mess." She stared at him, confusion warring with suspicion. Daenerys filed away the moment. Bolton was not ready to show his hand, not with dragons setting his host's allies' hall alight. Treachery could wait, for him. Calculation ruled where impulse burned in men like Frey. Another bolt glinted in the corner of her eye. She twisted, calling Drogon again. The dragon's fire answered. This time it struck the hall's heavy doors. The great doors went outward in a riot of splinters and flame. For an instant they were a wall of wood and iron bands. Then Drogon's fire struck, white gold and furious, and they were gone, reduced to shards and embers that flew into the hall on a gust of scalding air. Men near the entrance were flung aside, their clothes catching fire, their screams blending with the din. Through the new-made gap, the night howled. Snow-laden wind rushed in, cooling the outer skin of molten iron even as it scattered cinders. Behind it came northern men, those who had been barred from the feast by Walder's petty rules, those set to guard the camps, those whose king had ordered them to hold the field. They came with shields and spears and swords, their war cries rolling like thunder. "For the king in the north," one shouted. "For Winterfell," another. "For the bread and salt," roared Wyman Manderly, his jowls shaking. "For guest right." The concept, so important to these people, rang in Daenerys' ears even as she hacked at the arm of a Frey who had lunged for her. Yora's blade intercepted the blow meant for her. She felt the vibration through his arm as steel met steel. Black Walder fought like a man who knew his moment slipping. He had carved a bloody path through the first ranks of northern men who had risen, his sword a blur, his face set in a fierce, almost joyful grin. He moved now near the high table, boots slipping in the mess of spilled wine and blood. He lunged at Robb, their blades meeting with a clash that vibrated up the king's arm. Robb parried, teeth gritted, eyes locked on his foes. "You should have stayed south, boy," Black Walder spat. "Wed your little lion bitch or whatever girl you fancied. Old Walder doesn't forgive. He only waits." "And yet here we stand," Robb said. "You wear the waiting that nearly killed us." His sword slid low, then up, seeking the gap in Black Walder's mail. The Frey twisted, their shoulders brushing. Black Walder's knife flashed in his offhand, stabbing toward Robb's side. Gray wind hit him from behind. The direwolf's weight was a boulder, his jaws a vice. Black Walder's cry died under the wet crunch of ribs giving way. His knife fell from nerveless fingers. Gray wind shook his head savagely, worrying the body until it stilled. Robb staggered, catching himself on the high table. His hand came away slick with blood that was not his own. "Good," he rasped to the wolf. "Good boy." Near them, Walder scrabbled backward, his chair overturned. He crawled, crab-like, trying to put overturned benches and dying men between himself and the chaos. "You can't do this," he shrieked. "Guessed right. Bread and salt. Welcomed you. You aimed crossbows at our backs," Catelyn said, her knife gleaming red in her hand. Her face was white, her eyes burning. "You poured wine and set men to stab us while we sat. You have done with guessed right, Lord Frey." I. Walder's mouth opened and closed. He looked smaller now, his fur singed, his hair damp with sweat. "I was only Lannister gold, Bolton's plans." "Your choice," Daenerys said, stepping closer. Her own clothes were smeared, a sleeve scorched where a stray ember had brushed it. "Your hall, your crossbows, your songs." He turned his head toward her, hatred flaring. You and your damned lizards. If not for you, this would have gone as we planned. You think you've saved them? The lions will come for you next. They always do. Dragonfire or no, they..." His words cut off in a choking sound. Not because of any blade, because the floor bucked beneath them, stone trembling. A deep, distant boom rolled through the hall. For a moment, everyone froze. Another shudder came, followed by the crack of stone giving way. Drogon, in his fury, had not limited his attentions to the hall. One of the outer keeps, already weakened by years of poor maintenance, had taken the brunt of his fire. Its upper level now sagged inward, the wall bowing. "Out!" Brynden Tully barked, his voice hard as a whip. "Out, all of you! This whole rotten pile will be on our heads if we linger." "Take him," Robb snapped, jerking his chin at Walder. "Alive, for now." Two Stark men hauled the old lord up, ignoring his kicking. He spat, missing both by inches. Daenerys glanced up at the balcony. Flames licked along the beams. The tapestries were nothing but charred rags, embers drifting from them like fireflies. "Drogon," she called aloud and in her mind. "Enough! Out!" There was a moment's resistance. His hunger for destruction, his lingering anger, the thrill of breaking stone. Then he sensed her urgency. Fire narrowed, then ceased. Smoke continued to billow. The hall filled with movement as men dragged wounded comrades, snatched up what they could, and spilled out into the night. The cold hit Daenerys like a wall when she stepped through the ruined doors, a shock after the furnace. Above, Rhaegal and Viserion circled, their eyes bright in the dark. Drogon landed heavily in the yard, snow hissing under his claws, his sides heaving. Daenerys placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the heat radiate through her gloves. "Good," she murmured. "Enough." For once, he shared her sense of limit. He huffed, smoke curling from his nostrils, and lowered his head. Behind them, a section of the twins' hall roof gave way with a snarling roar, sending up a burst of sparks into the night. Dawn found the twins diminished. One tower still stood relatively whole, its surface blackened in streaks where dragonfire had licked across it. The other bore a jagged wound near its crown, a missing section of wall that left its upper rooms gaping to the sky. Smoke still curled from breaks in the stone, thin and bitter. The bridge had held, though parts of its parapet were scorched. The Frey's precious chain lay slack in the river, its mechanism warped by heat. The great hall was half collapsed at one end. The rest would need rebuilding if anyone remained to care. In the courtyard, snow fell in slow, hesitant flakes, as if the sky itself were uncertain how to bless this place. Walder Frey knelt in the slush, his hands bound behind him. Someone had stripped him of his furs. In only a stained tunic and brittle pride, he looked even smaller. His breath smoked in the cold. Robb stood before him, cloak thrown back, crown resting lightly in his hair. gray wind sat at his side, muzzle still stained dark. Daenerys stood a little to Robb's right, the dragons a looming presence behind her. Drogon hunched like a shadow against the damaged wall, Rhaegal and Viserion perched on the twisted remains of a stable roof. Around them, northern men formed a rough ring. Manderly's sons, faces grim. Deepwood men with blood still crusted in their beards. Tully soldiers, their armor dented. Even some of the surviving Freys stood at the edges, eyes hollow, watching their lord. "You broke guest right," Robb said. His voice was hoarse but steady. "You set men with crossbows above my head while I ate your bread. You planned to butcher my mother, my uncle, my men, all under the protection of your roof. Why?" Walder's lips peeled back, but his teeth chattered too much to make the expression truly defiant. "Why?" he croaked. "Because I could. Because you slighted me. Because you thought you could pick and choose among my girls like pigs in a pen and not pay the price. You would have killed your own daughter," Catelyn said. She stood a little behind Robb, her knife still at her belt, her hair tangled from smoke and snow. "Rosalind sat at that table beside my brother. She would have died in your storm." Walder spat, the glob freezing almost as soon as it hit the ground. "I've sons enough, daughters too. What's one more? She'd have died a lady, at least, not some broodmare in your damp castle." Edmure flinched, his face a mix of horror and anger. Rosalind, standing beside him wrapped in a borrowed cloak, pressed a hand to her mouth. "The lions paid you," Daenerys said. "Or promised to. Did they promise you safety too? When the north burned. When dragonfire fell on the Westerlands." Walder's pale eyes flicked to her, then to Drogon. "They promised me a future," he hissed. "A place in their new order. Not left to rot on this damned river while wolves piss on my bridge and Tullus sniff down their noses. You think you're better, girl? You and your beasts? You're the same as they are. You all want to sit on something and look down." Daenerys held his gaze. "I wanted," she said quietly, "to walk into your hall and leave again without having to burn it. You made a different choice." He laughed then, or tried to. Came out as a cough. "Go on then," he rasped. "Do it. You've already shamed me in my own house. Kill me and be done. Let your dragons shit on my bones." Robb's hand tightened on his sword hilt. "Death is the only coin men like you understand," Wyman Manderly muttered from the ring. "Pay him, your grace, for every northern man who lay down drunk and unarmed under his roof expecting safety. Murdering him here will not mend guest right," Catelyn said, her voice low but clear. "But doing nothing will tell the world the North is too soft to answer such an insult." Robb closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, they were harder. "Walder Frey," he said, "for breaking guest right, for conspiring with my enemies to murder me and mine, for willing to spill the blood of those who sat at your table as if they were swine at slaughter. I sentence you to death." Walder's mouth opened, perhaps to spit, perhaps to beg. No words emerged. Robb looked at Daenerys. "You brought the fire that saved us," he said. "But this is the North's law to answer. Not dragons. Not lions." He drew his sword, lifting it so that the cold light struck along its length. "The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword." Daenerys inclined her head. "Then swing," she said softly. Walder's last words, if he had any, were lost under the rising wind. Robb's blade fell in a clean, practiced stroke. Blood steamed briefly on the snow, then cooled. The severed head rolled, bumping against a rough stone, its mouth still open, eyes staring at a sky that did not care. Silence held for a moment, broken only by the soft hiss of falling flakes. Then Manderly dropped heavily to one knee, his sons following. Other northern men knelt, some awkwardly, some as if their joints had known the motion all their lives. "For the king in the north," someone said. "And the queen?" A voice called from the back, not mocking, merely curious. Many eyes turned to Daenerys. She did not flinch. "There is only one crown in this courtyard," she said. "I stand beside it, not beneath." not above. Then for the north, Brynden Tully said, his own voice carrying, and for the ally who burned treachery out by the root. They found a room in the less damaged tower that still had 4 walls and a roof mostly intact. The air inside was thick with the smell of smoke and stone dust. Soot streaked the ceiling where a previous fire had licked along it years before. A table had been dragged in from some other chamber, its surface scarred and gouged. They spread a map over it, weighting the corners with whatever came to hand. A dagger, an empty cup, a short length of chain warped by heat, a small fry figurine of a tower. Blood marked one edge of the parchment, a ghostly smear where some wounded man's hand had brushed it earlier. Robb stood on one side of the table, Daenerys on the other. The candle between them cast their shadows long and uncertain against the walls. Through a jagged break where a portion of stone had fallen away, Drogon's bulk was visible outside, curled like a cat on a ledge of broken masonry. His eye gleamed faintly whenever it caught the light. "So," Robb said, "we live. For now," Daenerys said. "Walder does not." "No," he agreed, "nor do many of his kin. The ones who fought beside you will swear they were bullied or ignorant. The ones who fought against you are dead." His mouth twisted. "Blood cleans some stains, leaves others. You could strip them of their name," she said. "Take their bridge. Give it to someone who will not sell it to the highest bidder." He looked at the little Fry Tower figurine. The bridge must change hands. If not for this, then because I cannot trust a Fry with such a chokehold on the North's throat any longer." "Who then?" she asked. "Perhaps Blackwood," he mused. "Or Mallister, someone from the Trident who will remember that the river runs both ways. Or perhaps a lesser house of the North, raised up on condition of their good behavior." He shook his head. "It will require thought. For now, we leave a garrison loyal to Winterfell and take hostages enough to keep the Fry remnants from doing anything rash." He tapped the map where the twins Saturday. "This is no longer a sword at our backs. That is something." "And Roose Bolton?" Daenerys asked. Robb's jaw tightened. "I saw him turn his blade on a Fry who would have taken my mother from behind," he said. "I cannot forget that. I also cannot forget that every instinct I own tells me he was ready to do less honest harm, had we not forced his hand." "He is patient," she said. "He will wait until dragons are too far to burn his treachery quickly, or until your wolves are busy elsewhere." "I know," Robb said. "I will not take his head because my gut knots at the sight of him, but I will not bare my throat to him either." His hand moved, placing a small piece, an old carved flayed man, from the broken edge of the map closer to the Dreadfort. "He returns home, with fewer men than he came with, under watch." "You cannot watch every lord," she said. "No," he agreed, "but I can watch the ones who make my skin crawl." Outside, Drogon shifted, his tail scraping stone. Sparks drifted from where his breath touched a bit of char. Daenerys traced a line from the twins southward. "This will echo," she said. "News will spread. A planned massacre turned on its head. A lord of an old house slain for breaking guest right. Dragons burning a great hall that would have been your tomb." "It will make the wary more wary," Robb said. "Some will say I bring chaos in my wake. Others will say you do." "Let them," she said. "Chaos was coming regardless. We have simply chosen this once who it devoured." He smiled at that, tired but genuine. "You speak like you've done this before." "I have stood in halls where men expected chains instead of freedom," she said. "I have watched cities tremble when they realized their masters were less necessary than they'd believed. This is not so different, only colder." He leaned on the table, hands braced on either side of the candle. The light carved hollows under his eyes. "The North owes you much," he said quietly. "My life, my mother's, my uncle's. The lives of men who would have died drunk and trusting, had you not looked up. The North owes me nothing," she said. "I swore in your godswood so that I would not be owed, so that when I ask you to stand with me against the Lannisters, It is not as debtor but as ally. He huffed out a breath. You will ask. Yes, she said, when the time is right. Not while the dead gather beyond your wall. Not while your people starve. But when the lions look ready to pounce again. Her gaze held his. And when I do, I need you alive to answer. He straightened slowly. Then we must try not to get killed at every feast we attend, he said. A tall order, for a Stark. A tall order, she agreed, for a Targaryen as well. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, the map between them, the broken wall behind, the dragon outside a living reminder of what they had unleashed. We'll leave at first light tomorrow, Robb said at last. Back to Winterfell. This place can wait. Let the smoke clear. Let the river wash some of the blood away. And then? She asked. And then, he said, we turn our eyes north, to the wall, to Jon's letters, to the thing that made your dreams run cold. Her hand drifted, almost unconsciously, to the top edge of the map, where no careful ink had been drawn. The unknown beyond. Fire and ice, she murmured. He looked at her, head tilted. What? Nothing, she said. Only a thought. We've burned one treachery from the world. The rest will not be so easily set alight. Good thing, he said, glancing at Drogon through the broken wall. We have time yet to teach your monsters new tricks. They are not monsters, she said. They are my children. They are both, he replied. She did not argue. Instead, she reached out and adjusted the little dragon piece on the map, placing it beside the wolf atop Winterfell's mark rather than at the twins. For the first time since she had set foot in Westeros, he felt not just like a storm passing through, but like part of a pattern, a dangerous, fragile pattern, stitched in fire and fur and old stone. Outside, dawn brightened, turning the falling snow from gray to white. The ink had dried hours ago, but in Tywin Lannister's hand it looked fresh, as if the words themselves refused to settle. He read the lines again anyway, not because he doubted his own comprehension, but because disbelief was a luxury only fools indulged and he preferred to beat it into submission. Dragons confirmed 3. Walder Frey slain by order of Robb Stark after attempted violation of guest right. Hall half destroyed by flame from the beasts. The north holds the crossing. The handwriting was small and neat, the maester at the twins doing his best to remain dispassionate even as ash fell into his ink. The seal had been Frey blue and gray, cracked now. The words were facts. Stone had fallen. Men had burned. Plans had come to nothing. Tywin folded the parchment once, precisely, and set it down on the table between them as if it were a minor piece of correspondence about grain tithes. Tyrion Lannister picked it up almost before his father's fingers had left the vellum, one eyebrow rising as he scanned the lines. Cersei did not reach for it. She watched Tywin instead, the way a cat watches the set of a dog's jaw. Dragons, Tyrion said when he'd finished. He made the words sound almost amused, but the knuckles of his hand whitened where they rested on the table's edge. We've had reports from the east for years, of course. Merchants, sailors, half-wits. But I must confess, I did not expect to see them roasting Freys on our doorstep quite so soon. Cersei snatched the letter from him, her eyes flicking back and forth. Color rose in her cheeks as she reached the description of the hall's destruction. That filthy old goat, she hissed. He promised. Father, you wrote him. You gave him instructions. I gave him an opportunity, Tywin said. His voice was calm, but the muscle at the hinge of his jaw flexed once. He squandered it. He had one task, Cersei snapped. Kill the wolf. Kill the woman. End this farce of northern independence and send their heads to the city. Instead, he loses his hall, his family, and his bridge. And he has done us one favor in his incompetence, Tywin said. He has proved that these rumors are no longer stories. Dragons live, they breathe fire, and they have forsworn the south long enough to fly in northern skies. Tyrion's mouth twisted. and ally themselves to the Starks, it seems. Not quite the way the songs told it. Songs, Tywin said, are lies more often than not. He rose and moved to the map table set against the wall, where the painted boards still bore marks from the Blackwater. His hand swept aside golden lions clustered around the Trident and King's Landing. 3 small new pieces waited near the edge, a steward's attempt to catch up with reality. Dragons carved from blackened wood, their wings crude but unmistakable. Tywin placed one in the north, beside the carved direwolf over Winterfell. Another he set by the twins. The third he left on the edge, spinning it idly between thumb and forefinger. "You seem very calm about all this," Tyrion said. "Some would find the combination of wolves and dragons disquieting." "It is disquieting," Tywin said, "but panic is for lesser men. We have faced fire before." "Your fire," Cersei said, "our wildfire. This is different." "The last time dragons sat a throne," Tywin said, "they rotted from within. Madness did what no sword could. This one," he tapped the dragon by Winterfell, "this one sails north, kneels before a boy king, and burns the house of a man foolish enough to break bread with his enemies while crossbows lurked above." Tyrion pursed his lips. "Not madness, strategy. Perhaps both," Tywin said. "In any case, we must assume she is dangerous." "And Robb Stark?" Cersei asked. "He lives, again. How many more times must we endure his miraculous escapes?" "A man who lives through repeated attempts on his life," Tyrion said, "tends to become more careful, or more arrogant." "He has become both," Tywin said. "He has also become useful to our enemies." He turned back to them. His eyes were very clear, very cold. "We must divide them," he said. "Stark and Targaryen, wolf and dragon. Their alliance cannot be allowed to stand." "How?" Cersei demanded. "They are in the north. The boy won't come near King's Landing now, not without those beasts overhead. We cannot claim to be his protectors as we did with Eddard. And as for her," she sniffed, "she is little more than a beggar queen with a few lizards. Lizards that turned Fry stone to ash," Tyrion said mildly. "They made a crude mess of a crude hall," Cersei snapped. "Harrenhal still stands." "Harrenhal was stone specifically bred to mock dragons," Tyrion said. "Freys are not." Tywin cut across them. "Enough. We will not waste breath arguing over the size of the threat. It exists. We answer it as we answer all others." He looked at Tyrion. "You will speak with Varys, with Littlefinger. I want every whisperer in the city sniffing for cracks between wolf and dragon. Old grudges, new resentments. The North does not love fire. The Targaryen girl's father burned their last lord. There will be those who remember. Win them." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "You mean to buy northern lords?" "Gold is one tool," Tywin said. "Marriage is another. There are still daughters in this house, sons in others. Hostages can become spouses. Spouses become levers." Tyrion glanced at the tiny dragon piece in Tywin's fingers. "And if neither gold nor bed proves sufficient to separate them?" Tywin set the third dragon down on King's Landing, just for a moment. "Then we learn," he said, "how to kill dragons." The sea breathed below them, slow and dark. Blackwater Bay lapped against the quays, its surface catching the yellow light spilling from lanterns and the dimmer glow of a sleeping city. The scars of wildfire still marked the shoreline in places, patches where the rock had blackened and cracked, where nothing would grow. Tyrion Lannister found the sight oddly comforting. Proof, at least, that fire could be commanded if you were ruthless enough. Varys's soft footfalls made little sound on the stones beside him. The eunuch's hands were folded in his sleeves, his head tilted just so, the very picture of discreet attention. "3 dragons," Tyrion said, leaning on the balustrade. "I had hoped we might go one lifetime without seeing so many in our skies again." "Some would call it a marvel," Varys said. "The gods returning old wonders to a world grown too small and comfortable." "Comfortable," Tyrion repeated. Is that what you call these days? Between Joffrey's tantrums, my sister's enthusiasms, and my father's charming habit of using his children as siege engines, I had not noticed the comfort. Perhaps not comfortable for us, Varys allowed, but for many, the days before dragons returned were at least predictable. Now the game has more pieces. Tyrion snorted. Yes, a wolf king in the north, a dragon queen at his side, an exiled Baratheon brooding on his rocks with his red priestess and his burning heart, Greyjoys skulking on their islands, and our own dear king eagerly sharpening knives for anyone who looks at him askance. He took a pull from the wineskin at his hip. Remind me again why we're the villains in most of the songs? Because villains tend to win, Varys said. His voice was mild. His eyes were dark. Tyrion wiped his mouth. My father wants cracks, he said, between Robb Stark and Daenerys Targaryen. He wants grievances, doubts, old wounds to poke and new ones to open. Tell me you have something better than the obvious, that her father killed his grandfather and his uncle and so on. Better. Varys's lips pursed. Perhaps not, but there are angles. He lifted one finger. First, the North remembers, forgives slowly. The image of dragons burning fields and cattle will not be easily forgotten, even if the current dragons have not yet done it. Every time the girl uses her fire, she buys herself fear as well as awe. Fear is a useful coin, Tyrion said. My father spends it like a miser spends gold. Indeed, but the Starks pride themselves on a different kind of currency. Honor, restraint, justice, that will grate eventually, when set beside fire and blood. He raised a second finger. Second, she is foreign. Her followers are foreign. Slaves freed in distant cities. Dothraki, exiles. The North is not a place that warms quickly to strangers. Strangers with dragons, less so, Tyrion agreed. And third, Varys said softly, there is the heart. Tyrion frowned. You mean to play at ghosting love stories into this? There is too much war in these two for that. Love is not always tender, Varys said. Sometimes it is a knife with flowers on the hilt. Robb Stark has already thrown away one alliance for the sake of his heart. Daenerys has lost a husband and a child and made herself anew in their ashes. Whatever bond grows between them, whether of affection or convenience, will be watched by their followers with suspicion. A southern marriage here, an accidental slight there, and suddenly wolves feel ignored while dragons feel owed. You truly are a spider, Tyrion said. You spin webs out of sighs and glances. I spin webs out of what men are, Varys said. My little birds will listen. If the North begins to grumble, I will hear it. Perhaps we can fan those embers. While we keep our own house from burning down, Tyrion muttered. My sister will not enjoy hearing that someone else has dragons. No, Varys said. She will not. They stood in silence for a moment, listening to the sea. Do you ever think, Tyrion said at last, that it might be better if one of them did win? Undivided. A Robb Stark and a Daenerys Targaryen, with dragons on their banners and a common enemy in us? That perhaps a realm ruled by those who have actually bled for their crowns might be preferable to. He gestured vaguely toward the city, where Joffrey slept off another day of cruelty. Varys's face did not change. I think of many things, he said, but my duty is to the realm as it is, not as it might be under different stars. Of course, Tyrion said lightly, we don't choose the game, only how we cheat at it. He looked up, as if he might see, beyond the haze of city smoke and dawn, 3 dark shapes rising over distant snow. Let's hope, he said, that when the dragons finally look south, it is not only lion's gold they smell on the wind. Winterfell looked different when you came home twice. The first time, Robb had ridden through these gates as a boy returning from his first battle, still tasting victory like metal and salt on his tongue. His father had not been there to meet him. The absence had been a wound. Now he rode as a king who had nearly died under a false banner at another man's table. The hall that would have been his tomb lay behind him, half ruined. The man who had planned his murder was headless. The woman who had saved him rode at his side, dragons casting their shadows on his home. Snow fell in lazy flakes as they passed under the archway. The portcullis clanked up. Men on the walls shouted, some in words, some in inarticulate relief. Banners stirred, the direwolf foremost, then the trident, the merman, others. Small folk crowded the courtyard, kept back from the horses by a line of guards who were only half successful in the face of their enthusiasm. Women craned their necks. Children balanced on barrels and walls. Older men leaned on staves, eyes narrowed but bright. Rhaegal and Viserion announced themselves with twin shrieks, banking low over the roofs. Their wings stirred the smoke from the chimneys, sending it streaming in new directions. The children's shout as one of the dragons swooped close enough to tousle their hair was almost enough to drown out the muttered prayers of their elders. "King Robb!" someone cried. "Dragon Queen!" Another voice shouted, half hesitant, half in awe. Daenerys felt heat rise to her cheeks despite the cold. She had grown accustomed, in Essos, to hearing her titles shouted by men whose lives she had broken and remade, by slaves whose chains she had shattered. This was different. These were not her people. They were wolves, not dragons. And yet they looked at her as if she were the fire that had kept their den from freezing. Lysa Snow was among them, cheeks pink, her embroidered dragon-threaded cloak drawn tight. She caught Daenerys' gaze and grinned, a quick, fierce thing that made her look older and younger all at once. "You've picked up a name," Robb murmured beside her under the noise. "A name?" she asked, keeping her eyes ahead. "Queen of Ash and Snow," he said. "Some fool Manderly man used it in the yard." The word stuck. Daenerys made a face. "It sounds like a song title." "It will be one," he said. "They will sing of this for years, how dragons came to a northern hall and burned treachery to cinders. They will forget the men who swung swords," she said. "They always do," Robb replied. "But the swords remember, and the dragons." As if on cue, Drogon swept over the godswood, his shadow briefly covering the heart tree. The great weirwood's red leaves stirred, as if in answer. Some of the old women in the crowd crossed themselves, lips moving in half-forgotten prayers. Catelyn waited at the base of the steps, cloak drawn close, hair caught up in a messy knot. Her face, when she saw them, went still with something like shock, as if she had not truly believed until that moment that they would ride back between the walls. Her eyes lingered on Robb, counting limbs again, then moved to Daenerys. They held there a moment, weighing. "Welcome home," she said. Robb swung down from his saddle, boots crunching on the snow. Gray wind pushed forward, pressing his massive head against Catelyn's hip. She laid a hand on his fur automatically, the gesture as familiar as breathing. "We burned Walder's plans," Robb said, "and a good part of his hall. He will trouble the north no more." Catelyn's gaze flicked to Daenerys. "And the cost?" she asked. "Less than it might have been," Daenerys said. "Fewer wolves dead than Freys. Some stone, some sleep." She hesitated. "Trust, harder to measure." Catelyn nodded slowly. "Trust can be rebuilt," she said. "Stone can be set again. Men lost." She shook her head, then straightened. "Come inside, both of you. The North will want to hear this from your mouths, not ravens' claws." The hall hummed like a beehive shaken. Word of the twins had flown ahead of them on the wings of ravens and rumor, but men wanted more than ink and breath. They wanted to see the survivors, to count the scars, to add their own outrage to the pile. They wanted, Daenerys thought, to knit the story into something that made their world feel less fragile. They packed the benches, Manderlys with their sea-green rings, Glovers in their simple, sturdy leathers, men from Torrens Square, Skagos, Barrowton. Daisy Mormont sat among her own, mail gleaming, expression intent. Even some mountain clansmen had come, their faces weathered, their cloaks ragged but their eyes bright. Robb stood before the hearth, the heat at his back. Daenerys stood a step to his right. Catelyn sat at the high table beside an empty chair that would once have been her husband's. The carved direwolves overhead looked down on them all. Wyman Manderly, who had fought at the twins with more enthusiasm than grace, held aloft a banner someone had stitched in remarkable haste. The gray dire wolf and the three-headed dragon side by side on a field of white and black. "You will put that down before you set the rushes alight," Wyman Manderly wheezed from his bench, though pride roughened his tone. "We've had enough fire for one season." Laughter rippled, brief but real. Robb raised his hand. The hall subsided. "Walder Frey is dead," he said. The words fell like stones. "He died for breaking guest right, for conspiring with my enemies to murder me and mine, for willing to spill the blood of those who sat at your table as if they were swine at slaughter." "Why?" Walder's lips peeled back, but his teeth chattered too much to make the expression truly defiant. "Why?" he croaked. "Because I could. Because you slighted me. Because you thought you could pick and choose among my girls like pigs in a pen and not pay the price. You would have killed your own daughter," Catelyn said. She stood a little behind Robb, her knife still at her belt, her hair tangled from smoke and snow. "Rosalind sat at that table beside my brother. She would have died in your storm." Walder spat, the glob freezing almost as soon as it hit the ground. "I've sons enough, daughters too. What's one more? She'd have died a lady, at least, not some broodmare in your damp castle." Edmure flinched, his face a mix of horror and anger. Rosalind, standing beside him wrapped in a borrowed cloak, pressed a hand to her mouth. "The lions paid you," Daenerys said. "Or promised to. Did they promise you safety too? When the north burned, when dragonfire fell on the Westerlands." Walder's pale eyes flicked to her, then to Drogon. "They promised me a future," he hissed. "A place in their new order. Not left to rot on this damned river while wolves piss on my bridge and Tullus sniff down their noses. You think you're better, girl? You and your beasts? You're the same as they are. You all want to sit on something and look down." Daenerys held his gaze. "I wanted," she said quietly, "to walk into your hall and leave again without having to burn it. You made a different choice." He laughed then, or tried to. Came out as a cough. "Go on then," he rasped. "Do it. You've already shamed me in my own house. Kill me and be done. Let your dragons shit on my bones." Robb's hand tightened on his sword hilt. "Death is the only coin men like you understand," Wyman Manderly muttered from the ring. "Pay him, your grace, for every northern man who lay down drunk and unarmed under his roof expecting safety. Murdering him here will not mend guest right," Catelyn said, her voice low but clear. "But doing nothing will tell the world the North is too soft to answer such an insult." Robb closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, they were harder. "Walder Frey," he said, "for breaking guest right, for conspiring with my enemies to murder me and mine, for willing to spill the blood of those who sat at your table as if they were swine at slaughter. I sentence you to death." Walder's mouth opened, perhaps to spit, perhaps to beg. No words emerged. Robb looked at Daenerys. "You brought the fire that saved us," he said. "But this is the North's law to answer. Not dragons. Not lions." He drew his sword, lifting it so that the cold light struck along its length. "The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword." Daenerys inclined her head. "Then swing," she said softly. Walder's last words, if he had any, were lost under the rising wind. Robb's blade fell in a clean, practiced stroke. Blood steamed briefly on the snow, then cooled. The severed head rolled, bumping against a rough stone, its mouth still open, eyes staring at a sky that did not care. Silence held for a moment, broken only by the soft hiss of falling flakes. Then Manderly dropped heavily to one knee, his sons following. Other northern men knelt, some awkwardly, some as if their joints had known the motion all their lives. "For the king in the north," someone said. "And the queen?" A voice called from the back, not mocking, merely curious. Many eyes turned to Daenerys. She did not flinch. There is only one crown in this courtyard, she said. I stand beside it, not beneath, not above. Then for the north, Brynden Tully said, his own voice carrying. And for the ally who burned treachery out by the root. They found a room in the less damaged tower that still had 4 walls and a roof mostly intact. The air inside was thick with the smell of smoke and stone dust. Soot streaked the ceiling where a previous fire had licked along it years before. A table had been dragged in from some other chamber, its surface scarred and gouged. They spread a map over it, weighting the corners with whatever came to hand. A dagger, an empty cup, a short length of chain warped by heat, a small Frey figurine of a tower. Blood marked one edge of the parchment. A ghostly smear where some wounded man's hand had brushed it earlier. Robb stood on one side of the table, Daenerys on the other. The candle between them cast their shadows long and uncertain against the walls. Through a jagged break where a portion of stone had fallen away, Drogon's bulk was visible outside, curled like a cat on a ledge of broken masonry. His eye gleamed faintly whenever it caught the light. So, Robb said, we live. For now, Daenerys said. Walder does not. No, he agreed, nor do many of his kin. The ones who fought beside you will swear they were bullied or ignorant. The ones who fought against you are dead. His mouth twisted. Blood cleans some stains, leaves others. You could strip them of their name, she said. Take their bridge. Give it to someone who will not sell it to the highest bidder. He looked at the little Frey Tower figurine. The bridge must change hands. If not for this, then because I cannot trust a Frey with such a chokehold on the North's throat any longer. Who then? She asked. Perhaps Blackwood, he mused. Or Mallister, someone from the Trident who will remember that the river runs both ways. Or perhaps a lesser house of the North, raised up on condition of their good behavior. He shook his head. It will require thought. For now, we leave a garrison loyal to Winterfell and take hostages enough to keep the Frey remnants from doing anything rash. He tapped the map where the twins Saturday. This is no longer a sword at our backs. That is something. And Roose Bolton? Daenerys asked. Robb's jaw tightened. I saw him turn his blade on a Frey who would have taken my mother from behind, he said. I cannot forget that. I also cannot forget that every instinct I own tells me he was ready to do less honest harm, had we not forced his hand. He is patient, she said. He will wait until dragons are too far to burn his treachery quickly, or until your wolves are busy elsewhere. I know, Robb said. I will not take his head because my gut knots at the sight of him, but I will not bare my throat to him either. His hand moved, placing a small piece, an old carved flayed man, from the broken edge of the map closer to the Dreadfort. He returns home, with fewer men than he came with, under watch. You cannot watch every lord, she said. No, he agreed, but I can watch the ones who make my skin crawl. Outside, Drogon shifted, his tail scraping stone. Sparks drifted from where his breath touched a bit of char. Daenerys traced a line from the twins southward. This will echo, she said. News will spread. A planned massacre turned on its head. A lord of an old house slain for breaking guest right. Dragons burning a great hall that would have been your tomb. It will make the wary more wary, Robb said. Some will say I bring chaos in my wake. Others will say you do. Let them, she said. Chaos was coming regardless. We have simply chosen this once who it devoured. He smiled at that, tired but genuine. You speak like you've done this before. I have stood in halls where men expected chains instead of freedom, she said. I have watched cities tremble when they realized their masters were less necessary than they'd believed. This is not so different, only colder. He leaned on the table, hands braced on either side of the candle. The light carved hollows under his eyes. The North owes you much, he said quietly. My life, my mother's, my uncle's. The lives of men who would have died drunk and trusting, had you not looked up. The North owes me nothing, she said. I swore in your godswood so that I would not be owed, so that when I ask you to stand with me against the Lannisters, it is not as debtor but as ally. He huffed out a breath. You will ask. Yes, she said, when the time is right, not while the dead gather beyond your wall, not while your people starve, but when the lions look ready to pounce again. Her gaze held his. And when I do, I need you alive to answer. He straightened slowly. Then we must try not to get killed at every feast we attend, he said. A tall order, for a Stark. A tall order, she agreed, for a Targaryen as well. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, the map between them, the broken wall behind, the dragon outside a living reminder of what they had unleashed. We'll leave at first light tomorrow, Robb said at last. Back to Winterfell. This place can wait. Let the smoke clear. Let the river wash some of the blood away. And then? She asked. And then, he said, we turn our eyes north, to the wall, to Jon's letters, to the thing that made your dreams run cold. Her hand drifted, almost unconsciously, to the top edge of the map, where no careful ink had been drawn. The unknown beyond. Fire and ice, she murmured. He looked at her, head tilted. What? Nothing, she said. Only a thought. We've burned one treachery from the world. The rest will not be so easily set alight. Good thing, he said, glancing at Drogon through the broken wall. We have time yet to teach your monsters new tricks. They are not monsters, she said. They are my children. They are both, he replied. She did not argue. Instead, she reached out and adjusted the little dragon piece on the map, placing it beside the wolf atop Winterfell's mark rather than at the twins. For the first time since she had set foot in Westeros, he felt not just like a storm passing through, but like part of a pattern, a dangerous, fragile pattern, stitched in fire and fur and old stone. Outside, dawn brightened, turning the falling snow from gray to white. The fire in the longhouse crackled and spat, its light painting the walls in shifting amber. Smoke crept up through a hole in the thatch, taking with it the smell of peat and boiled cabbage. The old man by the hearth had lost most of his teeth and much of his hair, but his voice was strong. It rolled over the children gathered at his feet, smoothing the edges of the day's worries the way a mother's hand smooths a blanket. And there they were, he said. The king in the north and his lady mother, eating bread and salt under the roof of a man who smiled with his teeth and plotted with his knives. A girl with a missing front tooth hugged her knees to her chest. Guessed right, she said. Ma'am says it's sacred. That's what you have when you've not got much else. The old man said. And that's what he broke. Walder Frey, they called him. Old and sour. They say his hall stank of mold and his heart of worse. Had crossbows up in the rafters, pointed at our king's back. A boy scowled. Why didn't the king smell it? Because treachery doesn't stink until it's too late, the old man said. And because men who come in peace don't always look up. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. But she did, he said. The dragon woman, Daenerys Targaryen. She looked up. She saw the shadows where no shadows should be. She felt the sting in the air, like before a storm. And she called. He slapped his knee. The smaller children jumped. Down came the dragons, he said. Black and green and gold. Down they came from the towers where the old man thought they were just perched like crows. And when that Lannister tune started playing, the one about a lord who thought he was too clever to drown, the dragons said different. In the shadows near the back, a woman knitting by dim light snorted softly. You make it sound like they're little gods, she said. They breathe fire, so do the smith's bellows. The old man said, but when the smith's bellows breathe fire, they don't scorch crossbowmen from the rafters in the same breath. He winked at the children. They say the dragon's fire lit up the hall like day, burned every man who'd hidden above, ready to put a quarrel through our king's neck, gave the wolves time to bare their teeth proper. Did the dragons eat the Freys? The missing-toothed girl asked, delighted. Some, maybe, the old man said. Some they burned. Some they flew over, so scared they dropped their swords and pissed themselves. But it was the king who took the old man's head in the end. That's important. Dragons can burn and roar, but it's men who swing swords in the north. A boy with straw sticking from his hair frowned. "Why'd the dragons help us?" he asked. "Her father burned our folk. Set Lord Robb Stark alight and all that. Why'd his daughter come flying for us instead of for the south?" "Maybe she doesn't much like what he did either," the old man said. "Maybe she's seen enough burning in her time that she'd rather set fire where it stops worse." He shrugged. Or maybe the gods decided they were tired of lions, thinking they were the only beasts that mattered, and brought a dragon north to balance the scales. He leaned back, his chair creaking. "Whatever the reason, it's done. They're talking about her from White Harbor to Skagos now. Queen of Ash and Snow, they call her. Some spit the name, some whisper it, but they all say it." In the doorway, a figure paused. A woman wrapped in a cloak lined with fur, her silver hair tucked under a plain hood. Lysa Snow's eyes widened. "My lady," she breathed. Daenerys lifted a finger to her lips. "Go on," she murmured to the storyteller from the shadows. "I would hear how the world tells it." So he did. And she stood there, heart tight and strangely light at once, listening to herself become something other than what she had been. The wind on the fist of the first men was a living thing. It clawed at cloaks and hair, thrust cold fingers under collars, stole breath from lungs. Snow whirled in eddies between the boulders, making the world a series of brief, shifting veils. The ring of stones at the hill's crown stood like broken teeth, half buried. Samwell Tarly's hands shook as he unwrapped the bundle they had dragged from the earth. Jon could not tell how much of the tremor was cold and how much fear. "Dragon. Glass," Sam said, his breath coming in little gasps. Just like in the books." The daggers inside glinted, black and sharp, edges catching what little light filtered through the clouds. There were arrowheads too, chipped into wicked points. Some were wrapped in furs that crumbled at a touch, others lay naked, their surfaces strangely untouched by time. "Whoever left these knew they were worth keeping," Jon said. "Why bury them here? Why not carry them south?" "Maybe they meant to come back," Gren said. "Maybe they didn't get the chance."
Some swallowed.
His eyes kept darting north, beyond the ring of stones to the vast, pale sweep of land. "They said in the histories," he whispered, "that dragonglass was used against the others, that it did what steel couldn't." He picked up one of the daggers, hissed as his thumb brushed the edge. Blood welled, bright against the black. Sharp. Jon took another, feeling its weight. It was lighter than steel, but it sat in his hand as if it belonged there. He thought of Daenerys's letter to Robb, carried north by ravens, of fire and dead men in her dreams, of his own memories, blue eyes in the dark woods, the feel of a corpse's hands around his throat. "If they left these for us," he said quietly, "it's because they knew we'd need them, again." Behind them, the Night's Watch camped uneasily. Small fires huddled against the wind. The horses stamped and tossed their heads. Ghost prowled along the ridge, fur bristling, gaze fixed on the night. "Robb wrote," Jon said, more to himself than to the others. "He said dragons have come to Winterfell, that she kneels to the north, not to the south, that she's seen things in her fire that sound like what we've seen here." Gren made a face. "I'll believe in dragons when one roasts my supper for me," he said. Sam glanced at him, then at Jon. Would it be so bad?" he asked hesitantly. "If they did come north? Dragons, fire, they might make these woods less cold. They'd make them something else," Jon said. He slid the dragonglass dagger into his belt, feeling its chill bite through the leather. "But if what's coming is worse than fire, I'll take fire beside me." A horn sounded then, low and far, echoing oddly off the stones. Not the single blast of rangers returning, nor the double that warned of wildlings. It was the third sound every brother learned and none expected to hear. Low and mournful, repeated, the horn of old stories. Sam went white, 3, he whispered. 3 blasts. Jon's hand tightened on the dagger's hilt. Others, he said. The wind seemed to laugh. The hall at Dragonstone was all shadows and stone. Its carved dragons loomed from the walls and ceiling, mouths agape, claws extended, frozen mid-snarl. Firelight made them seem to move. The great table that Aegon had once used as his map of conquest stretched between the pillars, its wooden surface worn smooth by centuries of hands plotting war. Melisandre stood before the brazier at the hall's end, her red gown a slash of color in the gloom. Flames licked up from the iron bowl, pale and high, their tongues twisting in ways that did not match the wood feeding them. Stannis Baratheon watched from the dais, jaw clenched, hands resting on the arms of his chair. His eyes were on the fire, but his mind was far away, on the sea, on his failed siege, on the weight of a crown he wore in defiance of the world. Davos Seaworth stood further back, near the shadowed columns, fingers worrying the pouch of fingerbone talismans at his neck. He did not watch the flames so much as he watched Melisandre, his expression wary. "There," Melisandre whispered. "Look, your grace, and see." The flames shifted. For an instant they formed the shape of a stag crowned with fire. Then that image melted, the antlers trailing away like smoke. In its place rose another beast, a dire wolf, its fur gray, its eyes like coals. Behind it, 3 smaller shapes coiled and uncoiled. Dragons, their wings beating in time with some unseen heart. "They come together," Melisandre said. "Wolf and dragon, fire and other fire." She frowned slightly. "Not the one I first thought." Stannis leaned forward. "You told me I am the one," he said. "Azor Ahai reborn, the prince that was promised. You saw it in your flames." "I saw a man with a burning sword standing against the darkness," Melisandre said. "I saw a crown of light and a heart of stone. I saw much. The meaning is not always simple." "The sword you gave me burned," Stannis said. "The men saw it. They cheered. Then we went to war and lost on the Blackwater while my fleet burned green and my men drowned." His mouth twisted. "Is this, too, one of your complicated meanings?" Davos watched her, his eyes narrowed. He had never trusted her visions. Fire showed what it wished. Men heard what they wanted. Melisandre did not flinch at Stannis's bitterness. Her gaze remained fixed on the flames. "The war you lost was not the war I saw," she said. "That was a battle of men. Petty kings scrambling for chairs." Her eyes narrowed. "This is different. This is the war for the dawn." The fire twisted again. The direwolf and dragons shrank, replaced by a wall of pale flame that was not flame. It was ice, so high it cut the sky, so broad it swallowed the horizon. In its shadow moved dark figures, eyes blue, swords white as moonlight. Davos swallowed. His hand tightened on the pouch at his neck. "The wall," he said hoarsely. "The wall up north." Melisandre's lips parted. "Yes," she breathed, "and beyond it, cold that eats the soul. I have felt it in half-glimpsed dreams, but never so clear." Her gaze sharpened. "And there, the flames showed a figure standing before the wall, sword in hand. His face was shadowed, but his eyes glowed like embers in the dark. Beside him, a second figure, a woman with hair like pale fire and dragons coiled at her shoulders. Between them, a third, gray-cloaked, with a ghost at his heels. "Not you," she whispered. The words seemed to surprise even her. "Not you alone." Stannis rose, anger flaring. "What trick is this?" he demanded. "You said." "I said what I believed from what I saw," Melisandre said sharply. For a moment, the mask of imperturbable certainty cracked. "Visions are not lines of ink on a page. They are living things. They change." "So your god changes his mind," Davos said. "How convenient for you both." She ignored him, eyes on Stannis. "Lollaress enemy is not your brother's ghost or Joffrey's crown. It is what moves in that cold. I see now that the prince that was promised may be more than one, or that his work will be done by more than one hand." her fingers curled around the edge of the brazier. Wolf, dragon, and another with the wolf's blood and dragon's fire both. Words, Stannis snapped. Smoke, you told me I had a destiny. Now you say I am one piece among others. She met his gaze, unflinching. You are still chosen, she said. You will still go north, but you will not stand alone there. And if you remain here, clinging to this rocky island and your grievance, you will die forgotten while others fight the true war. Silence stretched. Davos stepped forward, impulsive. If there is such a threat, he said, shouldn't you be sending help to the Night's Watch instead of burning statues and bastards? Men, food, anything. Melisandre's eyes flicked to him. You are more right than you know, Onion Knight, she said. The wall needs fire. It needs faith. She turned back to Stannis. Let me go north, your grace. Let me see with my own eyes. You can hold Dragonstone, or march when you are ready. But I must go. And leave me? Stannis's lip curled. After binding me to your god, after lighting my sword and my ships, you would run to a pack of northern savages and a Targaryen usurper? You will follow, she said, or you will not. That choice is yours. But the path I must walk runs along the wall now, not around this table. The flames flared higher, as if in answer. In their heart, the direwolf and dragons rose again, standing before the wall of ice. For the first time in a long while, Melisandre felt something like fear. It excited her. The night was less cruel within Winterfell's walls. Steam rose from vents in the courtyards, sending up tendrils of warmth that coiled around corners and brushed at ankles. The godswood exhaled mist that drifted over the rooflines. Even so, the air on the wall had teeth. Daenerys pulled her borrowed northern cloak tighter and walked beside Robb Stark, their boots crunching in the thin crust of snow that had settled since dusk. Gray wind padded behind them, quiet as a shadow, his presence a steady pressure at the back of her awareness. Above, the dragons perched in their chosen places, more felt than seen. A sense of coiled heat and latent violence. They'll talk about the twins for years, Robb said. They'll talk about Walder's treachery, about the dragons, about how we answered. He rested his hands on the parapet, leaning out just enough to see the lights of the village beyond the walls. A scatter of orange points, already dimming as folk sought their beds. Some of them, Daenerys said, will talk about how their king walked into yet another trap and had to be pulled from it. He huffed. Some will. They'd not be wrong. They would be unkind, she said, and unwise to forget that you lived through it. He glanced at her, one eyebrow raised. Do you expect them to fall over themselves with gratitude because you set a hall on fire for them? No, she said. Gratitude is a fragile thing. It burns away faster than you think. I expect only this, that when I call them to stand beside me against men who would burn them without thought, they will remember that I burned a man who planned to. And if the dead come first? He asked quietly. His gaze drifted north, to where the sky sat heavy and low. If Jon's letters are true, if your dreams are, then our war with the Lannisters waits, she said. The dead do not care whose banner you fly. They will close the hand on all of us. Gray Wind's ears flicked. He lifted his head, scenting the air. Drogon shifted on his tower, his tail scraping stone. You feel it too, Robb said to the wolf, more statement than question. What? Daenerys asked. A wait, he said, like the pause before a storm breaks. Jon wrote of 3 horn blasts on the fist of the first men, of dead men walking, of dragon glass in the snow. He shook his head. I used to think the worst thing that could happen was losing this war. Now, I wonder if winning it might just leave us with more room to die in. She thought of the wall as she had never seen it, only in her dreams and in the Maester's ink, an impossibly high barrier of ice, standing between the living and something else. She thought of standing before it with him and with another, the third figure in Melisandre's fire, though she did not yet know that woman's name. We prepare, she said. We train the dragons. We send more men to the wall. We make sure your larders are full and your armories fuller. And we watch. And the south? He asked. Your throne, your father's chair, will still be there when the snow melts, she said. Or it will not. If we are dead, it will not matter. He made a face. I've never much liked the idea of letting the lions fatten themselves while we worry about ghosts. Neither have I, she said. But Jon is not given to fancy. And my own dreams have burned too cold for me to ignore them. He was silent a moment, then said, What will you do when this is done? If we survive? If the dead are beaten back? If the Lannisters fall? She smiled, a small, tired thing. You ask that as if there will be any we left by then. There may be, he said. Someone will have to decide what kind of world rises from the ashes. She looked out over Winterfell. The squat keeps, the steaming pools, the restless, stubborn fire that seemed woven into the very stones. I once thought I would only be happy in the south, she said, in a city of red roofs and golden domes, taking back what was stolen. She blew out a breath, watching it fog. Now, I do not know. The north is harsh, but it is honest. Honest, he said, a strange word for a place with so many secrets buried in its snow. Less strange than honest for King's Landing, she replied. He huffed a laugh. True enough. They walked in silence for a while, the rhythm of their steps and the wolf's padding forming a kind of cadence. Above, one of the dragons shifted, sending a small cascade of powder down from a parapet. Do you ever regret it? Robb asked suddenly, kneeling, swearing yourself to the north instead of to your own cause first. She considered. I regret, she said slowly, that I cannot be in two places at once, that every choice closes other doors. But I do not regret this door. I am tired of standing alone in the world, tired of holding fire in my hands with no one to share the burn. He looked at her, really looked, and saw not just the queen with dragons, but a woman whose path had been fire and exile and constant, wary forward motion. You're not alone now, he said. For as long as our oaths hold, she said, and we hold to them. Gray wind brushed against her cloak, a brief, solid weight, felt absurdly like acceptance. Tywin Lannister had ordered new pieces. The old map tokens, lions for Lannister, stags for Baratheon, wolves for Stark, krakens and sons and spears for other houses, no longer told the whole story. He would not allow his plans to be constrained by inadequate symbols. The carver had done his work quickly, more for fear than for gold. The dragons were no larger than a man's thumb, their wings folded, their heads lifted in perpetual silent challenge. They were carved from blackened oak taken from a beam scorched during the wildfire battle, polished until they gleamed. Tywin set one on Winterfell, another on the twins. The third he held a moment longer, feeling the tiny ridges under his fingers. Behind him, Grand Maester Pycelle wheezed quietly, smelling of must and rose oil. Beside the older man stood Qyburn, robes neat, hands folded, eyes too bright. You wish to speak of certain measures, Qyburn said, his tone obsequious. Tywin set the third dragon down on the narrow sea. The Targaryen girl has flown north, he said. She has bent the knee to a Stark king. That does not mean she will never look south. When she does, she will bring fire. I do not intend to face it unarmed. We have wildfire still, Pycelle said, licking his lips. The alchemists are fools with green toys, Tywin cut in. Useful once, but dragons are not fleets. They move as they will. We need something that can reach them, hurt them, drive them back or kill them. Scorpions, Qyburn said. Large crossbows, your grace, strengthened, with bolts of hardened steel, placed on walls, towers, ships. A well-placed shot through a wing, a throat, would do what we failed to do at the Blackwater, Tywin said. Yes, begin work. Quietly. I want every fortress from the capital to the Trident to have at least one. And I want men trained on them, Pycelle wheezed. Dragons are creatures of legend, my lord. Many maesters hold that their minds are more, Spare me a lecture on reptilian intellect, Tywin said. If they can be killed, we will find how. The Citadel has records, old accounts of fights between men and dragons. Aegon's wars, his sisters, the Doom, even the tales of Ashai. Have them copied. Send them to me. Pycelle bobbed. At once, my lord, though some of those scrolls are fragile. Like your knees, Tywin said. Yet we still make use of them. Qyburn smiled faintly. There are also other methods, he said. Poisons, snares, certain mixtures that might burn even creatures that think themselves immune to flame. But such things require time. And materials. Send me a list, Tywin said. I will decide what you may have. In the meantime, we will not sit idle. He moved the dragon token from the sea to the Stormlands, considering. Stannis Baratheon broods on his rock, licking his wounds. He may yet prove useful. A knife to prick at the Stark girl's conscience, if his red woman fetches him north. Or a black banner to draw your dragons away from the south when the time comes. We might also remind Balon Greyjoy of our arrangement, Pycelle ventured. His longships could harry the northern coast, distract the wolf. Already done, Tywin said. Letters have gone. Gold has followed. If Greyjoy's greed outpaces his sense again, he will make himself the North's problem once more. That would suit us. And your grandson? Qyburn asked softly. King Joffrey has strong feelings about these matters. Tywin's jaw tightened. My grandson will do as he is told, he said, or he will be removed from the board. Pycelle blanched. Qyburn's eyes gleamed. You cannot mean, Pycelle began. I mean, Tywin said coldly, that I will not have a boy king's tantrum draw a dragonfire down upon this city before I am ready to meet it. If that requires a change in crowns, so be it. His gaze flicked briefly toward the door that led to the Queen's apartments. We have another Baratheon heir at hand. One less noisy. Tommen. Tyrion's protests would be loud. Cersei's louder. Neither would matter if the calculus demanded it. Tywin pushed the dragon on the sea so that it sat opposite King's Landing. Let them preen in the snow, he said. Let them slaughter backwater lords and swear pretty oaths to trees. When the time comes, we will be ready in a way the last Targaryen kings never imagined. He did not say that he felt something almost like satisfaction at the challenge. It had been many years since the world had presented him with an opponent worthy of his full attention. A wolf with a crown, a girl with dragons. The dead beyond the wall meant nothing to him yet. Their threat was distant, abstract. Fire was real. Fire he could plan against. The snow came sideways. It drove into Jon's face like thrown sand, each flake a tiny, stinging shard. The world had narrowed to the ring of ancient stones and the shapes moving in the white beyond, shadows that resolved into men only when they were nearly upon the line of black cloaks. Shields, he shouted, though his voice was almost swallowed by the wind. Hold the shield wall. The fist of the first men was a natural fort. A hill with steep sides and a crown of boulders, fortified now by the Night's Watch with ditches and sharpened stakes. It should have been a bastion. Felt like a trap. Ghost snarled at his side, the direwolf's fur clotted with frost, his red eyes burning in the swirling white. He lunged forward, teeth sinking into a hand that should not have moved at all. The wight's wrist snapped under the force, bone breaking with a sound like cracking ice. Still, the dead man clawed forward, other hand reaching. Jon's sword took its head. The thing fell, but its fingers still flexed, crawling like pale spiders in the snow until a burning brand slammed down atop them. The flesh blackened, then sagged. Fire! Jon yelled. Fire stops them. Remember that. Around him, the line reeled and recovered. Men hacked at limbs that refused to stop moving, stabbed at chests that did not bleed. They pushed back the dead with steel and flame and sheer stubborn weight, but the storm brought more. Always more. Sam Tarly stumbled past, a torch clutched in white-knuckled hands, his eyes wide behind his fogged spectacles. A wight lunged for him, its jaw hanging at an angle that turned its mouth into a gaping, frozen wound. Sam squealed, tripped, landed on his back. Ghost was faster. The direwolf hit the thing mid-chest, knocking it sideways into a sharpened stake. The stake punched through its chest and out its back. It writhed, uselessly impaled, until fire found it. Up, Sam! Jon grunted, hauling the other man to his feet. Move! A horn sounded then, low and far, but audible even over the storm. Once, a pause, twice. Wildlings? Someone panted. The third blast came like a blow. It seemed to shiver through Jon's bones, vibrating up the length of Longclaw's hilt. Men froze. The wind howled. For a heartbeat, the storm itself seemed to lean in to listen. Others? Dolorous Ed said, his voice strangely flat. Well, that's that then. Hold the line! Came Jeor Mormont's roar from somewhere behind them. The old bear's voice was hoarser than Jon had ever heard it, but it still cut through the panic. We're not done yet, but they were. Not in that instant. Steel still swung, torches still flared, but in the larger calculus, the fight had shifted. Jon felt it in his gut the way he'd felt a horse stumble beneath him before it went down. The dead were not just men who had once breathed. They were servants of something colder. Beyond the wights, in the deepest white, shapes moved. Tall shapes, pale shapes, eyes burning like chips of sky at noon. One of them lifted a hand. The storm screamed. Wind slammed into Jon, driving him back. For a moment he saw nothing but white, felt nothing but cold that gnawed at his teeth. When his vision cleared, the line had buckled. Men had been flung aside like toys, some down the hill, some into one another. We can't hold, someone shrieked. We have to fall back. Fall back where? Another shouted. We're on a bloody hill. Jeor Mormont fought his way to the front, Longclaw's twin in his fist, his beard crusted with ice. We retreat, he growled. Down the south slope, regroup at the horses. We ride for the wall. He caught Jon's eye. Sound it, he said. Retreat. The horn blew again, this time in the old pattern for withdrawal. 3 long, descending notes. Go! Jon bellowed. Go, go, go. Don't run. Move together. Don't let them break you. He and Ghost backed toward the gap in the ring of stones, slashing at wights that lunged too close. Behind them, Sam stumbled, fell, was hauled up by Gren. PYP's sword flew from his hand. He snatched up a burning brand instead, swinging it wildly. The first of the others stepped through the wall of wights then, its presence clearing a path as the dead fell back. Its armor rippled like ice on a river. It raised its sword, a blade so thin and bright the storm itself seemed to shy away from it. His eyes met Jon's. Cold shot through him, deeper than any winter he'd ever known. His fingers wanted to open, to drop Longclaw. His legs wanted to run. His heart wanted to stop. Ghost growled, low and furious. The sound gave him something to anchor to. Jon took one step back, then another, not turning his back on the thing. Move, he shouted again. Down the slope. The others did not hurry. They had all the time in the world. The living did not. The descent was less a retreat than a controlled tumble. The south slope of the fist dropped away steeply, the snow hiding treacherous patches of ice and rock. Men slid more than they walked, some on purpose, some with startled cries that ended in grunts when they hit something harder than snow. Jon half-carried, half-dragged a ranger whose name he could not recall in that moment. The man's leg bent at an angle that made Jon's own bones ache in sympathy. The ranger's breath came in harsh pants, each one a cloud in the frigid air. Leave me, the man gasped. I'll only slow you. Shut up, Jon snapped, teeth chattering. You can die on your feet at the wall, not on your arse here. Ghost ranged ahead, a white blur, growling at any wight that staggered too close. The dead moved more slowly on the slope, their stiff limbs ill-suited for the uncertain footing. Some pitched over, rolling bonelessly, limbs breaking then twisting back into place. They rose again more often than not. The others did not come down. They stood on the crest above, watching. Their silence was worse than any shout. "Keep moving!" Gior's voice floated down the slope, battered thin by the wind. "To the horses! We ride!" The camp at the base of the hill was already in motion. Men hacked at frozen rope, cursing as fingers slipped. Horses screamed, smelling the wrongness on the wind. Some reared, breaking tethers, only to be dragged back by frantic hands. Sam slipped and went down hard on his knees. The bundle of dragonglass dagger and arrowhead he had clutched to his chest flew from his arms, spilling black shards across the snow. He scrabbled for them, fingers numb. "Leave them," Gren shouted. "Sam, we have to. We need them," Sam cried, voice cracking. The book said, "We need them." Jon saw the wight lurching toward Sam before anyone else did. It had once been a man of the watch. Tatters of black still clung to its shoulders. Its eyes were dull, its mouth hanging open, as if in perpetual protest. He shoved the wounded ranger toward Gren. "Take him," Jon barked. "Get to the horses." Then he waded back up the slope, snow dragging at his legs. The wight reached for Sam. Ghost hit it from the side, driving it into the snow. They rolled, a tangle of fur and frozen flesh. Ghost's teeth closed on its neck. Vertebrae snapped. The head lolled, mouth working bonelessly. "Sam!" Jon shouted. "Run!" Sam clutched the dragonglass dagger he'd managed to grab to his chest like a child clutching a toy. His eyes were huge. He nodded, stumbling to his feet, and half slid, half ran down the hill. Ghost leapt clear as Jon's sword came down, severing the wight's head with a crunch. It lay there in the snow, eyes staring at a sky it could not see. His body twitched, fingers digging at the ground. "Burn it," Jon called. "Burn them all if you can." There was little time for thoroughness. Men flung whatever they had, a drop torch, a bit of flaming canvas, onto the nearest corpses. Flame licked at them, too small, too scattered. The storm fought back, snuffing weaker fires. "Enough!" Mormont roared from below. "To horse! Now!" They broke out of the lee of the hill into the open, where the wind hit like a wall. The horses were saddled, more or less. Some had bits hanging askew, some lacked proper girths. No one cared. Jon swung into the saddle of a rangy black mare, fingers stiff on the reins. Ghost bounded alongside, refusing to be left. "Ride!" Gior shouted. "Ride for the wall. We warn them or we die for nothing." They rode. Behind them, the fist of the first men receded into the whirling white. Jon glanced back once. At the crest, he saw the others watching, unmoving. One raised its sword. Snow closed in like a curtain. The Raven Tower felt smaller than Jon remembered. Perhaps it was the number of men crammed into it. Perhaps it was the weight of what they had brought back with them. The smell of burned flesh still clinging to cloaks. The haunted look in men's eyes that made the walls seem too close. Ravens croaked restlessly in their cages, unsettled by the storm that clawed at the tower's stones. Their feathers ruffled. Their black eyes gleamed in the candlelight. Gior Mormont sat hunched at the table, his great shoulders bowed. His right hand shook slightly as he held the quill. His left was braced flat against the wood as if to keep the world steady. Ink blotted the page where he had paused too long. "We were driven from the fist," he muttered, more to himself than to the others. "Lost near half our strength. Dead do not stay dead. Fire stops them. Steel does not. Dragonglass may." Maester Aemon sat opposite him, blind eyes turned toward the sound of the quill. His age seemed to weigh heavier tonight, his milky gaze clouded with worry. Even so, his voice was firm. "Name them," he said. "On the page. Old Nan's tales are not enough. Men will call this madness unless you write it plain." Gior's jaw clenched. "You want me to write that walking corpses and ice demons broke the night's watch on ground we've held for 1,000 years? He growled. "That wildling tales are true? They'll say I've lost my wits." "They will say that regardless," Aemon said. "Better they say it after hearing the truth than without the warning." Jon stood near the window, the cold seeping through the stone. Ghost pressed against his leg, a silent presence. Jon listened as the quill scratched again. "We have seen the others," Gior wrote, lips moving. "They are real and they walk. They command the dead. They are moving south." He set the quill down, flexing his fingers. "That's one for Eastwatch," he said, "and one for the Shadow Tower. And," he glanced at Jon, "your brother will need to hear it." "Robb," Jon said quietly. "Aye, king in the north or no, he's still a Stark. The north will feel this storm first. If he spends all his strength on lions while the dead slip in the back door, he'll find his banners frozen in their hands." "I'll draft it," Aemon said. "My hand is more legible than yours, Lord Commander. And I know how to write so that maesters take heed." He turned his blind gaze toward Jon. "You will help me choose the words," he said. "You know your brother's mind." Jon swallowed. "He listens," he said. "He'll hear trouble if it comes from me, or from you, Maester." "He is not the only one who must listen," Aemon said quietly. "We will send birds to Winterfell, to White Harbor, to Deepwood, and south to men who sit thrones and think their walls will protect them." A faint, sad smile touched his mouth. "I once had kin who would have heeded such a letter. Their line has flown north now, it seems." His hand came up, brushing absent-mindedly at his chain. Jon thought of the Targaryen girl in the north, the one his brother had written of. Dragons on Winterfell's walls, silver hair in the snow. "Write to them both," he said, "to Robb and to her. If half the stories are true, she has fire enough to matter." Gior grunted. "You're not wrong. Gods know we need all the damned fire we can get." He glanced toward the raven cages. A few birds shifted, sensing the attention. "Choose the strongest flyers," he told Aemon. "Give them the best grain we have. This cannot fail to reach them." Outside, the storm clawed at the tower. Inside, ink formed words that would ripple outward like stones thrown into a black sea. The ravens would carry them. Whether the world listened was another question entirely. The wax was black. Robb turned the broken seal over in his fingers once more, as if some other color might appear if he looked long enough. It did not. The configured crow stamped into it stared back in implacable miniature. "Read it again," Catelyn said. Her voice was thin with strain. Slowly, he did. "Driven from the fist of the first men," he read. "Half our strength lost. The dead do not rest. Fire stops them, steel does not. We have seen the others with our own eyes. They command the corpses of the fallen. They are moving south. We ride for the wall to make what stand we can. If the north does not prepare, it will freeze under their march." His throat tightened around the next lines. "Your brother fought well," he finished. "He lives, for now. Gior Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." He let the parchment fall to the table. It lay there between them like a piece of dirty snow no one wanted to touch. "A song," Wyman Manderly said, but there was no humor in it. "An old woman's tale, written like a maester's warning." "I've heard these tales since I was a girl," Catelyn whispered. "My father's father told us on winter nights about dead men walking and pale riders under cold stars. I never thought to see those words in a raven's letter." Brynden Tully's mouth was a hard line. "I've fought men all my life," he said. "Ironborn raiders, mountain clans, lions. I knew where to put a spear in any of them. This," he shook his head, "this is different." Daenerys picked up the parchment with careful fingers, as if it might tear at a rough touch. She read it once, then again, lips moving, eyes narrowing. When she looked up, there was no surprise in her face, only confirmation. "This is what I saw," she said quietly. "On the ramparts of White Harbor, in the godswood, in the places between sleeping and waking, I saw an army that did not breathe. I saw eyes like blue knives. I saw a cold that didn't care about crowns." Robb met her gaze. "Then there's no more pretending these are just dreams," he said. "There never was," she replied. "Only hoping." Wyman shifted, his chair complaining beneath him. "We cannot fight ice with oaths," he said. "We need fire, men, food. The wall was built to keep such things at bay, but it has not been tested in your lifetime, your grace, nor mine, nor my father's." "Our first duty is to the north," Catelyn said. Her hands were clenched in her lap. "To these people. If this comes..." She inhaled. "We cannot spend all our strength on lions and leave ourselves bare." "We won't," Robb said. He moved to the map table, setting his hands on either side of the north. The wolf carved over Winterfell seemed to stare up at him accusingly. "We send more men to the wall," he said. "Not just cast-offs and criminals. Good men, volunteers, with food. With dragonglass, if we can find enough of it in our hills." He glanced at Daenerys. "And we go ourselves, to see, to stand with them." Catelyn's head snapped up. "You would leave the north again?" she demanded. "You just returned. The Freys are broken," he said. "The twins are in our hands. The River Lords know we burned betrayal once. They'll think twice before trying it again. The lions lick their wounds and plan. They always plan. But this..." His finger stabbed the top of the map, where the wall was inked. "This moves while we debate. If I send only ravens and men in my name, I will always wonder if I ask too much or too little." "You can't fight winter with a sword," Catelyn said. "No," he agreed, "but I can stand beside men who do. If Jon falls and I stayed here polishing my crown, what kind of king does that make me?" The question settled over the room like another layer of frost. Daenerys stepped closer to the map. "My dragons were hatched in the wake of a fire," she said. "Perhaps this is why they came, why I came. Not for your throne, Robb Stark. Not for my father's. But for this wall of ice and what prowls beyond it." Wyman nodded slowly. "Winterfell can stand for a time without you," he said. "We have lords enough to hold fast. But the wall has only men who took vows no one south of the neck remembers how to honor." Bryndon's eyes gleamed with something like old excitement. "It's been too long since a Stark king rode to the wall as more than a procession," he said. "And never with dragons. The songs will like that." "The songs can come later," Robb said. "For now, we ride." He looked at Daenerys. "Will you come?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Of course," she said. "The north was my choice. The wall is part of it." The wall ate the horizon. It rose from the earth like a thing the world had tried to forget, only to trip over again. From a distance it looked unreal, a pale line against the sky, too straight, too tall. Up close, as Daenerys flew along its face, it became a presence. Drogon's wings beat harder here. The air was different, thinner, colder, with a taste of old magic she could not name. The ice itself was not smooth. It was a cliff of frozen waves and half-melted crenellations, layers upon layers upon layers, each one a winter that had come and gone and left itself behind. She guided Drogon along its length, his black body stark against the white. Below, Robb and his escort were small dark flecks moving toward the central gate. Castle black in miniature, dwarfed by the thing it clung to. Ghost ran ahead of the column as if drawn. Rhaegal and Viserion flew further out, their cries bouncing off the ice and echoing strangely. They seemed unsettled. Fire and ice had always been opposites, but here, above this ancient line, the opposition felt personal. Daenerys edged Drogon closer, letting her fingertips brush the ice as they passed. It burned oddly, cold so intense it might have been heat. In her mind, the dragon's discomfort spiked. "This is what you were hatched for," she murmured into the wind. "Not Karth, not Astapor. This." Drogon rumbled, unconvinced. Below, the gate of Castle Black creaked open. From her vantage, the men who emerged looked small, but their black cloaks and disciplined lines set them apart from the rougher northern host. Robb's banner, gray direwolf on white, snapped in the wind. Behind him flew another standard, hastily sewn in Winterfell, the direwolf and three-headed dragon side by side. Daenerys angled Drogon downward, letting him spiral in a wide circle that took them over the open yard inside the wall. Men in black scattered, some ducking, some standing their ground. She saw the gleam of steel below, the flash of a torch held a little higher than strictly necessary. "Easy," she told Drogon. "We are guests." He landed beyond the yard, in a patch of snow already partially melted by the smaller fires of the Watch's camp. The impact sent a tremor through the ground. Viserion and Rhaegal followed, flanking him like living walls. Daenerys slid from Drogon's shoulder, boots sinking into snow. The cold hit her more sharply after the dragon's heat. For a heartbeat, she simply stood, letting her eyes take in the black wooden palisades, the rough stone of the tower, the gap where the wall's shadow loomed. Men stared. They were not lords, these ones. Some had the bearing of younger sons. More had the wary, shifty look of men who had chosen the wall over some worse fate. Their faces were weathered, their beards rimed with frost. Their eyes, though, were not so different from the ones she'd seen in Astapor and Meereen. Men who had seen too much and expected too little. The gate in the wall itself opened with a grinding of old machinery, and the northern host rode in. Robb was at their head, cloak snapping, crown set back on his tangled hair. He swung down from his horse as Jeor Mormont approached. The Lord Commander looked older than his letter. His beard was still thick, but white threads had multiplied. His eyes had new lines at the corners, carved by cold and fear and anger. "Your Grace," he said to Robb, voice a gravelly rumble. "You came. You called," Robb replied, "and my brother still wears your black. I would not have him stand alone." Jeor's gaze shifted to Daenerys. Whatever reaction her presence provoked, he did not let it show. Only his brows lifted, slightly, at the dragons behind her. "And you, your Grace," he said. "It seems the tales undersold you." "Tales usually do," she said. "You wrote of dead men and winter's shadows. I came to see them." The old bear snorted. "You may regret that before long, but I won't say no to fire." He looked up at the wall, at the dragons, at the storm clouds gathering beyond the ice. "Seven help us," he muttered. "Or whatever gods still bother." For a moment Jon did not move. He had stood in the yard as the dragons descended, as the northern host rode in, as Jeor Mormont went forward to greet their king and the woman with fire at her back. Ghost had pressed against his thigh, a silent, insistent warmth. Jon's fingers had twisted in the direwolf's fur, anchoring himself. "Go on," PYP muttered at his shoulder. "That's your bloody brother. You can't skulk behind the rest of us like some shy maid." Jon swallowed. Robb, older, crowned, alive. He stepped forward. Ghost went with him as he always had. The yard seemed to widen, the noise of murmuring men dulling. He was aware of eyes on him from both sides. Black cloaks, gray and green and blue surcoats. The air between the groups felt brittle. Robb turned at the movement, as if some invisible string had tugged his attention. For an instant the crown and the years fell away. Jon saw the brother who had wrestled with him in the mud, who had shared stolen apples behind Winterfell's kitchens, who had gripped his arm hard the day Jon had ridden north, both of them trying not to cry. "Jon," Robb said. "Your Grace," Jon said automatically, then caught himself. "Robb." Robb's mouth twisted. "If you start calling me your Grace, I'll have to hit you," he said, voice rough. They closed the distance in 3 strides. The embrace was clumsy, armor and fur and swords bumping, but they held to it. For a heartbeat Jon allowed himself to rest his head against his brother's shoulder, to breathe in the familiar smell beneath the smoke and horse and cold. Pine and leather and something that was simply Robb. Ghost bumped against gray wind. The 2 direwolves circled each other once, noses touching, then fell in side by side, as if they had never been separated. When they pulled apart, Jon's throat felt raw. "You look like hell," Robb said, with the particular fondness reserved for those who had earned it alongside you. "You look like a fool with metal on your head," Jon replied. Robb laughed, brief and bright. Around them, some tension eased. "Jon," Catelyn said. She had hung back until now, her face a careful mask. There was fear in it and love and something more complicated. The old hurt that had never quite let her look at him as she looked at her trueborn sons. "My lady," Jon said, bowing his head, "I'm glad to see you safe." "And I you," she said. The words cost her something, he saw it. But she said them. Jeor cleared his throat. "As touching as this is," he said, "we've dead men and worse on our doorstep. We'll need more than embraces to keep them out." "Then introduce us properly," Daenerys said. Jon turned to her. He had seen her only as ink on parchment and as a shadow against his brother's words. She was smaller than he'd imagined. Younger. Her hair was the silver of old frost. Her eyes a color he couldn't name at first, pale, but not cold. There was a kind of contained fire in them. "Daenerys of House Targaryen," Jeor said. "Queen of Ash and Snow, some call her. Daenerys, this is Jon Snow, bastard of Winterfell, now a brother of the Night's Watch." Her gaze flicked to the black cloak at his shoulders, to the sword at his hip, to Ghost's red eyes. "Your brother speaks of you," she said. "Often." Jon glanced at Robb, who looked exasperated. "Only when you're relevant," Robb said, "which is more than I'd like." "Your Grace," Jon said to her, "I never thought to see dragons on this side of the world." "Neither did I," she said. "Yet here we are." Ghost sniffed cautiously in her direction, then turned his head toward Drogon, who hissed softly. The direwolf's fur rose along his spine, but he did not back down. Drogon's eyes narrowed. The air between them felt charged. "Easy," Daenerys murmured. "We are on the same side. For now," Jeor muttered. "Come, all of you, up the wall. You came to see what we face. Best do it before the light goes." The wall's top was broader than Daenerys had expected. It was like standing on the spine of the world. The surface was not smooth. It was a rough, frozen roadway of packed snow and ice, rutted where countless boots had walked and dragged. Parapets of ice rose on either side, catching the wind and throwing it back in eddies. The lift that had brought them up creaked back down, leaving them in a smaller bubble of silence than the yard below. The sounds of Castle Black, the clank of metal, the murmur of men, fell away. Only the wind remained, and the distant scrape of Rhaegal's claws on ice as he glided along the wall's length. Jon stood near the edge, his black cloak snapping like a torn banner. Ghost pressed against his leg. Jeor Mormont, Robb, and Daenerys joined him one by one. "Look," Jeor said, gesturing with a gloved hand. "See what we're guarding." The land beyond the wall rolled away in a white expanse, broken here and there by the dark teeth of trees, by the black line of a frozen river, by the shadow of some low hill. Far on the horizon, the hint of mountains loomed, their peaks lost in cloud. It was beautiful in a brutal way. Fosht. Empty, deceptively peaceful. Daenerys squinted. "I see snow," she said, "and trees, and a whole lot of cold. Where are your dead?" "Moving," Jon said. His voice was quiet. "They don't march like an army. Not in neat little lines. They drift. They spread. You feel them before you see them." "How poetic," Robb muttered.
Ide prafe banners.
"You'd prefer an enemy that plays by your rules," Jon said. "They won't," Jeor grunted. "We had scouts out after we broke from the Fist," he said. "Before the last storm, they saw movement in the haunted forest. Patterns that weren't wildlings. We've had a few bodies wash up near Eastwatch, too. Pieces of things. The dead are coming. Slowly, but they're coming." Daenerys rested her hands on the parapet, fingers burning against the cold. Drogon's presence brushed her mind, uneasy. The dragons did not like this place. The ice felt wrong to them. "Can they climb?" she asked. "The wall? Or will they look for a way around?" "The wights can't," Jon said. "Not easily. They can't think well enough. The others..." He hesitated. "I don't know what they can't do. I only know what we've seen. They walk over things that would kill men. They break steel like twigs. They bring the cold with them. And they don't hurry," Jeor added. "That's the worst of it. Men rush, men run, men have somewhere to get to. They just come, as if they know we'll be here when they arrive. Robb frowned into the distance. How many? He asked. Have you seen any numbers? Enough to break us on the fist, Jon said. And that was before they took our dead. Every man we lose becomes another for them if we can't burn the body. Every horse, every wildling they kill. It's not a fair fight. Daenerys' throat tightened. She had faced armies with better numbers than hers before. She had stood atop walls and looked down at ranks of spears and shields and thought, if we burn enough of them, the rest will break. This felt different. This felt like looking at a sea that would simply roll back over any wound you carved into it. Fire, she said. You said fire works. And dragonglass. Fire stops the wights, Jon said. We don't know yet what it does to the others. We didn't get close enough on the fist. Dragonglass is supposed to stop them. Once, ages ago. If the old tales are true. What do your dragons do against things that don't burn? Robb asked her quietly. She watched Drogon sweep out over the forest beyond, his shadow briefly crossing the tops of trees. I don't know, she said. Yet. They chose a wight they'd managed to drag back during a brief foray beyond the gate. A risk that had frayed Gior's temper and Jeremy Ricker's patience to threads. Now the thing strained against its bonds, teeth snapping, fingers clawing at the air. The chains rattled. Its skin was the color of old snow, stretched tight over bone. Frost formed in its scraggly beard. Its eyes, no blue light there, only the dull, empty gaze of a corpse, did not blink. Lovely, Daenerys said. Is this your usual entertainment? Better than watching ice melt? Dolorous Ed muttered under his breath. Jon stepped forward, dragonglass dagger in hand. Ghost prowled at the edge of the circle, fur bristling. A half-dozen brothers stood ready with spears, their points tipped in black glass, their faces tense. First we see if it stops moving at all without fire, Gior said. Then we see what your dragons do. There was something bleakly practical in his tone that Daenerys respected. He had seen enough to spare no sensibilities, his own or others. Jon took a breath and went in. The wight lunged at him as far as the chains allowed, fingers scrabbling for purchase. He dodged, the movement economical, a practice born of too many close calls. The dragonglass flashed in his hand as he drove it into the thing's chest. The wight spasmed. A sound like cracking ice hissed from its mouth. Frost formed around the wound, spiderwebbing out. For a heartbeat, its limbs jerked in wild, erratic motions. Then they stilled. It hung from the chains, head lolled, mouth open. Burn it anyway, Jon said, stepping back. We've seen them start again. One of the brothers stepped forward with a torch. He touched it to the wight's clothes. The fabric was stiff with cold, slow to catch. Then the flames found grease and rot. They flared. The smell was worse than anything Daenerys had encountered in the slave cities. She had burned men before. She had watched their skin blacken and peel, heard their screams. There had been a certain purity in it, then terrible but purposeful. This was uglier. There was no defiance here, only something ancient trying to push its way back into motion even as the flesh that housed it turned to char. She felt Drogon's attention like a weight on the back of her skull. The dragon did not like this fire. It was not his. It tasted of old death. Now, Gior said, your turn. They waited until only the blackened skeleton remained, its limbs collapsing inward as the cooled bone cracked. Then Gior had them drag another wight from the small icehouse where they had kept a few for exactly this purpose. This one fought more fiercely, snapping at the air, spitting out chunks of tongue that had half frozen in its mouth. Its eyes rolled in sockets rimed with frost. Stand clear, Daenerys said. She did not call Drogon with words alone. She opened herself to him, let the path form between them. He came willingly, a dark weight in the air that swooped low over the gate. Men flinched. Some ducked. Some held their ground by sheer stubbornness and the knowledge that their fellows were watching. Drogon landed with a thud that shook the ground, snow hissing under his belly. He lowered his head, nostrils flaring. The wight lunged at him. For a heartbeat, the sight was almost absurd. A dead man on chains snapping at the snout of something that had burned cities. Drogon hissed. "Short," Daenerys murmured. "Precise. Just the chains and the body. Not the post. Not the ground." He understood. Fire roared from his throat in a narrow cone. It struck the wight full in the chest. The thing went up like tinder. Its shrieks were high and thin, carrying through the trees. The flame did not stop when the flesh sloughed away. It poured over bone, over chain, turning metal red, then white. When Drogon cut it off, what remained was a twisted, smoking mess. No lim twitched, no hand clawed. Jon stepped closer, dragonglass still in his grip, and prodded the remains. "They don't get up," he said. "Not with fire like that. They won't always stand in front of a post for you," Robb said, from just inside the gate. He had insisted on watching, gray wind at his side. "But it's something." "It's more than we had," Gior said. He looked at Daenerys. "Can you do that along a line? In a storm? With men and horses in the way?" "Yes," she said, "if they give me space, if they trust me. That," Gior said, "will be the trick." The first word of the Red Woman's approach came not from a horn, but from a raven. It arrived at Eastwatch by the sea, battered by wind, its message a cramped scrawl from a half-frozen officer of the watch. "Ship in sight. Southern. One banner only. Red." By the time she stood before Castle Black's gate, dusk had fallen. The sky was a bruise-colored smear, the cold deeper. Torches flared along the palisade, their flames bent sideways by the wind. Melisandre of Ashai looked up at the wall. Her breath did not plume as much as one might expect. The cold seemed to slide off her like water. Her red cloak snapped and twisted, the color vivid against the snow. Around her neck, the ruby in its slender chain pulsed faintly in the torchlight. Night's Watch brothers shifted uneasily at the gate. They had seen strange things in their time, but this woman with fire in her hair and something unreadable in her eyes unsettled even hardened men. Jeor Mormont stood on the walkway above, hands on the rail. Jon, Daenerys, and Robb were nearby, their cloaks drawn tight. "A red priestess," Jeor said. "I thought we'd seen enough of their kind when Thuras was drunk in our hall years ago." "She's more than Thuras ever was," Jon said quietly. "Stannis men spoke of her." "She serves the Lord of Light," Daenerys said.
Erchlor.
"I saw his shadows in Essos." Robb shot her a sidelong look. "Should I be reassured or more worried that you know her god?" "A little of both," she said. Below, the gate creaked open. Melisandre stepped through. Snow crunched under her boots. She moved with the calm of someone certain of her path. Her gaze went first to Jeor, then slid upward to the dragons on the wall's edge. Her lips parted just slightly. "Beautiful," she murmured. "I had almost despaired of seeing their like again." Her voice carried, despite its softness. "State your business," Jeor called. "This is the Night's Watch. We are not in the habit of receiving red-cloaked visitors unannounced." She smiled, not mockery, not quite amusement either. Something older. "You are not in the habit of many things you must now learn, Lord Commander," she said. "But I come at the bidding of the Lord of Light. And," she added, looking up at Daenerys, "at the call of what burns beyond your walls." Their eyes met. For a heartbeat, Daenerys saw not a woman, but a shape outlined in fire, the same red silhouette she had glimpsed in visions of temples in Essos. A gate lit from within. Melisandre's lips curved. "Daenerys Stormborn," she said, "breaker of chains, mother of dragons, queen of ash and snow, they are calling you now." She rolled the words on her tongue. "A good name, a true one." Daenerys felt the hair on her arms rise. "You know much for someone who has just arrived," she said. "The flames show more than distance," Melisandre said. "They show what is needed. I have seen you in them, and him." She turned her gaze to Jon. His stomach dropped. "In your fires," Jon said roughly. "You saw me." "Yes." The red woman's eyes gleamed. "You with a sword of burning steel and a ghost at your side. You standing between the cold and the living. You and the Wolf King and the Dragon Queen. 3 heads to 1 flame." Robb made a face. "I have a crown," he said. "Not a head for your god's table. Crown or none, you stand in the fire's path," she said. "You all do. I am here to help you see it." Jeor snorted. "We've had enough visions for a lifetime. What we need is food, men, and something that kills the others without getting us all killed in the process." Melisandre's gaze slid to the wall. "You will have some of that," she said. "But you will also have what the Lord of Light gives. For now, that is me." She turned back to Daenerys, eyes bright. "And your dragons," she said. "They are his gift as much as any. You may not like that truth, but the fire does not lie." They went when the night was at its clearest. The storm had blown itself out, for the moment. The sky above the wall was a vault of hard, sharp stars. The moon was a thin, cold slice. Beyond the ice, the world lay in shades of blue and black. Jeor had argued against it. Catelyn had argued more fiercely still. Robb had heard them and overruled them both, sending half his men awake and armed to the wall's defenses and the other half to rest. "If we're to stand against something, we should know its shape," he had said. "I will not thrust swords into the dark and hope they bite the right flesh." In the end, it was Daenerys and Jon who went beyond. She rode Drogon. He rode the wall. Ghost paced beside him as he walked along the top, cloak snapping. His hand rested on the frozen parapet, gloved fingers leaving brief, dark prints in the rime. Below, the gate stood shut. Beyond it, the forest stretched. "Ready?" Daenerys called, Drogon shifting under her. "No," Jon said. "Go anyway." She grinned, a quick flash of teeth, then leaned forward. Drogon launched himself from the wall. The drop was a rush of air and cold and exhilaration. He flared his wings at the last moment, skimming just above the treetops, then climbing again. The forest below became a dark sea, the snow its foam. Daenerys let him choose the direction. He could feel things she could not. Sense in the air currents of warmth and cold, the pull of something wrong. They flew. The wall receded behind them, a pale line. The sky opened. The land rolled out, then smoothed, then broke again in little ridges. Frozen streams gleamed like veins of silver. At first she saw nothing but trees and snow and the occasional shadow of some night hunting thing. Then Drogon's attention sharpened. His wings beat harder. A low growl vibrated up through her legs. "There," she murmured. Ahead, at the very edge of human sight, the forest thinned. The land dipped into a shallow, broad valley. The snow there lay different, more churned, more trampled. As they drew nearer, the shapes resolved. They were like ants at first, a dark line on the pale ground. Then like a column of marching men. Then, unmistakably, neither. They moved in a rough, shifting mass, a river of bodies, some shambling, some stumbling, some dragged by others. The column stretched from one side of the valley to the other, and beyond back into the trees, forward into more white. The line had no clear beginning or end. Simply was, there were thousands, wights, most of them. She could see the darker patches of wildling furs among the paler bodies of long-dead rangers. Here and there, something larger, giants, she realized with a sick lurch. Their shaggy forms moved with a jerky parody of their old gait, each step punching holes in the snow. And among them, scattered like the sparse spires of a dead forest, rode the others. They were fewer. Their pale horses left no prints. Their armor shone with a light that was not the moon's. Their eyes, she could feel their eyes even from this distance. Drogon felt them too. He snarled, a deep sound that made the air vibrate. Heat built in his chest, a familiar gathering. Fire wanted release. "No," Daenerys said, though every instinct screamed otherwise. "Not yet. Not here. We cannot burn the sea with a single spark." She made him circle instead, wide and high. The army below did not stop. It did not look up, not in any way human forces would have. Only one of the others turned its head, its gaze tracing their path. Even from the dragon's back, Daenerys felt the brush of that attention like a cold fingernail down her spine. Ghost whined, a sound half fear, half fury, far below on the wall. Jon's hand gripped the parapet so tightly his knuckles ached. Through some thread neither of them fully understood, their perceptions brushed. For a heartbeat, Daenerys was both on the dragon and on the wall, seeing the same dark river from two angles. For a heartbeat, Jon felt the dragon's coil of power under his thighs, the itch of fire behind his teeth. Then it snapped back. Daenerys drew a breath that burned her lungs. "You see them?" She called back toward the wall, knowing the wind would carry her voice only partway, but trusting that some part of this would reach nonetheless. Jon did not answer aloud. He could not. He saw. He saw the scale of it. He saw the slow, relentless advance. He saw how utterly unprepared any human army was for such a thing. A dragon's fire could carve swaths through that mass. He had no doubt, but the mass would close again. Every man who fell not burned would rise on the other side. Behind him, Robb stood, cloak snapping, face pale in the starlight. Beside him, Melisandre's eyes were wide, the ruby at her throat blazing as if in answer to some unheard call. Catelyn clutched at the edge of the parapet, knuckles white. "Now you know," Jeor Mormont said roughly. "This is what comes." Daenerys turned Drogon back toward the wall. As they flew, the army of the dead marched on, unhurried. The living hurried instead. The cold bit harder on the way back. Daenerys had not noticed it as keenly when she and Drogon had flown out. Then there had been the rush of speed, the thrill of cutting through the night, the terrible fascination of what they would find. Now, returning, the wind felt like punishment. It clawed at her cheeks, stole the breath from her mouth, froze tears she hadn't realized were on her lashes. Below, the wall rose out of the dark again, a pale, unyielding line. Torches pricked its top and base, little islands of amber clinging to an ocean of ice. On the parapet she saw a dark figure, small against the immensity but unmistakable. Jon, cloak whipping, Ghost a pale blur at his heels. Drogon's wings beat once more. Then he folded them partially, dropping in a controlled fall that made the wall seem to rear up at them. At the last moment he flared, air thundering beneath his pinions, and glided along the parapet's edge before sweeping outward to land in the yard below. The impact rattled teeth. Men scattered, shouts rising. Some reached instinctively for weapons, only to flinch as they remembered that steel was nothing here against what truly threatened them. Daenerys slid from Drogon's back, boots crunching on packed snow. Her legs wobbled for a moment. She steadied herself with a hand on the dragon's warm neck. He rumbled, chest heaving, smoke curling from his nostrils in thin, angry threads. Jon reached them before anyone else. He came down the steps two at a time, Ghost flowing before him. Robb followed close behind, Melisandre's red cloak a-flicker at the corner of Daenerys' vision. Jeor Mormont walked more slowly, but his eyes were sharp. "Well?" the Lord Commander demanded. "What did you see?" Daenerys opened her mouth and stopped. Words felt too small. Jon answered instead, voice rough. "An army," he said, "not like any I've ever seen. Thousands of wights, giants dead and walking, and others among them, riding as if they were a hunting party on a snow day. They're moving south, steady, slow." Jeor swore, an old, ugly word that seemed to hang in the frozen air. Daenerys found her voice. "We burned nothing," she said. "We could have carved a path through the edge of it, but the edge is nothing. The river would have closed again. We'd only have told them exactly where our fire is strongest." Robb's jaw clenched. Catelyn, who had come out behind him, put a hand to her mouth. "How long?" Wyman Manderly asked from where he had squeezed himself out of the lift, breathing hard. "How long before they reach us?" Daenerys thought of the slow, relentless movement, the way the column had flowed. Days, she said. Weeks. I do not know. They don't move like men, but they're coming. That much is certain. Melisandre's ruby burned in the half-light. The dark tide rises, she murmured. The Lord of Light showed me, but I did not grasp the size of the shadow. Gior's gaze flicked to her, then away. He looked tired, beyond tired. All right, he said. Then we stop gawking at the abyss and start building a bridge over it. To the hall. We talk, and we do it before my old bones freeze solid. He turned, trudging toward the stairs that led up into the wall's inner belly. Men parted for him, their eyes sliding from the retreating wight to the black bulk of the dragon, who watched them with slow blinking disdain. Daenerys laid her palm flat against Drogon's jaw. Stay, she told him, both aloud and in the wordless way she had learned. Watch, do not burn unless you must. He huffed, but did not follow. His tail curled around him, half covering the grooves his claws had left in the snow. She followed the men into the wall, feeling the cold seep from stone into her bones, and the memory of the dead river marching with her like an unwelcome shadow. Castle Black's hall had never held so many crowns and titles. Jeor Mormont thought sourly. It felt wrong, somehow, to have them all crammed under the low, smoke-blackened rafters where once only black brothers had argued over stew and duty. Yet, if there was a place in the world where such a council was needed, it was here. The table groaned under the weight of the map, hastily annotated. Jon had taken a stick of ink and, hands still stiff from cold, marked the valley they'd seen beyond the wall with a heavy, dark smear. Here, he said, tapping it. We saw them here, moving southeast, more than straight south. Hard to tell with the ground, but they're angling toward the wall between us and the Shadow Tower, Jeor said. There's less river there, fewer cliffs. He grunted. If I were a demon of ice, I'd pick it too. That gives us time, Brynden Tully said. Not much. Some. Time to do what? Catelyn asked. We cannot ride out and meet them in the open. We cannot abandon the wall. We harden the wall, Robb said. He had one fist planted on the table, the other resting on the pommel of his sword. His eyes were shadowed. We send word to every holdfast from Carhold to Bear Island. More men, more food. Anyone with a strong back and a bow comes here or to the Shadow Tower. You stripped the north of defenders to feed this fort, Wyman Manderly wheezed. If the dead break through, there will be nothing behind. If the dead break through, Daenerys said quietly, it will not matter how many men you left in their beds. They will rise with blue eyes and march beside the rest. Silence met that. The fire snapped, sending sparks up into the hood. We need allies, Jon said. Not just from the north, from beyond the wall. Catelyn blinked. You mean wildlings, she said. The word tasted strange on her southern tongue. Raiders. The ones who steal our sheep and burn our villages. Men, Jon said. Women, children, people who don't want to be turned into wights any more than we do. They're running south now ahead of that army. If we don't open the gate to them, the dead will take them and swell their own number. Open the gate, Wyman repeated, sounding as if he'd bitten into a sour apple. To free folk, to every raider and murderer and cutthroat we've ever cursed in our halls. Or face them later, Daenerys said, walking in front of the others instead of behind. She looked around the table.
Faces met hers, skeptical, angry, frightened, calculating.
When I freed the slaves in Astapor, she said, many said I'd loosed chaos, that men who had known only chains would turn their strength on their master's neighbors. Some did. Most only wanted not to die in another man's war. Not the same, Brynden muttered, but there was no conviction in it. It is, she insisted. You can try to fight on two fronts, dead and living, or you can make the living into a shield against the dead. The wall's purpose was never to keep wildlings out. It was to keep this out. She tapped Jon's dark smear. Jeor's jaw clenched. Mance Rayder will not kneel, he said. He turned his cloak once. He will not do it again. I'm not asking him to kneel, Jon said. I'm asking him to bring his people through and help us hold the line. Robb frowned. How? He asked. He won't trust me. Or my lords. Or the Watch. He might trust me, Jon said. Daenerys understood before the others did. Because you've lived among them, she said. You took their oaths. Loved one of their own. Catelyn's head whipped toward Jon, shock in her eyes. He looked away, jaw working. Yes, he said. Because of that. The weight of the admission settled on the table. For a heartbeat it seemed everyone might be distracted by the old petty wars again. Bastards and vows and who had betrayed whom. Melisandre cut across it, her voice smooth. The Lord of Light showed them together, she said. The Wolf King, the Dragon Queen, and the boy with Ghost at his side, standing against the dark, not as masters and servants, as points of a single fire. I don't know that I have any dragon's blood, Jon muttered. Bloodlines aside, Daenerys said. Dragons can reach the others, men on the ground cannot. And the others can spear dragons from the sky, Jeor said, scowling. We saw that today. Then we go fast, she said. We use Rhaegal and Viserion to harry the wights, keep their spears busy. Drogon and I go for the ones on the ridges, with dragonglass. You plan to fly at them with a spear in your hand like some jousting knight? Robb asked, half appalled. She met his gaze. Yes, Melisandre smiled. Fitting, she murmured. A queen riding fire against the cold kings. You can't do it alone, Jon said. You'll be a single target. They'll focus everything on you. Who said she'd be alone? Robb countered. He looked at Jon. You rode with her once to Mance. You can ride again. Between the two of you, you might manage to stab one of the bastards in the eye. And if we fall? Jon asked. Then we die doing more good than any of us have yet managed, Melisandre said calmly. Jeor grunted. Better than freezing in your bed, he said. Mance scratched at his beard. You're half mad, he told Daenerys. You and your dragon and your wolf-eyed lover of ghosts. Jon flushed. Daenerys snorted despite herself. Madness brought me dragons, she said. Perhaps it will take them one step further. The courtyard near the base of the wall was quieter than the main yard. The noise of men and horses above and beyond came only as a distant murmur, muffled by snow and stone. Drogon's bulk filled most of the space. Up close, in this confined yard, he seemed even larger, wings folded tight, tail curled, head lifted as he watched the men bustling around his forelegs with slitted red eyes. Jon checked the leather straps of the improvised saddle for the third time. He did not like saddles. Not since the first wild bucking of his youth when he tried to ride a half-broke colt. He liked straps on dragons even less. You're sure about this, he said. It was not quite a question. No, Daenerys said. But we'll do it anyway. He looked up. Frost had reddened her cheeks, but there was no hesitation in her eyes. She wore no crown here, only a plain fur-lined cloak over leathers that had seen travel and battle. Drogon has carried me into worse, she said. He can carry too. Especially if one of them does not flail like a sack of turnips. I'll do my best not to flail, Jon said deadpan. Ghost snorted, as if doubting it. Your brothers won't like this, he added, seeing one of their own fly off astride something out of legend. They don't have to like it, Jeor said, from where he stood near the archway, cloak drawn tight. They only have to live with it. If this works, they'll have more chance of that. Robb was there as well, arms folded, gray wind pressed at his hip. The direwolf's gaze flicked between dragon and brother, as if trying to decide which to worry about more. I'll meet you on the other side, Robb said, when you come back through the gate with Mance's folk at your heels. If he doesn't kill me, Jon said. If he does, Robb replied. I'll march north and make him regret it. Then I'll bring his people through the gate anyway. It was bravado. They both knew it. There was too much cold and too many dead between those words and their fulfillment. but saying it made the space between them feel less like farewell. Daenerys placed a hand on Drogon's side, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breath. She reached up with her other hand. "Climb," she said to Jon. "I'll be behind you." Think of him as a very bad-tempered horse with too many teeth. Jon swallowed, then swung himself up, boots finding purchase on the ridges of scale and the leather loops she'd had sewn in along Drogon's shoulder. Ghost whined low in his throat but did not follow. Dire wolves were of the ground, not the sky. When Jon was settled, Daenerys pulled herself up behind him, her knees bracketing his hips, one arm coming around to grip the forward strap. "Lean with him," she murmured. "Trust him. He won't let himself fall, and he doesn't want to lose you. You smell of wolf and wall. He understands that much." Drogon rumbled, as if to agree. His wings unfurled a fraction, scraping the stone. "Open the gate," Gior called. "Just a crack, and if anyone other than them tries to come through, close it on their necks." The Black brothers at the winch swallowed and nodded. Jon felt Drogon's muscles bunch. The dragon crouched, tail lifting, wings spreading wider. For a heartbeat, Jon had the wild thought that he was a child again, about to jump from some too-high wall because Robb had dared him. "Ready," Daenerys whispered. "No," Jon said honestly. Drogon leapt. The ground vanished. The wall's icy face reared up beside them. Jon's stomach lurched. His hands clenched on the strap. Wind tore at his hair, his cloak, his breath. He did not scream. Behind him, Daenerys smiled, fierce and grim, and let the dragon carry them both beyond the wall and into the white. Mance Rayder had seen many strange things in his life. He had worn the black and thrown it off. He had walked the haunted forest and come back. He had listened to giants speak in their slow, booming language, had drunk with ends, had even once watched a weirwood's face weep sap as a child was left beneath it. He had never seen a dragon. Its shadow reached them before its body did. A smear of moving darkness across the snow, crossing tents and sleds and the hunched forms of men and women who had spent their lives looking up at nothing worse than ravens and crows. The camp went still. Children pointed, mouths open. Dogs barked and then cowered. A few men knocked arrows out of sheer reflex, then thought better of it as the sheer size of the thing became clear. "Fuck me sideways," Tormund Giant's Bane breathed. "That's a big bird." "Not a bird," Mance said quietly. "And if you shoot at it, it'll be the last thing you do." He stood in the center of the clearing, cloak of stolen crimson and brown fur snapping in the light wind. The sun sat low, a weak coin behind thin cloud. The cold had a different taste here than at the wall, less of stone, more of old pine and distant ice. The dragon descended in a slow spiral, wings beating steady. As it came lower, they could see the riders on its back. A man in black, cloak flaring, and behind him a woman with hair like a spill of pale fire. "The crow," Tormund said. "Your little black-blooded friend." "Jon Snow," Mance said, "and something more than him." He felt it in the way the air tensed. Drogon hit the ground in a blast of powder. Snow geysered up around his claws. He folded his wings, tail lashing once. Steam rose where his warmth touched the frozen earth. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then the man in black slid down. Jon Snow landed lightly, boots sinking into the snow. He straightened, pulling his cloak about him, dragonglass still at his belt. Ghost appeared from the tree line a moment later, as if conjured, and pressed against his side. The woman dismounted with less care for the watching eyes. She moved with the confidence of someone who had done this many times. Her cloak fluttered back, revealing leathers and a scaled breastplate that caught the thin light. "King beyond the wall," she called, her voice carrying clear across the clearing. "I am Daenerys of House Targaryen. I've burned men who would see your people dead. I've flown over what follows you. We need to talk." A murmur ran through the gathered free folk. Mance lifted a hand. The sound dimmed. "So the old tales were true," he said. "Dragons in the world again. and one of them comes flapping up here with a crow on its back and a pretty speech in its mouth." He tilted his head, studying her. "Why should we not loose every arrow we have and see if your scales are as tough as they say?" "Because you need us," Jon said, before Daenerys could answer. His breath smoked in the cold. "And we need you." Mance's gaze flicked to him. "You chose your side when you put that cloak back on, boy," he said. "When you ran from us to your black brothers." "I chose wrong," Jon said, blunt as an axe. "And then I chose again. I'm here now because what's behind you doesn't care what color cloak I wear, or what you call yourselves. It will kill you, and then it will kill us." He stepped forward, Ghost matched to his heels, Drogon's massive head turning to follow the movement. "I've seen it," Jon said. "Dead men walking, giants, the others. We barely escaped the fist. Every man we lost their walks with them now. You keep running south, they'll catch up. They'll take your dead. And there'll be more for us to fight." Mance's face had gone still. "We know what follows," he said quietly. "We've been feeling it at our backs for years. Why do you think we're running?" "Because there's a wall," Daenerys said. "And behind it, men who could stand beside you. And dragons." She rested a hand on Drogon's flank. "The dragon's eye narrowed, a slit of molten red. You've run from cold as long as you can," she said. "Now you need fire." Mance's tent smelled of smoke, wool, and wet leather. It was larger than most in the camp, but only just. The walls were sewn hides, patched in places where antler or spear had torn them. The floor was strewn with furs. A small fire burned in a stone-lined pit at the center, its smoke snaking up through a vent in the roof. Mance sat cross-legged near the fire, his red and brown cloak wrapped around his shoulders. Tormund lounged to his left, beard bristling, eyes bright with a wary curiosity. A woman sat on the other side of the king beyond the wall, hair pale as new straw, her features strong. Jon recognized her from tales. Val, whom some called a princess, though the free folk would have laughed at the word. Jon and Daenerys sat opposite them. Ghost lay at Jon's back like a living wall. Daenerys's cloak pooled around her, the fur collar bright against her throat. Between them, on a bit of hide stretched flat, someone had sketched a clumsy map. The wall as a long, jagged line, the frost fangs beyond, the scattered little marks of settlements now empty or overrun. "You've seen the army," Mance said, staring at the dark smudge Jon had added. "The dead, the white shadows. You know what we run from." "Yes," Jon said. "What you're asking," Mance went on, "is that I push my people toward the thing they fear as much as the others. The wall, the kneelers, your lords with their chains and their crowns." Daenerys' fingers curled in her lap. "I was born among those chains," she said. "I saw what men did with them in Slaver's Bay. I broke them there. I will not see new ones forged from your fear." Tormund snorted. "Big talk, little queen," he said. "You'll break the North's chains with your pretty words and your big lizard?" "With the North's will," she said. "With their kings. With yours. Dragons burn what I tell them to. They are not the only fire in this world. Your people are another." Val's eyes narrowed. "And what do you get, Dragon Queen?" she asked. "If we pour our fire into your war? A warm place in some stone hall? Kneeling Southrons counting you among their own?" "I get a world that still has people in it," Daenerys said flatly. "And a promise kept. I swore I would stand with the North against this. I meant it." Mance watched her for a long moment. His face was hard to read. He had learned too much in too many halls not to keep his thoughts behind his eyes. "And you?" he asked Jon. "What do you want, truly? You come with a dragon at your back and a crown at your shoulder. You wear black, but you speak like you haven't decided whether you stand above the wall or below it." "I stand where I must," Jon said. "The Watch fights for the realm, not just for the men below the neck. For you, for us, for all." He hesitated, then added, "I want my brother to live. I want my home to stand. I want your children not to freeze in the dark or rise again with blue eyes." Tormund scratched at his beard. "You put nice words on it, Crow," he said. "But in the end, you're saying we throw our people at the same wall as yours and hope it holds." "No," Jon said. "I'm saying you bring your people through the gate. We hold together. Wildlings and crows, wolves and dragons. We use the wall for what it was built for." "And what price?" Mance asked softly. "Don't speak to me as if you're some wise old crow reading vows for the first time. What price, truly?" Jon looked at him. "You come through," he said. "Your people lay down their arms long enough to stand the wall. They don't sack the North's villages. My brother lets you pass, gives you land in the empty places if he can. If we live long enough for that to matter. In return, you fight beside us. You help us hold the line. And when this war is done, you don't go back north." Mance closed his eyes briefly, as if tasting the words. "We stop being free folk," he said. "Become kneelers." In all but name, Daenerys leaned forward. "What is freedom if you're dead?" she asked. "What is pride, if it only feeds the thing that will kill your children?"
Vals Kees met hers, cool.
"You speak easily of words you didn't grow up under," she said. "Free folk, kneeler, you had other chains." "Yes," Daenerys said. "I did, and I broke them when the world left me no other choice. That is what I'm offering you, a chance to break your own in a way that leaves you alive." Mance exhaled, a long, slow breath. "I will think on it," he said, "and I will speak with my people. I am not a king like yours below the wall, Dragon Queen. I cannot simply decide and expect obedience. If they will not follow, I cannot drag them south." Jon nodded. "That's fair," he said. Mance looked at him sharply. "Fair," he echoed. "You've spent too long with your father's blood." He rose. The others followed. "Stay the night," Mance said. "Take your dragon and your wolf and your crow cloak and see how my people live. Tomorrow you'll have my answer. Then you can fly back to your wall and tell your king what the free folk will give him. And what they won't," Tormund added, grinning. The free folk camp at night was a different sort of hall. There were no carved beams, no stone walls. Only tents and lean-tos and crude shelters made from snow-packed hides and bent branches. Fires burned low. Fuel was precious here, so far north, and men had learned to feed only what they must. The sounds were different too. No harper strings, no echo of song off stone, no clatter of too many plates. Here it was the murmur of voices in a dozen accents, the rhythmic scrape of a whetstone on steel, the soft cough of children, the occasional grunt of a reindeer in its traces. Jon sat on a half-frozen log near one of the small fires. Ghost was a white shadow at his back, eyes reflecting the flames. Across from him, Daenerys sat with her hands held out to the heat, her fingers red at the tips. "You've camped like this before," Jon said quietly. "In the Red Waste, with the Dothraki." "Yes," she said, though there was less snow, more dust, more bones. She flexed her fingers. "It smells similar. Smoke, fear, tired men pretending not to be afraid." "They are," Jon said, "afraid. They've never had to stand and fight something like this. They're used to running, to slipping around trouble, not into it." "And your brothers?" she asked. "At the wall, are they less afraid?" "No," he said. "They're just better at hiding it." A little girl stood at the edge of the light watching them. Her hair was braided badly, one plait thicker than the other. Her nose ran. She wiped it on her sleeve. When Daenerys smiled at her, cautious, the child stared a moment longer, then darted back to her mother's side. "They fear your dragon," Jon said. "They should," Daenerys replied. "He's dangerous." "So are you," he said. She looked at him. "And you," he shrugged. "I'm a crow with a big wolf and a bit of dragon in my dreams." "Melisandre thinks you're more," she said. "Melisandre thinks everyone is a piece on her god's board," he said. "I've lived long enough to be wary of anyone too certain of their visions." She smiled, a quick, sharp thing. "We agree on that." A boy approached then, gangly and thin, his cheeks hollow. He held something in both hands, a piece of carved wood, rough but earnest. Without meeting her eyes, he thrust it toward Daenerys. "For you," he muttered. For your dragon. Mam says it's rude not to give thanks when someone keeps the dead from catching us." Daenerys took the carving gently. It was a dragon of sorts. More lizard than anything, with 2 big wings and a crooked tail. But the care was there, in the little grooves for scales, in the attention paid to the eyes. "Thank you," she said. "What's your name?" "Corin," he said. "Corin, just Corin." She nodded. "Just Corin," she said. "If my dragons keep you safe, perhaps someday you'll get to see them closer, when they aren't trying to scare your parents half to death." He grinned, a flash of white in his thin face, then scurried away. "Children adapt quickly," Jon observed. "They have to," she said. "I was not much older than him when my brother sold me to a call." He glanced at her. "Do you ever wish you'd stayed forgotten?" he asked. "That no one had ever whispered your house name in your ear? That you'd grown up a girl in some little village instead of this?" She thought of it, of a life not measured in wars and oaths and titles, but in harvests and hearthfires. It was an empty picture. She could not paint herself into it. "No," she said. "I think I would have been less than I am. Maybe happier, maybe not. But I wouldn't be here. And here is necessary. Necessary and miserable," he said. "Most necessary things are," she replied. Ghost rumbled softly, ears pricking. Outside the circle of light, something massive moved. Drogon's outline loomed for a moment against the snow, a darker darkness. The dragon settled again, but his rest was that of a predator dozing, not sleeping. "Do you trust Mance?" she asked. "More than I did when I was your prisoner," Jon said. "Less than I trust my brother. Enough to risk this." "That will have to be enough," she said. The flight back to the wall felt shorter. Perhaps it was the rising sun, turning the eastern clouds the color of old blood. Perhaps it was the weight of Mance's, "I will think on it," sitting in Jon's chest. Perhaps it was the way Drogon seemed to know the path now, angling through the air with more confidence. Castle Black came into view through a curtain of blowing snow. Its black timbers and squat towers hunched at the wall's foot like a cluster of old men around a dying fire. Smoke rose from chimneys, thin and straight. The gate was closed, but men were on the walls, their silhouettes etched against the pale ice. Drogon dipped once in acknowledgement of their shouts, then glided down. His landing in the yard sent snow billowing, drew curses and exclamations in equal measure. Jon slid down first, boots hitting the ground with a thud that jarred his knees. Ghost appeared from between 2 sheds a heartbeat later, as if the direwolf had known exactly when to expect him. Daenerys dismounted more slowly, her muscles protesting. She had not flown with another rider in front of her often. It changed the balance, the way she leaned, the way Drogon moved. Robb was already striding toward them, cloak trailing, crown askew as if he'd shoved it on in a hurry. Jeor Mormont walked at his side, face grimmer than usual. Melisandre drifted behind them, a red shadow against white. "Well," Robb called. "Will they come?" "They're thinking," Jon said. "Mance will speak to his people. They'll argue. They'll shout. They'll decide whether they'd rather choke on Neeler bread or freeze in the woods." "That's not a yes," Wyman Manderly huffed, coming up behind, breathing hard. "It's not a no," Jon replied. "It's more than we had yesterday." Jeor grunted. "It'll have to do," he said. "We can't wait forever. The dead won't." "They're closer?" Daenerys asked. Jeor nodded. "Scouts say the storm to the north has a shape to it now, like a wall of its own, and the woods feel wrong, quiet where they shouldn't be." Melisandre's fingers tightened around her ruby. "The great other gathers his strength," she said. "He tests your courage. He tests our flame." Robb's mouth thinned. "He'll find both," he said, "or he'll break us. But I'll not wait behind walls and let him choose the ground alone." He looked at Jon, then at Daenerys. "If Mance agrees," he went on, We open the gate. If he refuses, he exhaled. I'll think about stealing his people anyway. You'll have a war with him on top of your war with the dead, Gior said. I already do, Robb replied. On paper at least. One more line in a song won't change that. Daenerys watched the men trade hard words and harder looks. She felt, beneath it all, the same fear she'd carried from the Valley of the Dead. It hummed under her skin like fever. We do not have the luxury of perfect allies, she said. We have men with swords, men with spears, dragons with fire, wildlings with their own reasons to hate the cold. We take what we can get, or we die. The bluntness of it settled over the yard. For a heartbeat, even the wind seemed to still. Then the gate creaked. All eyes turned. The gate of the wall sounded like an old god waking. Chains clanked, pulleys complained, and the wooden gates reinforced with ancient iron bands groaned as they inched upward. Snow fell in little avalanches from their seams, dusting the men who worked the winches and those who waited on either side with cold, indifferent blessing. Beyond the narrowing gap, the world was white and gray and moving. The free folk came on foot and on sleds, in rattling carts pulled by shaggy horses and tired reindeer. They carried what they could: bundles of furs, crude chests, the few iron pots that had not been lost in flight. Children clung to their mothers' skirts or to the sides of sleds, eyes too big in too thin faces. At their head walked Mance Rayder. He wore no crown. His cloak was the same patchwork red and brown, but there was something different in the way he held himself. A weight in his shoulders that had not been there when they'd spoken in his tent. Beside him loomed Tormund Giantsbane, grinning like a man marching into a jape rather than a looming war. Val walked on Mance's other side, her face set. "Crows," Tormund called as they drew near the gate. "You open that mouth any wider, you'll swallow the snow." The Black brothers on the rampart did indeed look stunned. Many had never seen so many wildlings in one place without a battle between them. The notion of opening the gate to let them through sat ill in their bellies. Jon, Robb, Daenerys, and Gior stood just inside the threshold. Above them, on the wall's lip, Drogon crouched, wings half spread. Rhaegal and Viserion flanked him. Their silhouettes were stark against the sky, their eyes twin pairs of smoldering embers. They were both threat and promise. Mance halted just short of the gate's shadow. Snow swirled around his boots. "So," he called, "do we come in? Or do we stand out here while your dragon stares us into statues?" "That depends," Gior said. His voice carried, gruff and hard. "You leave your weapons on this side of the gate. You bring in only what you need to live. You obey the commands of the Night's Watch while you stand on our ground." "Our ground?" Tormund snorted. "Old bear, this isn't your ground. It's no man's. It's where we make our stand," Gior snapped. "That makes it mine enough for now." Mance's gaze slid to Jon, then to Robb, then to Daenerys. "And you?" he asked. "Is this how your wolves treat their new guests? Stripping them of blades and pride?" Robb's jaw clenched. He stepped forward, gray wind shadowing his movement. "You come through this gate under guest right," he said. "Under the watch of my brother and the dragons that burned a man who broke that right once already. You keep your knives as long as they stay sheathed. You test that." His hand brushed his sword. "We answer." "A lot of talk of answering," Tormund said. "I've yet to see the question." "The question," Daenerys said, "is whether you'd rather march with the dead." Her voice was quieter than the men's, but it cut as neatly. She gestured toward the north, where the sky had taken on a faint, wrong color, too flat, too pale. "They're coming," she said. "We saw them. You felt them. You either stand here with us, or you run until you hit the sea. And then what? You learn to breathe water." A ripple of uneasy laughter went through the free folk ranks. Mance sighed. "Fine," he said. "We'll play guest for a time." He looked up at Gior. "But hear this, Lord Commander. The moment you close that gate behind us, there is no more us and them. There is only alive and dead. If your crows raise steel against my folk while the others walk, I will open that gate myself and let the cold take us all together. Gior's eyes narrowed. Then he nodded once. Fair enough, he said. The gate rose higher. The free folk began to file through, a black tide and a ragged one, meeting in the shadow of ice. Somewhere above, the dragons watched. Somewhere beyond, in the white, something older than both turned its head. The wall under starlight felt like the edge of the world. The wind had teeth. It snapped at cloaks and hair, bit fingers and ears, tried to pluck torches from hands. Men huddled along the inner side of the parapet, shoulder to shoulder, black cloaks of the watch, rough spun of the free folk, northern wool and leather. Fires burned in braziers hastily hauled up, their flames whipped sideways. Melisandre stood before a low pile of stones, each one gouged from the wall's surface and stacked to form a crude altar. An iron brazier sat atop it, flames rising high, too high for the meager fuel they'd fed it. Her red gown snapped in the wind. Her hair streamed. The ruby at her throat burned like a captured star. "The night is dark," she called, voice cutting strangely clear through the gale, "and full of terrors." Some men muttered. Others made signs to their own gods. A few only watched, eyes hollow. "But we are not without light," Melisandre went on. She gestured to the brazier. The flames flared, leaping higher, casting long, strange shadows along the ice. In their dance, Daenerys thought she saw shapes. A dragon's wing, a wolf's snout, a great sword burning. Beside her, Drogon shifted. He did not like this fire, this heat that did not come from his own belly. His lips curled, just enough to show teeth. "Your lord is not the only one who brought fire to this wall," Daenerys murmured. "No," Melisandre said, as if she'd heard, though Daenerys had not raised her voice. "He sent you as well." "I am not his," Daenerys said. "You are his whether you name him or not," Melisandre replied. Her gaze never left the flames. "Who do you think woke your dragons? Who whispered heat into cold stone at your husband's pyre?" Daenerys' throat tightened. "They woke for me," she said. "For my blood, for my will." "Where do you think that will came from?" the Red Woman asked softly. Jon shifted, uncomfortable. Robb watched, expression dark. "I don't care which god lit the match," Robb said, "so long as the fire burns the right enemies." "Pragmatic," Melisandre said. "Good. You will need that." She lifted her hands, palms toward the blaze. "Lord of Light," she intoned, "look upon this wall. See the men who stand upon it. Men of crows and wildlings, wolves and dragons. If you would have them be your sword against the dark, strengthen their hands. Harden their hearts. Let your fire live in them, that they might not break when the cold comes." The wind howled. For a moment the flames bent almost flat, as if the storm would snuff them. Then they straightened, flaring higher, hotter. Men muttered. Daenerys felt something. Not warmth, exactly, but a pressure, as if unseen fingers had brushed the back of her neck. Drogon hissed, wings mantling a fraction. Jon's hand went to the dragonglass at his belt. Ghost stood, hackles raised, eyes fixed on the brazier. "You feel it," Melisandre said softly. "All of you. This is not a war that steel alone will win. Fire, faith, blood, all will be needed." "Blood we have in plenty," Robb said. "Let's try not to spill more of it on altars than on the snow." The Red Woman smiled faintly. "Spilling it on the snow will be altar enough," she said. "The wall itself is a shrine now, to whichever god claims it first." Daenerys looked out over the edge. Far to the north, where the land dipped and the forest began, the night had grown thicker. A line of faint, unnatural light shimmered there, blue-white instead of gold. It moved, slowly, like the edge of some vast, grinding glacier. She thought of the army they'd seen, of the way the others' eyes had tracked them. "Let them watch," she whispered. "We're watching back." Dawn crept up on the wall like a guilty thing. There was no glorious sunrise, no blaze of color. The black of the sky simply thinned to deep blue, then to gray, revealing shapes that had been hidden in the night. Men shivered on the parapet, stamping their feet. Frost had crept up their boots, feathered their cloaks. Breath plumed. Armor complained as muscles protested another hour of standing. Banners snapped in the wind, some tattered, some newly sewn. The direwolf of Stark flew foremost, gray on white. Beside it, on a hastily rigged pole, someone had raised the three-headed dragon, red and black on rough cloth. It did not hang lower than the wolf, nor higher. They snapped together, their shadows overlapping on the ice. Below, in the yards and tunnels and hastily cleared caverns carved into the wall's thickness, the free folk had settled uneasily. Some slept, most did not. The Night's Watch moved among them, handing out hard bread and thin porridge, eyes wary but hands steady. On the crest, Jeor Mormont walked the line like an old captain on a ship's deck, checking men, correcting stances, growling the occasional word of rough encouragement. Robb walked with him for a time, then peeled away to stand with his own lords, speaking low. Daenerys moved in the other direction, the dragon's presence a tide that shifted attention wherever she passed. Drogon had claimed one of the wall's highest turrets as his own. He crouched atop it now, wings half-furled, tail coiled around the ice. Rhaegal perched a little lower, his green and bronze scales muted in the dawn light. Viserion clung like a pale ornament to a jagged overhang, his eyes a faint, eerie gold. To the men below, they were both awe and reassurance. They were proof that when the tale spoke of dragonfire against the long night, they had not lied. Jon stood near the center of the line, Ghost leaning into his legs. His black cloak flapped alongside the northern gray and the scruffier furs of the free folk who had chosen to come up to the top, eyes narrowed, staring north. He felt Robb at his left shoulder, Daenerys at his right. It was an odd arrangement, a bastard, a king, a queen, but the wall did not care for rank, cared for weight. Ravens have flown, Robb said quietly, to Dragonstone, to the Vale, to the Riverlands and the Stormlands, even to King's Landing. Tywin will read them and set them aside, Jon said. He'll say it's a northern problem. Perhaps, Daenerys said, perhaps he'll see a chance to let us and this storm bleed each other white. Then he'll find nothing but dead men left to fight, Jon said. They stood in silence for a while, watching the north. The line of wrong light on the horizon had grown clearer. It was not the dawn. It was its own thing, moving at its own pace. Whatever comes, Robb said. We stand here. Until we fall, Jon said. Or until they do, Daenerys added. Ghost's ears pricked. Drogon lifted his head, nostrils flaring. From far out in the white, a sound came. Not the scream of a dragon, nor the cry of any bird. It was lower, older. It rolled along the wall like distant thunder. The army of the dead was closer. Men shifted, checking grips, flexing fingers, swallowing down fear that tasted like iron. Daenerys reached out, laying one hand on the icy parapet. With the other, she touched the hilt of the sword at her hip. Behind her, she felt Drogon's fire coil, ready. Wolves, dragons, crows, free folk. For the first time in living memory, they stood on the wall together, their faces turned toward the same enemy. In the distance, the wrong light grew brighter. The long night was no longer a tale. It was a line on the horizon, moving. They would meet it here. By midday, the storm had a shape. From atop the wall, Jon watched it come. No longer a vague smudge on the horizon, but a towering curtain of white, rolling over the forest and frozen river in slow, implacable waves. The haunted forest vanished under it. Hills softened. Trees dissolved into gray shadows and then nothing at all. Then the storm reached the open ground before the wall, and the truth stepped out of it. At first, it was only movement. A darkening at the base of the white, an unsettling churning. Then individual figures picked themselves out of the shifting mass. Men, or things that had been men once, shambling through the snow. Their skin was the color of old milk, their clothes stiff with frost and ragged from long wear. Some had only one arm, Some dragged broken legs and still moved. Their eyes were pits of dull, lifeless blue. Behind them came other shapes, larger. The first time Jon realized they were giants, his stomach lurched. Their shaggy heads rose above the crowd, beards matted with ice, tusks and teeth bared in soundless roars. They carried clubs of stone and uprooted trees. Chains rattled at their ankles, frozen to their skin. And behind them, like officers behind a rank of infantry, rode the others. They were fewer. They did not hurry. Their pale horses left no prints on the snow. Their armor shimmered with a sheen that was neither metal nor ice, but something between. Their swords were long and thin and wrong, their edges catching the light like the surface of a frozen lake at noon. They fanned out, slowly, forming a loose line. Their blue eyes lifted as one and turned toward the wall. "Mother have mercy," someone whispered along the parapet. Jon's hand found Ghost's fur. The direwolf's hackles rose, a ridge of bristling white along his spine. Beside Jon, Robb's jaw tightened, knuckles white on the hilt of his sword, though steel here was little comfort. Daenerys stood a little to Jon's right, her cloak snapping, silver hair whipping across her face. Her eyes were wide, not with fear, but with the fierce clarity that came before a battle. "They're here," she said. The others did not charge. They simply existed, a line of stillness at the rear of the roiling dead. Their presence was an absence, a pocket of silence that the storm refused to touch. Snow arced around them, curving away as if unwilling to lay itself on their armor. One of them raised its sword. The motion was slow, unhurried. The long blade angled upward until it pointed directly at the wall's crest. A wind rose in answer, not the usual wind of the wall, cold and constant, but a new thing. It shrieked, higher and thinner, threading through the gaps in the ice.
Men flinched, clutching at cloaks.
Breath was ripped from mouths, torches guttered. Frost bloomed along the parapet, racing outward from the place where the sword's tip had aimed. It crawled over stone and packed snow, over boots, over the lower edges of banners. One of the night's watchmen cursed as ice climbed his greave. Another beat at a torch, trying to keep it alive. "Hold the fires close," Gior bellowed. "Don't let them die." Daenerys felt the cold climb her bones like a spider. Drogon hissed behind her, a sound that rose from deep in his chest and ended in a crackle of smoke. His breath cut a path through the frost, melting a small circle of space around him. But the cold pressed in again eagerly, trying to reclaim it. "They're testing us," she said, "seeing what we do. Then we show them," Robb growled. His eyes moved to the dead below. "Archers, knock, aim for the ones at the front. Let's see if arrows slow them at all." "Dragon glass first," Jon shouted. "Use the obsidian heads, steel for backs, glass for fronts." Men moved, some with the fluidity of training, others with the clumsiness of fear. Bows creaked. The first volley arched out over the parapet and fell toward the advancing dead. Many arrows missed their mark, sinking into the snow or shattering on unseen rocks. Those that struck wights in the chest or limbs did little. The bodies jerked but continued. But when dragonglass tips found skulls, or drove into the throats of those already half-rotten, the wights crumpled and did not rise. "Aim higher," Jon yelled. "Heads and necks. Don't waste them on what won't fall." The dead kept coming. They did not scream. They did not roar. They moved in an eerie, wordless tide, surging forward over their own fallen. Some tripped, went down, were trodden underfoot, and then crawled out again, half-crushed, still reaching. "Fire," Daenerys said. The word left her mouth like a prayer. Behind her, something answered. Drogon leapt. The wall's height, that had once filled Daenerys with awe, now felt merely like a starting point. His wings snapped open, catching the cold air and turning it into lift. For a heartbeat he hung there above the ice, suspended between stone and storm. Then he drove forward, out over the white. Rhaegal and Viserion followed, pale and green shadows behind him. Their cries echoed off the wall and out across the battlefield, harsh and wild. Men below turned their faces upward, mouths open, as if they could drink courage from the sight. From the back of the turret, Daenerys felt the bond as a physical thing. Her hands clutched the icy parapet. Her mind rode with Drogon, the world shrinking to their shared sense of heat and air and the irresistible urge to burn. "Not the front," she whispered, though Drogon could not hear her voice. "The flanks. Cut them. Make them turn." He dipped his wing, angling away from the center of the dead mass, and came down along its edge. The first burst of dragonfire cut a swathe 50 paces wide through the outer ranks. Wights went up like dry kindling, limbs flailing as the flame took them. The heat was intense enough that even at this distance, the men atop the wall felt it on their faces, a sudden, blessed sting. Rhaegal followed his brother's line, his own fire greener, a touch thinner but no less lethal. Viserion swept opposite, his pale flame carving another gouge. For a moment, it worked exactly as Daenerys had imagined. The dead line buckled where the fire bit deep. The tide diverted, flowing around the burning channels. Wights stumbled and collapsed into the trenches of flame, creating, if not a barrier, then at least a maelstrom. Then the cold pushed back. The snow itself seemed to rise. A gust of wind, fierce and focused, swept across the scorched lines. Flame guttered. Smoke twisted, dragged down. The burning trenches began to choke with ice as wind and unnatural chill gnawed at the edges of the fire. The wights kept coming. "Gods," someone whispered. "Do they feel nothing?" "They feel fire," Daenerys said through gritted teeth. "They just don't stop moving while they do." The others remained at the rear, watching. On the second pass, the others answered. Rhaegal swooped lower than Drogon, his green wings slicing the air as he spat a sharp, controlled jet of fire at a knot of dead giants struggling to force their way through the burning ditch. One toppled, its fur ablaze, crashing down onto the wights before it. Another lifted a spear. The weapon looked like glass or frozen water. Its shaft was long and slender, its head narrowing to a wicked point. Frost steamed from it where it met the warmer air. The other held it for a heartbeat, gauging distance with inhuman calm. Then its arm snapped forward. The spear flew. It did not spin like a man-thrown javelin. It flew point first, straight and unerring, leaving a wake of rime in the air. Men along the wall flinched as it passed below them, its cold trail burning their lungs. "Rhaegal!" Daenerys shouted, though she knew he could not hear her voice. Her mind flung itself toward him instead, a wild surge of warning. He felt it. At the last possible instant, the green dragon twisted. The spear missed his chest by a yard, but its tip grazed the membrane of his wing. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to crack. Ice bloomed from the wound. It spiderwebbed outward, freezing vein and membrane alike, turning a portion of the wing rigid and pale. Rhaegal screamed, a high, tearing sound that cut through the storm. His bank became a stutter, then a dangerous lurch. He dropped. "Hold!" Robb roared, as men along the parapet gasped. "Hold your fire! Don't shoot at him, you fools!" Drogon veered toward his brother, abandoning his own planned line. Viserion did the same, the three dragons now a tangle of flailing wings and beating air. Rhaegal fought. Dragon strength met unnatural ice. Muscles bunched. The frozen portion of the wing cracked. Shards of ice flew off, tumbling to the ground below like flecks of glass. With a wrench that made Daenerys' own shoulder burn, the dragon forced his wing to move, the injured span jerking but catching enough air to slow his fall. He crashed into the snow rather than the dead ranks, sending up a spray of powder. Wights nearby were crushed under his bulk, then burned as he convulsively spat fire in all directions. "Dany," Jon said, voice tight. "He's hurt." "Not enough to kill him," she said. Her fingernails dug into the ice. "But enough that we know those spears can." She felt Drogon's rage spike, a blast of heat along their bond. "Not yet," she murmured to him. "Not until we know where to strike." The first blow on the wall itself was not with blade or claw. It was with bodies. The wights piled, They threw themselves against the ice at the wall's base, clawing at it, wriggling into cracks, pressing together in a grotesque parody of cooperation. Those behind clambered up over the backs of those in front. Limbs snapped, bones broke, but the dead did not care. They climbed. From the top, Jon watched, horrified. "They're making a ramp," he said. Gior snarled. "They'll build themselves a hill of corpses and try to take our gate from below." The narrow tunnel that ran through the wall to the outer side had always been its weak point. Gates barred it at intervals, iron and oak. The watch had reinforced them with extra braces, but even so, if enough weight pressed. "We hold it here," Robb said. He was already moving, his cloak flaring, gray wind at his heels. Jon followed, Ghost matching the other direwolf's stride. Daenerys hesitated only long enough to send a sharp, commanding thought to Drogon, "Circle. Guard. Wait," before she turned and plunged after them into the icy gut of the wall. The tunnel was cramped and cold, its walls close, its roof low enough that taller men had to duck. Frost crept along the stone. Torches bracketed at intervals cast a wavering orange light, streaking the walls with shadow. At the inner gate, men were already forming up. Night's Watch brothers in black took the center, shields up, dragonglass-tipped spears braced. Northmen in gray and green formed the flanks, swords ready. Free folk with bone-handled axes and scavenged blades filled the gaps, their breaths fogging the air. Robb took his place at the front, just behind the first rank. Jon stood beside him. Daenerys stayed a half-step back, hand on the hilt of the short sword she favored. She was no fool. This place would be murderous if the gate failed. Ghost and gray wind prowled behind the line, teeth bared. From beyond the gate came the sound of impact after impact. Thumps and scrapes, the dull crack of bone against wood, the wet grind of bodies pressing in. The iron bars shuddered in their brackets. "Come on, then," Tormund growled, hefting his axe. "Let's see how you dead cunts like a greeting from the living." "Save your breath," Gior snapped. "You'll need it." The gate creaked. Snow sifted down from the lintel. A fissure opened along one of the old timbers, thin but real. "Brace!" cried a watch officer. "Shoulders to it." Men surged forward, pressing their weight against the gate. The thudding blows continued. The sound of teeth gnawing at wood crept in among the impacts. Jon closed his eyes for a heartbeat, feeling the cold, the weight of stone above, the presence of his brother at his side and of some larger, looming darkness beyond. "Whatever happens," Robb said under his breath, "don't you dare die here. I did not bring you to this wall to bury you in it." "Same to you," Jon said. The gate shuddered again. The outer gate did not so much break as surrender. Under the combined weight of thousands of dead hands, under the relentless push of bodies that did not tire, the timbers bowed. The iron bands protested, shrieked, and then one by one snapped. The hinges tore from stone. The gate lurched inward and down, an avalanche of wood and metal and frozen flesh. The first wave of wights spilled through. They came like a flood of pale limbs and gnashing teeth, clawing over the fallen gate, cramming through the narrowed space. The tunnel's throat constricted, forcing them into a funnel. They did not care. They rushed. "Hold!" Gior bellowed. Spears. Men braced, and then the world became fire. From the side, near where the tunnel mouth had half collapsed under the falling gate, stone shattered. A great black head thrust through the gap, forcing its way into the narrow space. Drogon's eyes burned. His nostrils flared. He spat. The dragon fire rolled down the tunnel like a living thing. It filled the confined space, a white gold torrent that devoured air and sound alike. Wights at the front had no time to scream. Those behind were shoved forward into the inferno by the press of bodies, their rotten flesh catching in a chain reaction. Heat slammed into the defenders. Men shielded their faces, cloaks smoldering. Even through layers of wool and leather, Daenerys felt it sear her skin, a familiar, terrible kiss. The wights burned. They flailed, limbs thrashing as their clothes ignited, their hair crisped, their skin blackened and peeled. Bone gleamed through in places, then crumbled. The smell was beyond anything. Rancid fat and charred meat and something sharp and wrong that made eyes water. Back, Gior coughed. Back a pace. Let the fire do the work. They did, stepping as one, shields still locked, spears still braced. Flames licked at the stone, then began to gutter as fuel failed. When Drogon cut off his fire, the tunnel was a charnel pit. Charred forms lay piled atop one another, twisted together. Here and there, a limb still twitched, but dragonglass-dipped spears quickly found those stubborn remnants and stilled them for good. For now, Jon rasped, throat raw. Drogon withdrew, dragging rubble with him. The tunnel mouth was mostly blocked now by the collapsed outer gate and the blackened pile of bodies. It would not hold forever, but it had bought time. We can't do that too often, Daenerys said, voice rough. He can't pour that much fire into a stone throat without weakening himself. And if the ice spears find him while he's pinned there, once was enough for today, Gior said grimly. Now we see if they've the patience to pile themselves up again. The ice did not scream, but the wind did. On a low ridge some distance behind the dead ranks, another rode his pale horse to a halt. He dismounted with a grace that was wrong in this landscape, his feet making no impression on the snow. He raised both arms. The storm listened. Wind that had been merely fierce became manic. It whirled around him, tugging at his armor and hair, then shot outward in spirals. Snow rose from the ground, torn loose and flung into the air. Flurries thickened into sheets. The world beyond the ridge became a blur. From the wall, Daenerys watched through slitted eyes. Her lashes iced together. She blinked, forcing them apart. They're angry, she said. Can dead things be angry? Robb asked. These can, Jon said. His hand tightened on the parapet. Or something close enough that it doesn't matter. The dragonfire scars on the battlefield began to shrink. The trenches Drogon had burned into the dead were refilled, not with earth or snow, but with bodies. Wights from further back stumbled forward, pushed by those behind, collapsing into the still smoking gouges. They tumbled over each other, limbs intertwining, rib cages cracking. The wind blew snow into the charred channels. Steam rose where it met lingering heat, then vanished. White smoothed over black. The dead river flowed again. They learn, Daenerys murmured. Or the ones behind them do. What would you have them do differently? Robb asked, not unkindly. They have more bodies than we have arrows. She said nothing. The truth of it was a weight she could not lift. On the ridge, the other lowered his arms. He turned his head toward the wall, as if acknowledging their gaze. For a heartbeat, Daenerys felt something like recognition, cold and ancient, as if the thing in the ice saw not only her, but everything she was tied to. Dragons, wolves, fire. Her skin crawled. What does it want? Wyman Manderly wheezed, leaning on the parapet. To break us, Gior said, one way or another. The warmth in the strategy room was relative. A fire burned in a small hearth, its flames struggling against the wall's innate cold. The stone underfoot was slick with frost. Every exhale hung in the air. A table that had once served for simple meals now bore a map scraped into a thin layer of white frost, lines and smudges indicating wall, camp, and the shifting mass of the dead. They won't stop, Gior said. His voice was a rasp. We burn them, they refill. We block the tunnel, they find a way around. They'll keep testing us until they find the weakness. That's what good commanders do. Good commanders, Mance echoed. You've a strange respect for these things, Crow. I've respect for any enemy that can kill my men and keep them, Gior snapped. Robb leaned over the frost map, one hand braced on the table, the other at his hip. We can't win this by waiting, he said. Not forever, even with dragons. Even with free folk and North and Watch together. They'll wear us down. So we attack, Tormund said cheerfully from where he lurked near the fire. Take the fight to them. That's more to my taste. On open ground? Wyman objected. With thousands of them and hundreds of us? You'd be dead before you could swing that axe. Better dead swinging than shivering, Tormund retorted. No, Jon said. He traced a line in the frost with a gloved finger. We strike for their leaders, the others. At Hardhome, the tales say, when one was killed, the wights around it fell. Old tales, Gior said. But our tests with wights show something similar, Daenerys added. When we destroyed the one you captured, the corpses it had risen nearby went still. If we can kill enough of them, their soldiers fall, Mance finished, and the dead army shrinks. Kill the generals, Robb said. Break the line. Melisandre's eyes gleamed. Who better to hunt the cold than those born to fire? She asked. Her gaze flicked to Daenerys, then to Jon. And those with the blood of both worlds in them. I don't know that I have any dragon's blood, Jon muttered. Bloodlines aside, Daenerys said. Dragons can reach the others. Men on the ground cannot. And the others can spear dragons from the sky, Gior said, scowling. We saw that today. Then we go fast, she said. We use Rhaegal and Viserion to harry the wights, keep their spears busy. Drogon and I go for the ones on the ridges, with dragonglass. You plan to fly at them with a spear in your hand like some jousting knight? Robb asked, half appalled. She met his gaze. Yes, Melisandre smiled. Fitting, she murmured. A queen riding fire against the cold kings. You can't do it alone, Jon said. You'll be a single target. They'll focus everything on you. Who said she'd be alone? Robb countered. He looked at Jon. You rode with her once to Mance. You can ride again. Between the two of you, you might manage to stab one of the bastards in the eye. And if we fall? Jon asked. Then we die doing more good than any of us have yet managed, Melisandre said calmly. Gior grunted. Better than freezing in your bed, he said. Mance scratched at his beard. You're half mad, he told Daenerys. You and your dragon and your wolf-eyed lover of ghosts. Jon flushed. Daenerys snorted despite herself. Madness brought me dragons, she said. Perhaps it will take them one step further. The storm was thinner closer to the ridge. It was as if the others instinctively carved out a space where their own presence could sit undisturbed. Snow still swirled, but in eddies, not sheets. The sky above was a uniform, oppressive gray. Drogon cut through it like an arrow. Daenerys lay along his neck, her thighs locked around the base of his shoulders. The cold sliced at her exposed skin, turned her breath to knives in her lungs. Behind her, Jon clung to the forward strap with one hand. The other gripped the dragonglass spear they had crafted, dragonbone shaft, obsidian head, feathers at the tail. Rhaegal and Viserion flanked them, slightly higher, slightly back. Their wings beat in careful rhythm, keeping formation. Below, the white ridge grew. She saw the others now, half a dozen of them, perhaps more, spaced along the line. Their armor shimmered, their pale horses stamped. One turned its head, sensing the disturbance in the air. Its eyes narrowed. Now, Daenerys said, though the Rhaegal command moved along the bond. Drogon sucked in a breath. Fire erupted downward in a concentrated torrent. It struck the snow just ahead of the ridge, sending up a wall of steam and flame. Wights in the area shriveled, their bodies collapsing like paper in a hearth. The fire licked at the base of the ridge, then climbed, reaching for the others. They did not flinch. Where the flame touched them, frost flared. Steam exploded, thick and blinding. For a heartbeat, Daenerys saw one of the others backlit by the clash of heat and cold. A silhouette of ice against fire, its sword raised. Left! Jon shouted. Drogon banked. The spear left Jon's hand. It flew in an arc that felt, in that moment, like the only true line in the world. A dark blur against gray sky, aimed at a pair of blue eyes that had never known fear. The dragonglass head met the other's chest. For an instant, there was resistance. Not physical, but something else, a sense of pushing through an invisible barrier. Then it broke. The spear sank deep, The other screamed. The sound was like ice shattering, like the high, tearing shriek of a glacier calving. Its body exploded outward in a burst of frost and shards. Where it had stood, there was suddenly nothing but drifting snow, sparkling oddly in the firelight. Below, wights in a tight ring around the fallen commander collapsed as if their strings had been cut. They dropped mid-step, mid-reach, limbs twitching once and then stilling. "It works," Jon breathed. "Good," Daenerys hissed. "Again." But even as she said it, an ice spear whistled past Drogon's flank, close enough that she felt its cold slice the air. Another followed, aimed at Rhaegal, who twisted and roared. They had their answer. The others would not let such attacks go unanswered for long. By the time the light began to die, the battlefield had changed shape. Where dragonfire had carved, black scars marred the white. Patches of scorched earth and melted, refrozen sludge. In some places, the dead lay in heaps, their bodies twisted and blackened, dragonglass shards protruding from skulls and chests. In others, untouched ranks still stood. The army of the dead was smaller than it had been at dawn, but it was still vast. The gaps they had burned and shattered had closed, not completely, but enough that the dark river remained unbroken. On the wall, men leaned against the parapets, chests heaving, faces gray with exhaustion and cold. Archers' fingers bled from the constant draw and release. Spearmen's arms ached. The fires in the braziers burned lower, wood and oil supplies dwindling. Drogon crouched on his turret, wings drooping, sides rising and falling in slow, heavy breaths. His scales were streaked with soot. Rhaegal's injured wing had frozen over again at the edges. Frost clung to the patched membrane, making it stiff. Viserion's pale hide was mottled where ice spears had grazed him. Daenerys' own limbs felt made of lead. Every breath tasted of smoke and cold. Her throat burned from the scream she'd let out when Rhaegal had faltered. She hadn't realized until now that she'd screamed at all. Jon leaned on the parapet beside her, Ghost pressed so close to his leg that their warmth bled together. His cheeks were raw, his eyes bloodshot. Robb stood on her other side, one hand still on his sword hilt, though he hadn't drawn it in hours, the gesture more habit than need. "We killed one," Jon said. "One of their commanders. Maybe more. We saw at least 3 lots of wights drop when spears found their mark. And there are still..." Robb gestured helplessly at the dark mass below. "Thousands," Daenerys finished. She swallowed. Her voice was a rasp. "But there are fewer than there were. And we know now that dragonfire and dragonglass together can reach them." Jeor Mormont joined them, moving more slowly than he had that morning. He looked down at the field, his jaw working. "We bought time," he said. "Nothing more. Sometimes time is all a commander can buy," Brynden Tully said from behind him. "It's what you do with it that matters." "What we do," Robb said, "is send more ravens. Harder words. Not just warnings. Please. Demands. Whatever it takes. The South has to understand this isn't just northern snow." "They won't," Jeor said. "Not until dead things knock on their own doors. Then we make it impossible for them to ignore," Daenerys said. "I will fly south, not to King's Landing, not yet, to Dragonstone, to Stannis, to anyone who will listen." Her hand tightened on the ice. "I have sworn to the north. But this war is larger than one kingdom." Jon looked at her. "You can't leave," he said. "Not now. We need your fire." "You have some of it?" she said, nodding toward the field, toward the memory of wights collapsing when others fell. "Enough to hold for a time. Not forever. If I stay here and we lose anyway, what then? At least if I go, there is a chance more fire comes back with me." Robb exhaled slowly. "You trust Stannis," he said. "The man my father once called the sternest of Robert's brothers. Hard, but fair. I trust that he hates the dark more than he hates other kings," she said. "And that he has ships." Jeor grunted. "If he comes, we'll find room. The walls never had so many banners. One more won't break it. Unless it's a lion," Wyman muttered. Daenerys straightened. Her legs protested. Her dragons shifted, feeling her intent. "I'll not go tonight," she said. "Or tomorrow, but soon. When we've counted our dead and tended our wounded. When the sky clears enough that I won't fly blind. When you can stand without swaying. And when Mance's people are settled enough not to bolt the first time they smell southern steel." Mance added, appearing at the edge of the group, snow in his hair. "You'll find no easy allies south of the neck, Dragon Queen. But if you fetch some here, we'll see." They stood together, looking down at the enemy that did not sleep as the light bled away. The first day on the wall had not broken either side, but something had shifted. The dead now knew the taste of dragonfire. The living knew for certain that the leaders of the cold could be killed. The wall had become not just a barrier, but a battleground. Chapter 8 of this tale is written in frost and ash. Daenerys thought, though she did not say it. The rest is still only smoke. Far below, in the soft, unnatural light that clung to the dead, an other looked up and tilted its head, as if it had heard a page turn. The dawn after the battle was no softer than the one before it. The sky edged from black to a leaden gray that flattened the world below. The field at the wall's foot looked like some insane sculptor's work now. Black strokes of fire scars, ridges of drifted snow, sprawled hulks where giants had fallen and not yet risen again. Beyond that, where the dead had drawn back into the shroud of their storm, the horizon was wrong. A low band of pale blue-white that did not brighten as the sun climbed, but stayed steady, like the edge of some vast, waiting knife. Daenerys stood between Jon and Robb on the parapet, gloved fingers resting on the ice-slick stone. She had not slept, not in any way that counted. When she closed her eyes, she still saw Rhaegal's wing freezing over, the dragonglass spear leaving her hand through Jon's. The moment an other came apart like a shattered mirror. Drogon crouched just behind them, his bulk a living rampart. His tail curled around the base of the turret like a great black rope. Rhaegal and Viserion clung further down the wall, wings tight, their eyes half-lidded but never fully closed. "You're sure you have to go?" Jon said. It was not really a question. "No," Daenerys said honestly. "I am sure I have to try." Robb's breath steamed in front of his face. "If you take Drogon," he said, "we hold with only two." "Two are still more than the world had a year ago," she said. "And Drogon is the only one strong enough to fly so far and back again and still fight. Rhaegal needs time to heal. Viserion is impatient." Her mouth twitched. "He might decide on his own errands." Jon's gaze flicked to the horizon, then back. "Stannis might not believe you." "Melisandre will," Daenerys said. "She's already seen pieces of this in her fires." "Her fires show what suits her," he muttered. "Then I will show them something else," Daenerys replied. "Dragons on their roof. And if that fails, I will show them the truth written in my eyes. Men who have seen what we have carry it in them. Stannis will recognize that, or he is a greater fool than I think." Gior approached, his heavy boots crunching on the frost. "If you're going," he said without preamble, "go soon. The weather's as clear as it will get. Stay long enough and the next storm will carry you south whether you like it or not." Daenerys nodded. "Have you any more ravens for me to carry, Lord Commander?" "Aye," he said. "One for Dragonstone, one for Eastwatch to expect a fleet if we're lucky, and one for White Harbor in case we're dead by the time the ships arrive. Someone should know they came." Robb glanced at the pale band on the horizon. "We'll be here," he said, "when you return." He spoke as if it were an oath. She heard the doubt under it anyway. "If the wall falls before I'm back," Daenerys said lightly, "try not to die before I set King's Landing on fire. I'd hate to miss your face when you hear." The corner of his mouth twitched. "I expect you'll manage to haunt me even then," he said. Ghost nudged her gloved hand briefly, a cool, wet nose through the fur. She took that for the blessing it was. Daenerys turned to Drogon. "Come, my love," she whispered. We have a southern king to terrify." The first wing beat was the hardest. Drogon pushed away from the wall with a lunge that shook the ice underfoot.
Men staggered, clutching at parapets.
His wings snapped out, catching the thin, brutal air, and for a heartbeat they hung weightless, above the sheer drop of ice and stone. Then they were falling forward, the drop turning into flight. Daenerys flattened herself along his neck, her thighs clamping around the base of his shoulders, fingers gripping the leather loops she'd had sewn there. The wind clawed at her face, seared her throat, ripped tears from the corners of her eyes and froze them before they could fall. The world tilted, the wall, that impossible height, shrinking behind them into a pale scar against the north. They flew south. The land unrolled beneath them in hard strokes of white and dark. Forests like spilled ink, frozen rivers gleaming dull silver under thin sun. Here and there, the ragged shapes of villages and holdfasts, their smoke a thin, tenuous promise of warmth. Drogon's shadow crossed them briefly. Men and women below pointed up, then curled tighter around their fires. She saw the Maester's tower at Winterfell from above, steam from the hot springs rising in gentle, ghostly plumes. The sight tugged at her. The memory of gray stone and northern hospitality, of Lysa Snow's careful stitches along the hem of a cloak. Drogon's wing dipped, as if he, too, had taken note of this place that smelled of wolves and hers. "No," she murmured. "Not today." He rumbled, but kept his heading. Beyond Winterfell the land softened into rolling hills. The snow shallowed, and occasional patches of brown earth peeked through. The trident's icy braids flashed beneath them. Then the dark mass of the next swamps, shrouded in thin mist. South of that, the air felt different. Subtle at first, a touch less knife-like, a hint more forgiving, but it grew with each league. Daenerys' numb fingers regained some feeling. The snow thinned. The forests changed character, darker and thicker. Here, villages seemed closer together. She saw fields lying fallow under light snow, long houses patched and snug, smoke rising in thicker columns. Men on the King's Road gaped as a great black shape passed overhead, some dropping to their knees, others bolting from their horses and diving for what shelter the ditches offered. Drogon liked the air here. She could feel it in the way he moved, the little flecks of muscle that spoke of contentment. This was closer to the climate of Essos, to the skies over Karth and Meereen. The scents on the wind changed, salt, faintly, and tar, and the distant breath of a great city's smoke. By the time Dragonstone's jagged silhouette rose from the sea, teeth of black rock biting into gray waves, Daenerys' muscles felt like they belonged to someone else. The wind had burrowed into her bones, but her heart, that was beating fast and hot and alive. "Home," she whispered. Not hers, not yet, but closer to it than anywhere else she'd stood in Westeros. Dragonstone had been carved in an age when men still remembered what dragons looked like. The fortress rose from the island's black rock in a profusion of stone beasts. Wings unfurled, necks coiled, claws gripping parapets. Their mouths gaped over courtyards and sea, frozen mid-roar. Smoke curled from vents where the volcano's heart still smoldered. As Drogon circled, Daenerys felt a strange resonance. The shapes below were crude imitations, stone and chisel's best guess at what her children were by nature. But there was something in them that recognized him. Or perhaps it was only that men long ago had looked at creatures like him and tried to capture the memory before it faded. They failed, she thought, but they tried. "Seven save us," someone whispered below. She saw them then on a high balcony. 3 figures clustered near the edge. One tall and hard-faced, in plain dark armor with a stag's head on his breast. Beside him, shorter, broader, in plain wool and a cloak too thin for the wind, fingers clamped white on the stone. The third, a red slash of color in the gloom, her hair aflame about her shoulders. Stannis Baratheon did not step back as Drogon's shadow fell over the balcony. His mouth tightened, his jaw worked, but he did not move. Davos Seaworth flinched and then forced himself still, squinting upward against the dragon's passage. Melisandre smiled. "Your Grace," she said. her voice almost lost in the wind but somehow reaching him. The fires did not lie. Drogon spiraled lower, snorting, his breath a smoke plume. Daenerys guided him toward the great courtyard before the carved main gate. The stone dragons that flanked it seemed almost to shift, their carved eyes tracking the real one above. Men poured into the yard. Guards with spears, servants in rough-spun, a few lords' men with better mail. All of them stared. When Drogon dropped the last stretch and slammed into the courtyard stones, the earth jumped. Dust rose. Spears wavered. Daenerys slid down, boots hitting the familiar roughness of volcanic rock. Heat breathed up from small vents and cracks underfoot, a strange, subtle warmth that reminded her of the bath chambers in Meereen. The air smelled of ash and salt and old smoke. She unfastened her cloak, letting it fall back from her shoulders. Silver hair spilled. Dragonstone's wind tried to snatch it. She did not let it. "Daenerys of House Targaryen," she called, pitching her voice to carry. "Stormborn, mother of dragons, guest of the north." Men muttered. The words "mother of dragons" fluttered through them like a spark. Stannis descended into the yard with measured steps, his cloak snapping. Davos followed, jaw clenched. Melisandre glided. "Guest of the north," Stannis repeated. His voice was rasped raw from years of command and too little joy. "Those are words I did not expect to hear from your mouth." "They are new," she said. "The world has changed since the last raven reached you." "You've brought it a dragon," he said flatly. His eyes flicked to Drogon's vast form. "And a war we do not have ships or men to fight." "I've brought it a warning," Daenerys replied. "And a chance to do your duty to the realm in a way no stag has yet managed." His jaw tightened. Duty was a word that could still touch him. "Come inside," he said. "If you mean to speak of duty, you'll do it at my table, not in my yard." Melisandre's eyes shone with a private satisfaction as Daenerys followed him into the belly of the Dragonstone castle. The painted table was a dragon in repose. Daenerys had heard of it. Aegon's gift to himself, a map of Westeros carved and painted in such detail that every inlet and mountain was rendered. She had imagined it 100 times, picturing her ancestors bent over it plotting conquest. Seeing it now in the flesh of old wood was different. The colors had faded. The edges were worn where too many hands had traced the same paths. But the shape of the land was clear. And for the first time, she stood not on some foreign shore imagining where she might land. She stood in the land itself, looking down at a toy that thought it understood reality. She set her hand on the far north. "The wall," she said. "Here, and here." Her finger moved outward, drawing a crescent. "The dead." Stannis' mouth thinned. "Jeor Mormont writes of walking corpses and demons of ice," he said. "He says my brother's bastard stands at his side and your dragons burn the snow." "Afanci fultale." "It is true," Daenerys said. "I have seen them. Jon Snow has fought them. Robb Stark has buried men who will not stay buried." She tapped the northern curve. "They crossed the fist of the first men and broke the watch there. They march now toward the wall. And your wolves and dragons stand with them," Melisandre said softly. Her hands rested lightly on the table's edge, ruby pulsing. "Just as the flames showed me." Davos shifted. "With respect, your grace," he said, addressing Stannis. "The Night's Watch has no reason to lie about such things. They gain nothing by pretending monsters walk in the snow. And if even half of what's written is true, then the realm faces a danger that makes Joffrey's crown and Lannister gold look very small," Melisandre finished. "I have told you this before, in other words. Now the proof comes to your doorstep on black wings." Stannis' eyes flicked between them. He did not like being told what he had already been told. He did not like feeling cornered. "You ask me to sail north," he said to Daenerys. "With what ships I have left. To stand on a wall for the sake of men who named me usurper and bowed to my nephew. I ask you to fight for the living," she said, "for the chance that there will still be a realm for you to claim anything over." His jaw clenched. "It is my right." "Rights melt in the dark," Daenerys said. Only deeds remain." He stared at her for a long moment. The silence stretched, filled only by the distant boom of waves against Dragonstone's cliffs. "You would speak of deeds," he said at last. "Daughter of the king who burned men in their armor rather than yield." "My father was mad," she said quietly. "Fire without purpose. I have burned slavers, murderers, men who would chain children to posts in the sun. And yesterday, I burned corpses that would have killed every man at the wall and risen again in their bodies." Her hand tightened on the painted wood. "Do not confuse me with him." Davos' gaze softened, a fraction. "And the North?" he asked. "You stand with them now?" "I swore to their king under his god's eyes," she said. "I knelt in the snow and vowed not to take their crowns or their homes by fire. I will keep that oath." Stannis' nostrils flared. The idea of a Targaryen doing what he thought right even when it burned her own claim offended and intrigued him in equal measure. "If you sail north," Daenerys went on, "you will not go as my vassal, nor as my king. You will go as Stannis Baratheon, rightful claimant to a throne that will mean nothing if the wall falls. You will stand beside Stark and Snow and Mormont, and when the dead are pushed back, when winter passes, we will talk again of thrones." "And if I refuse?" he asked. "Then you will sit on your rock and watch the sky grow white," she said, "until one day the sea at your feet freezes solid, and the things in the storm come and take Dragonstone stone by stone. I cannot stop that alone." Melisandre's eyes gleamed. "He will go," she said softly. "He has always been the only one willing to fight the war that matters." Stannis' glare snapped to her. "Do not speak for me," he snapped. "Then speak," Daenerys said. He looked down at the painted land. His hand hovered over the Vale, the Riverlands, the Crownlands. Then it moved north to the wall. "I have ships," he said. "Men. Not enough. Never enough. But some. Dragonstone's lords owe me one last debt." His jaw hardened. "We sail north." Davos closed his eyes briefly, as if in prayer or acceptance. When he opened them, he met Daenerys' gaze. "Then let's hope the ice waits long enough," he said, "for all of us to get there." Dragonstone's harbor smelled of tar and old storms. The ships rocked at their moorings, dark silhouettes against a choppy gray sea. Banners fluttered from their masts. The crowned stag of Baratheon over the fiery heart of the Lord of Light. A few still bearing the plain black stag of Stannis' earlier claim. Ropes creaked. Sailcloth snapped in the brisk wind that came whipping around the island's jagged teeth of rock. Men moved along the docks in a purposeful rush. Barrels were rolled, crates lugged, kegs swung in nets from dock to deck. Bundles of firewood, scarce but vital, were lashed down. Casks of grain and salted meat joined them. Armorers checked mail for rust and straps for wear. Priests of R'hllor walked among them, hands raised, muttering blessings over steel and sail. From a crag above the harbor, Drogon watched. He crouched like one of Dragonstone's carved guardians brought to life, wings mantled just enough to keep his balance, tail curled around the rock. His presence made the dockworkers glance up more often than they might otherwise have, some with awe, some with poorly concealed fear. Daenerys walked beside Davos along the main pier. The smuggler-turned hand had his cloak pulled tight, his weathered face set in habitual concern. "You're putting a great deal of weight on some old wood, your grace," he said, looking up at Drogon. "Ships and dragons together. If one goes down, the other won't be much comfort." "I know," she said, "but he won't fly north with them. Drogon comes with me to Eastwatch, then back to the wall. The ships sail beneath the storm. He flies above or around it, hoping the storm lets him," Davos muttered. She glanced at him. "You don't believe in your red woman's flames," she said, "or her god. Yet you go with a man who follows both." "I believe in Stannis," he said simply. "For all his faults, he tries to do what's right, even when it breaks him. That's more than most kings can say." He gave her a small, crooked smile. "And I believe what I've seen. I've seen ships burn green on the Blackwater. I've seen boys poisoned for crowns. And now I've seen your dragon. I'm not fool enough to say it's all trickery. Yet you look at the wall and think this might still be some northern fancy." He shook his head.
No.
"I look at the wall and think this. We're very small, and what's coming is very big." His fingers strayed to the pouch at his throat, where bone tokens clicked softly. "We do what we can, even if it's not enough." She considered that, then nodded. "What will you do?" she asked. "If we survive, if the wall holds, if the dead fall, and there is still a south to return to." He laughed once without much humor. "I'm a smuggler who spent too long pretending to be a knight," he said. "If I live that long, I'll count my fingers again and thank whoever's listening. After that, we'll see. Maybe I'll run a little ship between White Harbor and Bravos. Trade fish and stories." "A small life," she said. "A free one," he replied. Stannis' voice cut across the wind. He stood at the head of the pier, Melisandre at his shoulder, his face carved in the usual lines of sternness. "Get your dragon aloft, Targaryen," he called. "If we're to catch what wind the gods send, we leave with the tide." Daenerys looked up at Drogon. "Come," she said. "Let's go fetch some kings to the wall." The Raven's script was stark, plain, and uncompromising. Tyrion read it twice to be sure, then a third time for the bitter amusement of it. "What say they?" Cersei demanded. She was pacing near the window, where faint winter light filtered through heavy drapes. Her goblet had already been refilled twice. "That the North's new menagerie has acquired another beast," Tyrion said. "Stag this time, with a red woman on a string and a fleet underneath him." Tywin's gaze cut to him. "Plainly," he said. Tyrion sighed theatrically and held up the scroll. "Word from our friend in Gulltown," he said. "A merchant vessel out of Dragonstone reports Stannis Baratheon has weighed anchor with every ship he can scrape together. Destination, Eastwatch by the sea, with, and I quote, the silver-haired dragon woman in his company and a great black monster that flew above the masts like death itself." Cersei's mouth twisted. "Stannis," she spat. "Sulking on that rock for years, and now he runs north the moment some witch waves fire at him." "Hardly running," Tywin said. "He goes because he sees an opening. He always has." Tyrion tapped the map where the wall was painted, then traced south to King's Landing. "The wolves have dragons," he said. "Now they have a stag with ships and a god who likes bonfires. All of them pointing north." "Let them freeze," Cersei said. "We have our own problems. The Tyrells grow more arrogant by the day. The faith murmurs against us. Joffrey is a liability," Tywin said coldly. "We have discussed this." She flinched, then glared. "You would truly replace your own grandson? Your blood." "I would replace any piece that threatens the board," he said. His eyes had never left the map. "Stannis and the Targaryen girl sailing north means one thing. They will not be sailing south. Not now. While they busy themselves on a wall of ice, we firm our hold on the capital." "And if the tales are true?" Tyrion asked softly. "If there are dead men walking and ice demons throwing spears at dragons?" His mismatched eyes flicked to his father. "If they fall, what comes south afterward will not care who sits on the Iron Throne." Tywin did not answer at once. "We prepare," he said finally. "We always prepare. Qyburn." The former maester inclined his head. "The Scorpions are proceeding, my lord," he said. "I have men in the forges in Lannisport, in King's Landing, in Old Town, working under other names. If dragons come south, we will have teeth to greet them." "And if something else comes?" Tyrion asked. "Something that does not fly but walks, and does not burn so easily. Then we will kill it as we have killed everything else that threatened us," Tywin said. "With steel, gold, and fear." Cersei laughed, brittle. "Perhaps the dead will take care of our northern problem for us," she said. "Let them eat Starks and Baratheons and dragon girls. We'll close our gates and watch from the walls." Tyrion's small hand smoothed the scroll. "And if walls and gates mean as little to those things as the fist of the first men did?" he asked. Will we still be laughing when they walk through the city and Joffrey tries to scream at them to kneel? Enough, Tywin snapped. He pushed a lion piece north, placing it far from the wall near Riverrun. Let them freeze and burn and make their legends, he said. We will rule what remains. For the first time, Tyrion wondered if his father's lack of belief was bravery or simply a different sort of madness. Integration, Jon was learning, was another kind of battle. The yard stank of sweat and horse and too many bodies forced into too small a space. Free folk fires had sprung up in corners where no fires had been before. Children darted underfoot, laughing in bursts that sounded more nervous than joyful. Night's Watch brothers moved among them with expressions that ranged from weary tolerance to open hostility. The fight started, as so many did, with a single insult. Crow cunt. A big raider spat at a black brother near the well. The man's beard was plated with little bones. His furs were patched and stained. Thief, the brother snapped back. You and yours stole our horses for years. You think a dragon makes you my neighbor now? All this is mine, the raider growled, swinging his arm to encompass yard, wall, sky. My fathers hunted here before your first lordling ever thought to push a shit through his arse. Steel slid a finger's width from a scabbard. Someone shoved. A fist flew. Then half a dozen men were crashing together, a tangle of fists and curses and bodies. Enough, Jon roared. Ghost was faster than his voice. The direwolf shot between the factions, fur bristling, lips peeled back from his teeth. His snarl ripped through the yard like a physical thing. Men stumbled back on both sides. Rhaegal's shadow passed overhead, a dark smear as the green dragon shifted his perch. The memory of what his fire had done not a day ago was fresh enough that even the angriest paused. Jon stepped into the gap Ghost had made. He glared at the free folk raider first. You, he said, you swore to Mance you'd stand with us against what's coming. That means not killing men who are supposed to watch the wall with you. The raider bared his teeth. He spat on me, he said. Called me thief. Are you? Jon asked. The man said, and worse. But he doesn't get to name me that under this wall. Only my own do. And you, Jon said, turning to the black brother. You swore vows. To take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. To wear the black for the realm. That realm now includes him. He jerked his head at the raider. You don't have to like it. You do have to keep your bloody sword sheathed while the dead stand outside our door. The brother flushed, his jaw working. We're crows, he said, not wildling guards. You're shields that guard the realms of men, Jon snapped. These are men, unless you'd prefer them walking with blue eyes tomorrow. A murmur went through the onlookers. It was one thing to talk of wights in the abstract. It was another to imagine the man you just swung at coming back to tear your throat out. What if he swings at me again? The brother muttered. Then you swing back, Tormund Giantsbane called from where he lounged on an overturned barrel, watching with amused interest. With your tongue, not your steel. Save that for the cold ones. The raider snorted, then spat in the snow. I'll not be the one to break Mance's word, he said grudgingly. He sheathed his knife with a sharp shove. The brother followed suit, though more slowly. Jon let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He looked up at the wall, where the dead's pale light still glimmered beyond. This, he thought, may be the harder war. Winterfell's great hall had never felt so far from the center of things. The fire burned as it always had, sending sparks up into the blackened rafters. The banners hung where they always had. The carved direwolves watched from the walls. Yet Catelyn Stark felt as if she were sitting at the edge of the world, trying to hold the corner of a map that wanted to curl in on itself. Raven's messages lay spread before her, weighed down with daggers and tankards. Some from Castle Black, written in Jeor Mormont's hard hand. Some from holdfasts and minor keeps throughout the north, Carhold, Deepwood Motte, Barrowton, Torrens Square. All of them said some version of the same thing: we have little. Winter bites harder. You ask us to give more. Lord Serwyn's cheeks were hollow, his cloak threadbare at the edges. Lady Glover's hands were calloused, ink smeared on her fingers from the letter she'd written before riding south. Wyman Manderly's younger son, Wylis, sat in his father's stead. His belly less impressive, but his eyes just as calculating. "We have more mouths than ever," Wylis said, fingers drumming on the table. "Refugees from the Wolfswood, from the Barrowlands, folk whose villages were raided by Ironborn or burned by lions. They come here because Winterfell's fires still burn. You ask us to send grain to the wall, to fatten men who do not farm and wildlings who never paid a tithe in their lives. And if we don't," Lady Glover said sharply, "the wall falls. Then the dead come through and eat what's left of your larders for you." Wylis flushed. "We are not blind to the threat, my lady," he said. "But a lord's duty is to the folk beneath his roof first." Catelyn listened, her hands folded, their thinness hidden by her sleeves. "When my husband rode south with the king," she said, "he did not ask whether his duty ended at the neck. He went because winter had taken too many already and Robert's wrath would take more if left unchecked. We face something worse now." She tapped one of Mormont's letters. "The dead do not plant," she said. "They do not reap. They do not bargain. If the wall breaks, they will not stop at White Harbor or Barrowton or Deepwood. They will not care whose harvests were light or whose children were hungry. They will make all of us equal in the only way that matters." A murmur of discomfort ran through the hall. "Our king stands on that wall," she went on. "My son, your liege, an army of dead men and giants stands below it. A dragon queen stands beside him. A dragon queen who has burned our enemies and sworn not to burn us." Her mouth tightened on the last words. It still cost her something to say them. "If we do not answer that with what help we can give, what kind of North are we?" "We are a hungry one," Wylis muttered, but some of the iron had gone out of him. "We cut deeper," Lady Glover said. "Smaller rations, more men to hunt, fewer to sit by fires. Give what we can now, or all we've stored will be taken from us anyway." Serwyn nodded slowly. "My father died for your husband," he said to Catelyn. "I am not about to say his sacrifice should mean I hoard grain while your son stands where he stood. Decisions made in halls had echoes on walls." Catelyn felt each one like a pebble dropped into a pond, the ripples moving outward. "Then we keep giving," she said quietly, "until we cannot, and we trust that the gods or the dragons meet us halfway." Outside, faint and distant, a dragon's roar rolled down from the farthest northern sky. Eastwatch by the sea was little more than a wound in the world where the wall met the water. From above, Daenerys saw its squat towers crouched against the ice, its small docks jutting out into a sea that looked more stone than water under the pale sky. Waves rolled in sluggishly, their edges crusted with forming ice. A handful of battered ships clung to the harbor, dwarfed by the wall's pale flank. Beyond them, the horizon was dotted now with other sails. Stannis' fleet had never been large, even before the Blackwater had claimed a good portion of it. What remained was scarred. Planks patched, masts replaced, some hulls permanently scorched by old wildfire. But the ships still moved with purpose, cutting through the gray chop, their sails snapping. Smoke from cook fires curled faintly up from their decks. Drogon glided above the lead ship, his shadow sliding over the deck. Men flinched, then forced themselves to stand straight. They had had a few days to get used to the great black presence over their heads. It had not become easier, only more familiar. On the quarterdeck below, Stannis stood at the rail, his cloak whipping, his eyes narrowed against the wind. Beside him, Davos braced himself against the roll of the ship. Melisandre's red gown snapped and twisted. She did not hold on to anything, her balance preternaturally sure. Daenerys shifted her weight as Drogon dipped a wing. She had flown ahead of the fleet to mark the path, then circled back to keep them in sight. It would be too easy for a storm to swallow them otherwise. Even now, clouds shifted on the horizon in a way she did not like. Too uniform, too distant. The wall grew taller as they approached, rising from the sea in a sheer face of ice that caught what little light there was and threw it back in cold, hard gleams. Drogon rumbled. "I know," she murmured. "It is not a place made for you. But we must stand there a while yet." She pictured the yard at Castle Black, the men crammed into its corners, the dragons huddled on the wall like gargoyles forced to live. She pictured Jon and Robb, their faces pinched with tiredness but still turned toward the north. She pictured the dead, patient and unchanging. "Hold a little longer," she whispered to them, though they could not hear. "Fire is coming." Eastwatch's docks groaned under new weight. The first of Stannis' ships slid into the narrow harbor with sails reefed and oars biting into the frigid water. Ropes flew, caught, were hauled taut. Gangplanks thudded against wood. Men swore as they leapt the gap from deck to dock, boots skidding on ice. Black brothers in their patched cloaks stood in awkward lines along the pier, their breath ghosting. Beside them, men in northern gray and green shifted, eyeing the newcomers with suspicion and something like relief. Above them all, the black banner of the Night's Watch snapped from the wall's edge, joined now by the direwolf of Stark, the crowned stag, and a red three-headed dragon hastily stitched onto borrowed cloth. Drogon landed on the frozen strand beyond the docks, snow and frost crunching under his claws. The wall loomed above him, the sea heaving at his back, making him for once look something less than all-powerful, caught between two immensities. Daenerys slid from his back, her cloak snapping, her boots crunching as she walked toward the pier. Stannis Baratheon came down his ship's planks with the same measured stride he had used descending Dragonstone steps. Davos followed, shoulders hunched against the cold. Melisandre moved behind them, as if the chill could not touch her. Jeor Mormont was there to meet them, his beard gone almost entirely white now, his bulk wrapped in black fur. Jon stood at his right, Ghost a phantom at his side. Robb stood at his left, gray wind at his heels, the crude crown of the north on his head and exhaustion in the set of his shoulders. For a heartbeat, the pier held a stillness that felt almost ceremonial. "Lord Commander," Stannis said, "King in the north, bastard of Winterfell." His gaze flicked to Daenerys, "Dragon Queen." "Stannis Baratheon," Jeor replied. "You come as guest." Stannis' mouth tightened, but he inclined his head. "I come as the man who still remembers what oaths mean," he said, "and as the one who will not sit idle while others fight the war I was born to fight." Davos' breath fogged. He looked from Jon's scarred face to Daenerys' unbowed one to the wall's looming height. "Best get us inside, then," he muttered, "before my balls freeze off and the dead finish the rest." A ragged chuckle went through the assembled men, cutting some of the tension. Daenerys looked up at the wall, at the banners flapping there, at the faint, pale band on the horizon that marked where the dead waited. For the first time since she had crossed the narrow sea, she felt something like balance. Kings of stag and wolf, a queen of dragon, crows and wildlings, all standing in one place. It would not last. Alliances never did. But for now, for this moment, the world had drawn its scattered fires together on the edge of the dark. "Welcome to the end of the world," Jon said to Stannis. Stannis' eyes narrowed. "Not the end," he said. "Not while we still stand." Daenerys set her shoulders. "Then let us stand," she thought, "and see how long the night really is." The hall was too small for so many crowns. Smoke from the hearth clung to the rafters, thick and low. Candles guttered in iron sconces, their wax dribbling down like pale tears. The long table at the center of the room had been dragged from the mess hall. Now it bore a map scratched into stiff parchment and weighed with whatever came to hand. Daggers, tankards, a chunk of ice someone had hacked from the wall and set there as a reminder. Jeor Mormont stood at the head, his black cloak throwing off a faint smell of wet fur. At his right, Robb Stark in his battered leathers and wolf-headed brooch. At his left, Stannis Baratheon, male and plate plain but meticulous, jaw set. Daenerys stood between the two kings, hands braced on the table's edge, silver hair braided back from her face. Jon took a place slightly behind Jeor, Ghost pressed against his leg. Mance Rayder lounged on a bench, arms folded. Davos stood quietly near Stannis' shoulder, while Melisandre's red robes burned against the gloom at the far side. "Numbers," Gior said. "We talk about numbers first." "We can't count them," Jon said. "Not properly. The dead move like a tide. But we know this, fewer than there were. More than we can face in the open." "Thousands," Robb added. His finger traced a rough line in the blank white inked north of the wall. "But not endless. The spears and the dragons proved that." Stannis grunted. "You don't fight a war by saying not endless and hoping the gods take the difference," he said. "How many bows? How many spears? How much food? Watch brothers with bows. 150 that can hit what they aim at," Gior said. "Another 100 who can at least point their arrows in the right direction. Northmen. 300 swords now, with more promised if winter leaves them any grain to send. Free folk. 500 who'll stand and swing. Another 1,000 who'll stand if the man next to them does. Men from Dragonstone and the Stormlands," Davos added. 2,000, give or take. Good fighters, most of them. Not much use on ice yet. They'll learn or they'll die. "Dragons," Mance said dryly. 3, though 1 limps. "Rhaegal will fight," Daenerys said. "He just won't range far. That makes him a guardian, not a spearhead." "Guardians," Stannis said. "Spearheads, banners." His mouth thinned. "All words. The enemy doesn't care whose sigil your men wear. They care how warm their flesh is and how easily it can be turned. They care about command," Jon said. "Kill one of the White Walkers, the wights around them fall. We saw it. If we want to break them, we have to keep killing those. And how do you propose we do that when they're surrounded by an army of dead men carrying our own faces?" Wyman Manderly's son, Wylis, representing White Harbor, said from further down the table. "Send your dragons back and forth until they fall from the sky?" "Yes," Daenerys said simply. "And no," she tapped the map. "They don't all stay behind the line. We saw it, some move to the flanks. Some ride closer when they're testing us. We hit those. Fast. Hard. Always with dragonglass ready to follow where dragonfire cannot reach." Stannis' finger stabbed at Eastwatch, etched at the wall's eastern end. "The dead do not need roads," he said, "or gates. If they can freeze a river, they can freeze a sea. If they come around the wall along the shore, your dragons won't be enough. Then we make the sea our ally as well," Melisandre said quietly. "Fire on water burns as surely as fire on land." Davos flinched, memories of green flame on the Blackwater flickering behind his eyes. "We're not using wildfire here," Gior said flatly. "I won't have half my wall melted because some alchemist in a green robe thinks he's clever." "Oil," Stannis said. "Pitch, anything that floats and burns. We've brought some. Not enough." Daenerys narrowed her eyes at the map. "The wall, the forest, Eastwatch, the sea. Then the next blow comes from the water," she said. "We know they are patient, but they will test the places we are weakest. Eastwatch is the thinnest plank in this wall." Mance tilted his head. "They'll come where there are fewer of us," he agreed. "They smell weakness like wolves smell blood." "Then we put teeth there," Robb said. "Wolves, stags, dragons." Stannis' mouth twisted, but he did not object. "So," Gior put both hands on the table, "we plan as if the next night will bring them to the sea. And if it does not, we count that as borrowed time." "Borrowed time runs out," Melisandre murmured. "Debt always comes due. We'll pay it when we must," Daenerys said. "With fire." The sea at Eastwatch sounded different at night. It rolled in slow, heavy breaths against the rocks, each wave a dull, sullen boom. Ice had begun to crust along the shore, thin sheets clinging to black stone, foaming slush where the water met the land. The air smelled of brine and cold metal. Torches pricked the darkness along the dock and shore. Barrels of pitch lined the water's edge, their tarry reek sharp. Iron braziers glowed on ship decks, casting jittering halos onto sailcloth and rope. Men moved like shadows between them, arms burdened with rope nets, clay fire pots, bundled dragonglass-tipped arrows. Jon walked the line with Davos at his side. Ghost ghosted in and out of torchlight, a white flicker against the dark. "My men are used to storms," Davos said. "They're not used to storms that walk." "They will be soon," Jon replied. On one of the ships, a squat, broad-bellied vessel that had once run smugglers' routes along the Fingers. Stannis' banner hung stiff in the still air. The king himself stood near the bow, watching the dark water with the same stern patience he'd turned on councils and sieges. "Your folk aren't used to ships," Davos pointed out, nodding toward a huddle of free folk near a stack of fire pots. "They look like they'd rather fight the sea than sail on it." "Some of them have," Jon said, "raided the stony shore. These ones—" He eyed the cluster. "Raiders and hunters with furs too thin for this kind of cold. They'll stand on the rocks and throw fire. They don't need decks under their feet to kill what walks onto ice." The plan had been hammered out with all the subtlety of a blacksmith at work. If the dead tried to skirt the wall along the coastline, they would have to cross either treacherous shallows or rapidly freezing sea. Their ships might have an advantage, their hulls moving where feet slipped. Dragons could set the water itself ablaze, at least for a moment, if given fuel. And men with bows might turn that narrow belt of ice into a killing ground. If it worked, the word echoed under every breath. "Signal fires are ready," a Night's Watch officer reported, approaching. "If we see them coming at the coast, we can warn the wall." "They won't come when we expect," Jon said. "They never do, but they will come." He felt it in the air. Not just cold, but a wrongness like old meat left too long outside. Far offshore, the sea shifted in a way that had nothing to do with wind or tide. Davos squinted. "What in the seven hells is that?" The water itself seemed to hunch, then crack. A thin sheen of ice rippled out from a point in the dark, spreading in a blooming pattern. Wave crests froze mid-rise and fell back in slow, gelatinous lumps. "They've begun," Jon said. The mist was the first thing they saw. It rolled low over the water, too fast and too uniform to be natural. Not the ragged fingers of sea fog that crept in on some mornings, but a creeping wall, its edges sharp. Where it passed, the water beneath it stilled, not in the way of gentle calm, but in the sudden, brutal flatness of something that had been forced. Ice formed under the mist, not gradually with the patient layering of winter, but in an instant. A white skin racing over the gray, thickening as it went. Waves arrested mid-rise, transformed into frozen humps. The line of frost surged toward the shore. Then shapes appeared in the mist. At first, they were only darker smudges against the pale. Then they resolved into figures. Men in rotted mail and furs stiff with salt, barefoot corpses with barnacles clinging to their legs, sailors in torn surcoats emblazoned with half-remembered sigils. They walked across the ice as if across a frozen courtyard, their steps clumsy but inexorable. Some dragged chains, others carried rusted swords or broken oars. Here and there, something taller shambled. Creatures that had once been seals or great fish, pulled from the deeps and repurposed. "Light the pots," Jon shouted. "Archers, to the line!" Men scrambled. Torches plunged into open barrels. Pitch caught, flames turning thick and greasy. Clay jars with rags protruding from their necks were thrust into the fires, then hoisted. On the ships further out, signal horns sounded. Stannis vessels shifted, oars dipping, turning to form a ragged crescent just beyond the forming ice. Their decks bristled with archers, barrels of oil ready. The mist kept coming. "Wait," Davos said through his teeth as a watch brother raised an arm to throw. "Wait until they're dense as lice on a beggar." "They're close enough," the man grated. "Closer," Davos insisted, "or you'll just make steam." The line of dead on the ice thickened. More poured out of the mist, their ranks swelling, a parody of an advancing infantry line. "Now," Davos said. Fire bloomed. The first wave of clay pots shattered on the ice with dull cracks. Pitch splashed, thick and dark. For half a heartbeat nothing happened. Then the rags still burning inside them kissed the puddles. Flame rushed outward in sudden, hungry lines. It snaked along the ice, chasing the paths of spilled pitch, licking up into the hems of dead men's clothes. Wights screamed without breath as their frost-stiffened furs went up, their limbs flailing. From the ships, burning arrows arced through the air, their orange trails a counterpoint to the pale mist. They found carpets of oil poured over the ice and set them blazing, turning flat white into churning orange. "Drogon!" Daenerys shouted. He was already moving. The dragon plunged from the sky in a steep dive, wings folded tight until the last possible moment. He skimmed so close to the water that spray kissed his belly. His jaws opened. Fire gouged out, not in a narrow lance but in a broad, searing fan. It swept across the ice in front of the advancing wights, turning freshly formed frost into a roaring avenue of steam and molten, cracking plates. Dead men tumbled into the fractures, their bodies flaring and then sinking, limbs thrashing as water and flame fought over them. The sea itself seemed to hiss in pain. On the shore, heat washed over Jon's face, searing the inside of his nose. The men flinched back, even those who had seen dragonfire once already. Free folk who had laughed at the idea of southern magic stumbled, eyes wide. "Again!" Gior roared. "Keep them off the bloody shore!" Drogon wheeled, gaining height. Rhaegal and Viserion, still weary but unwilling to let their brother fly alone, took shorter plunges, their own flames stitching the gaps. For a moment it worked. The ice shattered. The dead fell into water and did not come up. The line of wights thinned under the combined assault of fire from shore, ship, and sky. Then the mist thickened. Within the mist, something moved against the pattern. Where fire and water met, there should have been only steam and collapsing ice. For a moment, that was all there was. Great gouts of vapor billowing up, obscuring everything. The roar of flame, the hiss of boiling water, the crack of failing ice. Then a shape stepped up from the churn. It was taller than the wights around it, armor pale as fog, hair like carved frost. It walked out onto a mound of frozen sea that had no right to be there, forming beneath its feet as if the water itself had decided to harden in deference. Its sword was already in its hand, the blade gleaming with a cold that hurt to look at. It raised the sword. The mist obeyed. The steam sucked back as if inhaled. The heat seemed to drain from the air. The fire on the nearest patch of pitch guttered, weakened, not extinguished but curled inward, constrained. Frost crawled outward from the walker's feet, racing over water and broken ice, knitting cracks, smoothing unstable flows into new, treacherous bridges. Wights walked on while they burned, their clothes charred, skin blackened and peeling, parts of them sloughing off into the water. Yet their feet continued to move, carrying them forward along the newly frozen paths, each step leaving a briefly smoking footprint that vanished as the cold chased it down. On the lead ship, Davos swore. "7 bloody hells," he muttered. "You can't drown what doesn't mind sinking. Keep firing," Stannis barked. "Aim for the pale bastards, not the drowned ones." Archers shifted their aim, searching for flashes of that impossible armor among the chaos. A handful of arrows found their mark, clattering off the walker's breast or shattering against its sword, useless as twigs. "Dragonglass," Jon said under his breath, watching from the shore. "We need dragonglass on the sea." "How?" a watch brother demanded. "We can't throw spears that far." "Then we carry them closer," Jon said. His stomach turned at the thought, but some part of him, hardened by too much death already, accepted it. "They want to walk the water," he said. "Then we'll greet them there." The little boat creaked as if it resented being dragged into such madness. It had been a fishing skiff once, its hull patched with crude tar and prayer. Now it slid along a narrow channel hacked through the shore ice, its passage guided by 2 free folk with long poles, men used to coaxing boats through dangerous shallows. "Keep low," Jon said. The words were half to himself. He knelt near the bow, Ghost pressed against his side. The direwolf's paws were braced, claws scratching lightly at the damp wood, red eyes fixed ahead. Jon's fingers gripped the dragonglass spear so tightly his knuckles ached. Beside him, Mance Rayder crouched, his patchwork cloak tucked tight around him, a dragonglass-dipped spear of his own resting across his knees. Behind them, 4 men from the Watch and 4 free folk knelt, each with obsidian knives and short spears. Their faces were set in the grim steadiness that came when fear had nowhere else to go. Above them, Drogon roared. The dragon's shadow shivered over the mist and ice, drawing the eyes of wights and walkers alike. He spat another burst of flame at a distant knot of dead, not to destroy them, but to distract. The others' ice spears followed him, their attention arcing upward. "Faster," Jon muttered. The poles bit into the ice-edged channel, muscles in the men's shoulders bunching. The skiff slid forward, cracking thin sheets of frost that tried to reform across the water. Ahead, the ice shelf thickened again. Beyond it, Jon could see the pale figures of walkers moving, their horses' hooves not sinking at all. Closer, wights stumbled along a cracked floe, some falling to their knees when the ice shifted under them. "We cut under their line," Mance whispered. "Knock the legs out from under them." "They don't need legs," Jon said. "They need whatever keeps them standing." He tightened his grip on the spear. Ghost stepped onto the ice without hesitation. The direwolf's paws found grip where human boots might not. He looked back once, as if to say keep up, then bounded forward in low, swift leaps, circling wide to where a walker rode along the frozen ridge, its attention fixed on Drogon's latest pass. "Now or never," Mance said. They went. The ice moved. Each floe shuddered as Jon landed on it, a jolt running up through his legs. Cracks spidered outward from his boots, some deeper than others. Water gleamed black through the seams. His breath came in harsh, burning gasps. The air knifed his lungs. His fingers tightened on the spear, slick with melt and sweat. Ghost was a blur at the edge of his vision, circling wide. The direwolf's paws barely seemed to touch the ice, his white coat a phantom flicker against the frozen sea. The walker stood ahead. It had dismounted, for reasons Jon could not guess. Its horse stood a little way back, steam curling faintly from its nostrils as cold battled with some remnant of animal heat. The walker itself turned, drawn by the crunch of boots and the scent of living flesh. Its eyes were a color Jon had only ever seen in the heart of certain glaciers in the far north. Blue that was not sky, not sea, but some third thing. The sword came up, thin and terrible. Behind Jon, Mance and the others crashed into a knot of wights that had noticed the living intrusion. Obsidian blades rose and fell. Dead hands clawed. The clash of bone and dragonglass made a sound unlike any steel meeting steel, more like glass grinding on stone. Jon's world narrowed to the space between himself and the walker. "Ghost!" he rasped. The dire wolf understood. He leapt, not at the walker but at its horse. White fur and red eyes met dead hide and pale mane. Ghost's jaws clamped around the horse's foreleg, teeth sinking into flesh that crackled like old ice. The animal, whatever it was now, screamed, a high, shrill sound, toppled, crashing sideways into a cluster of wights. The walker's head snapped toward the movement. Jon took the opening. He drove the spear forward with every ounce of strength he had, aiming not for the chest but higher. The walker turned back, sword already in motion, blade angled to deflect. Obsidian met ice. The spearhead glanced off the raised sword, skidding along its unnatural edge. For a heartbeat, both weapons sang, a high, brittle note that made Jon's teeth ache. Frost raced up the spear's shaft, numbing his hands. Again, Mance shouted behind him. Jon twisted, pushing into the movement instead of away. He let the spear slide, then jerked it downward and up, angling for the walker's throat where the armor left a faint gap. The blade came down, ice-kissed leather, then skin. Pain exploded along Jon's shoulder, cold before heat. His legs buckled. The spear slid from nerveless fingers. Ghost hit the walker from behind. The direwolf's weight drove into its legs, claws scraping across armor that shrieked where they met it. The walker staggered, not much, but enough. Its sword went wide. The killing stroke turned into a grazing one. Jon fell to one knee. His hand closed on the spear's shaft again. He drove it up. The obsidian head punched into the walker's exposed throat, just above the collar of frozen mail. For an instant, nothing happened. Then its eyes went wide. The blue in them fractured, splintered into 1,000 shards of light. Its form trembled, lines of cracking ice racing out from the wound. With a sound like a lake breaking in spring, it exploded into a cloud of frost and razor flakes. The sword dropped, clattering onto the ice, then shattering into fragments. Around them, a ring of wights collapsed, limbs twisting as whatever held them together let go. Some fell half-turned, others mid-step. They lay still, scattered like discarded puppets. Jon sagged, the world tilting. Up, Snow, Mance panted, catching his arm. We're not done yet. Blood ran hot and sticky down Jon's arm, steaming in the freezing air. Ghost pressed against his side, eyes still blazing. Somewhere above, Drogon roared approval. Night pressed close to the wall. The dead did not attack again that day. They had tested the sea and the ships and the dragonfire, and for now that seemed to be enough. Their pale light hovered at the edge of sight, a faint ghost glow beyond the forest and ice, more felt than seen. On the wall's crest, men moved more quietly. Voices stayed low, as if they feared to carry into the dark. Wounds were bound. Dead were counted. Fires were nursed carefully, every scrap of fuel a calculation. Near a lone brazier, Robb Stark and Stannis Baratheon stood in a pool of orange light. The heat from the coals made only a small dent in the wall's ancient cold. Their breath still plumed. Frost still clung to their brows. But the fire was a symbol as much as warmth. "You did well," Robb said. It sounded like it cost him something to say it. Praise did not come easily from him, not for men he might have been raised to see as adversaries. Stannis' jaw worked. "I did my duty," he said. "No more, no less. Plenty of men fail at that," Robb said. "Especially when the duty lies somewhere they'd rather not go." "Like a wedding feast," Stannis said dryly. Robb's mouth twitched. "Walder Frey paid for that," he said. And for once, fire burned the right hall. Stannis' gaze went to the dead-flushed horizon. "There will be more halls if we fall," he said. "All of them, north and south. Yours.
Mine.
Lannisters. Tyrells. The dead don't care for lions or roses." "The dead don't care for wolves either," Robb said quietly. "Or dragons." Stannis studied him. "You broke oath once," he said, "to the phrase, married for love instead of advantage. Cost you men, almost cost you your head. And yet here you stand, still king, still making oaths." "I didn't choose to be king," Robb said. "My men lifted me. I've been paying for it since." "That is what it is," Stannis said. "A debt. A crown is a weight of promises. Most men think it's gold. The stone." He glanced at Daenerys, a little way off speaking with Gior and Mance, dragons silhouetted behind her like moving hills. She chose it in her way, took her father's claim onto her own shoulders. "She chose wolves over thrones," Robb said. "At least for now." Stannis snorted. "No one like her gives up a crown," he said. "She's paused, not abandoned. Once this is done, she will look south again." "And you?" Robb asked. "What will you look to when this is done?" Stannis stared into the brazier's coals. "If there is a throne," he said, "I will demand my right to it. If there is none, then I will die knowing I did what I could. My brothers died for less." Robb looked away, toward the dead line. "I died once," he said quietly. "Or nearly, at the twins. At least the boy I was did. Sometimes I think I've been a ghost walking ever since." "You still bleed," Stannis said. "You still err. You still get up. That's what matters." "Until it doesn't," Robb replied. They stood in silence for a while, two kings whose crowns weighed different in their minds. watching an enemy that cared for neither duty nor right. The wall had corners where the wind's voice was softer. Daenerys found one of them just past a crooked watchtower, where a jut of ice created a small lee. Here, the roar dulled to a low moan, and men's voices from further along were only distant threads. She stood with her hands tucked into her sleeves, the cold still chewing the tips of her fingers despite fur and leather. Below, the field was a patchwork of shadow and faint glow. Beyond that, only the dead's pale line. Jon joined her without announcement. Ghost padded ahead, circling once before flopping down between them, a warm, solid presence. Rhaegal lay above, draped along a spine of ice, his injured wing tucked close, his breath steaming in slow plumes. "You should be resting," Jon said. "So should you," she replied. He made a face. "It's hard to sleep when the enemy you killed once might be standing up again while you dream." "Then don't dream," she said softly. "Just stand. For a while." They did. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It had been forged in fire and snow and the shared knowledge of things no one south of this wall would fully believe. "Do you believe him?" Jon asked at last. "Stannis?" she said. "I believe he will do what he thinks is right, even if it breaks him. That makes him dangerous. And useful." Jon's jaw flexed. "I meant, do you believe there will be an after for him? Or for us?" She considered the line of dead light, then the faint flutter of banners at their backs. "I have to," she said. "If I let go of that, I'm back in the red waste. Every step just one more toward a grave. I used to think I'd die on a bit of frozen ground no one remembered the name of," Jon said. "Sword in my hand, brother at my side. Or alone. The thought didn't bother me as much as it should have." "And now?" she asked. He looked at her. "Now it bothers me," he said simply. "Because if I die up here, I die knowing there were things I could have done elsewhere. For Robb. For the North. For you. For whatever world is left when this is done." Heat bloomed in her chest, faint but real. "What do you want, Jon Snow?" she asked. "If we live, if the wall holds, if the dead fall and the South remembers that we kept it from freezing." He huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. "My wants don't matter much beside dragons and crowns," he said. "I didn't ask whose matter more," she said. "I asked what they are." He was quiet a long time. "I want," he hesitated, searching for words. "I want a home I don't have to leave. A family that doesn't break the moment a raven arrives. I want a world where men like my father, Ned, not the man who sired me, don't have to die for someone else's lies. Where boys don't grow up thinking they're half people because some lord wouldn't own them." Ghost's ears twitched. "And you?" he asked. "What do you want when you look south?" She thought of the Iron Throne, of swords melted and cruelly rearranged, of the way it had loomed in the House of the Undying's vision like a promise and a threat. "I want a world where thrones are worth less than the men who sit beneath their shadow," she said. "Where a child born in Flea Bottom isn't meat for some lord's games. Where freedmen stay free." Her mouth quirked. "And yes, I want the men who killed my family to answer for it. I won't pretend otherwise." "Fire and justice," he said quietly. "I was born in fire," she said. "You were born in winter. Perhaps between us we can make something like justice. Or at least something new." The idea hung there between them, fragile as the breath that carried it. Rhaegal shifted above, one eye opening briefly to regard them. Ghost huffed and buried his nose in his paws. Far off, a faint howl lifted. A living wolf, somewhere south of the wall. It sounded more question than threat. "What if there is no after?" Jon asked. "Then we'll never have to find out whether we deserved it," she said. "For now, we stand." The Raven Tower always smelled of ink and guano and old, cold stone. The wind rattled at its narrow windows, making the glass panes chatter. The single candle on the desk burned low, its stub casting a small circle of light in which Maester Aemon's hands moved, thin and spotted and steady. He could no longer see the parchment before him, but he did not need to. The quill in young Clyda's hand scratched in time with his words, the sound a steady counterpoint to the raven's restless muttering. "To the lords of the 7 kingdoms," Aemon said. His voice was thin but clear. "To those who remember their oaths and those who have forgotten them. To those who think the wall a story and winter a season like any other." He paused, listening to the faint, distant roar of a dragon somewhere in the night. "We write to tell you this. The dead walk," he went on, "not as tales in a hearthside song, but as an army at our gates. We have seen them. We have fought them. The blood of the north has soaked the snow, the blood of the free folk, the blood of a king who sailed from the south to stand where his duty called him. Dragonfire has burned where once only torches sputtered." Clyda's quill scratched faster. "The wall holds for now," Aemon said. "It holds because men of no house and high houses alike have chosen to stand together. Stark and Baratheon, Snow and Mormont, a Targaryen queen who swore her dragons to the North's defense. Wildlings who once raided your flocks now die defending a world that never claimed them." He lifted a hand. Clyda stopped writing, breath-catching. "Should they fall?" Aemon said softly. "The dead will not stop here. They will march past us. Past Winterfell, past the Neck. They will fill your keeps and your cities. They will climb your walls and break your gates. And they will not care what banners you flew when you were warm." One of the ravens croaked, a harsh, startling sound. Another shuffled on its perch, feathers rustling. Aemon smiled faintly in its direction. "We ask you for men," he said. "For food, for fire, for steel, even knowing steel alone will not suffice. Most of all, we ask you to remember that there is but one war that matters now. Not for thrones or gold or names, but for the right to see another spring." He lowered his hand. "That will do," he murmured. "Send it." Clyda sanded the ink, then rolled the parchment carefully. He sealed it with black wax. The Night's Watch crow pressed into it, and tied it to the leg of a waiting raven. This one had a single white feather among its black, a small, incongruous mark. "Fly," Clydas whispered, opening the window, cold knifed in. The raven launched itself into the night, wings beating hard as it fought the wind. It dwindled quickly, a scrap of stubborn life heading south through the cold sky toward men who played at politics while the wall watched the dark. Behind it, in the tower, Aemon Targaryen, old, blind, last of his name in the South's reckoning, turned his face toward the faint, distant rumble of dragons and smiled. "The wheel turns," he murmured. "This time perhaps it will crack." Outside, on the wall and beyond it, armies of flesh and frost waited to see if he was right.